Honesty is the first chapter in the Book of Wisdom. In matters of style, swim with the current; in matters of principle, stand like a rock. Do you want to know who you are? Don't ask. Act. Action will delineate and define you. When angry, count to 10 before you speak. If very angry, count to 100. I like the dreams of the future better than the history of the past. Experience hath shown, that even under the best forms of government those entrusted with power have, in time, and by slow operations, perverted it into tyranny. The constitutions of most of our states assert that all power is inherent in the people, that it is their right and duty to be at all times armed. I am not an advocate for frequent changes in laws and constitutions. But laws and institutions must go hand in hand with the progress of the human mind. As that becomes more developed, more enlightened, as new discoveries are made, new truths discovered, and manners and opinions change, with the change of circumstances, institutions must advance also to keep pace with the times. We might as well require a man to wear still the coat which fitted him when a boy as civilized society to remain ever under the regimen of their barbarous ancestors. The man who reads nothing at all is better educated than the man who reads nothing but newspapers. I believe that banking institutions are more dangerous to our liberties than standing armies. The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. The glow of one warm thought is to me worth more than money. Nothing can stop the man with the right mental attitude from achieving his goal, nothing on earth can help the man with the wrong mental attitude. Liberty is to the collective body, what health is to every individual body. Without health no pleasure can be tasted by man, without liberty, no happiness can be enjoyed by society. Our greatest happiness does not depend on the condition of life in which chance has placed us, but is always the result of a good conscience, good health, occupation, and freedom in all just pursuits. There is not a sprig of grass that shoots uninteresting to me. Every government degenerates when trusted to the rulers of the people alone. The people themselves are its only safe depositories. I never considered a difference of opinion in politics, in religion, in philosophy, as cause for withdrawing from a friend. Rightful liberty is unobstructed action according to our will within limits drawn around us by the equal rights of others. I do not add, within the limits of the law, because law is often but the tyrant's will, and always so when it violates the rights of the individual. The care of human life and happiness, and not their destruction, is the first and only object of good government. I know of no safe depository of the ultimate powers of the society but the people themselves, and if we think them not enlightened enough to exercise their control with a wholesome discretion, the remedy is not to take it from them but to inform their discretion. Our country is now taking so steady a course as to show by what road it will pass to destruction, to wit, by consolidation of power first, and then corruption, its necessary consequence. I hope our wisdom will grow with our power, and teach us, that the less we use our power the greater it will be. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It is always better to have no ideas than false ones, to believe nothing, than to believe what is wrong. I hope we shall crush in its birth the aristocracy of our moneyed corporations which dare already to challenge our government to a trial by strength, and bid defiance to the laws of our country. It is incumbent on every generation to pay its own debts as it goes, a principle which if acted on would save 1/2 the wars of the world. So confident am I in the intentions, as well as wisdom, of the government, that I shall always be satisfied that what is not done either cannot, or ought not to be done. It is neither wealth nor splendor, but tranquility and occupation which give you happiness. I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just, that His justice cannot sleep forever. Dependence begets subservience and venality, suffocates the germ of virtue, and prepares fit tools for the designs of ambition. A Bill of Rights is what the people are entitled to against every government, and what no just government should refuse, or rest on inference. Money, not morality, is the principal commerce of civilized nations. Determine never to be idle. No person will have occasion to complain of the want of time who never loses any. It is wonderful how much may be done if we are always doing. Experience demands that man is the only animal which devours his own kind, for I can apply no milder term to the general prey of the rich on the poor. He who knows best knows how little he knows. When a man assumes a public trust, he should consider himself a public property. Happiness is not being pained in body or troubled in mind. The world is indebted for all triumphs which have been gained by reason and humanity over error and oppression. I was bold in the pursuit of knowledge, never fearing to follow truth and reason to whatever results they led, and bearding every authority which stood in their way. Peace and friendship with all mankind is our wisest policy, and I wish we may be permitted to pursue it. Walking is the best possible exercise. Habituate yourself to walk very far. It is more dangerous that even a guilty person should be punished without the forms of law than that he should escape. Only aim to do your duty, and mankind will give you credit where you fail. For a people who are free, and who mean to remain so, a well-organized and armed militia is their best security. I never will, by any word or act, bow to the shrine of intolerance or admit a right of inquiry into the religious opinions of others. We may consider each generation as a distinct nation, with a right, by the will of its majority, to bind themselves, but none to bind the succeeding generation, more than the inhabitants of another country. History, in general, only informs us of what bad government is. Leave all the afternoon for exercise and recreation, which are as necessary as reading. I will rather say more necessary because health is worth more than learning. I am mortified to be told that, in the United States of America, the sale of a book can become a subject of inquiry, and of criminal inquiry too. In defense of our persons and properties under actual violation, we took up arms. When that violence shall be removed, when hostilities shall cease on the part of the aggressors, hostilities shall cease on our part also. Educate and inform the whole mass of the people. They are the only sure reliance for the preservation of our liberty. All, too, will bear in mind this sacred principle, that though the will of the majority is in all cases to prevail, that will to be rightful must be reasonable, that the minority possess their equal rights, which equal law must protect, and to violate would be oppression. It is our duty still to endeavor to avoid war, but if it shall actually take place, no matter by whom brought on, we must defend ourselves. If our house be on fire, without inquiring whether it was fired from within or without, we must try to extinguish it. I am an Epicurean. I consider the genuine, not the imputed, doctrines of Epicurus as containing everything rational in moral philosophy which Greek and Roman leave to us. But friendship is precious, not only in the shade, but in the sunshine of life, and thanks to a benevolent arrangement the greater part of life is sunshine. To compel a man to furnish funds for the propagation of ideas he disbelieves and abhors is sinful and tyrannical. Never spend your money before you have earned it. Every citizen should be a soldier. This was the case with the Greeks and Romans, and must be that of every free state. A wise and frugal government, which shall restrain men from injuring one another, which shall leave them otherwise free to regulate their own pursuits of industry and improvement, and shall not take from the mouth of labor the bread it has earned. This is the sum of good government, and this is necessary to close the circle of our felicities. I believe that every human mind feels pleasure in doing good to another. Conquest is not in our principles. It is inconsistent with our government. To penetrate and dissipate these clouds of darkness, the general mind must be strengthened by education. One travels more usefully when alone, because he reflects more. No occupation is so delightful to me as the culture of the earth, and no culture comparable to that of the garden. Wisdom, I know, is social. She seeks her fellows. But beauty is jealous, and illy bears the presence of a rival. I think with the Romans, that the general of today should be a soldier tomorrow if necessary. Whenever a man has cast a longing eye on offices, a rottenness begins in his conduct. If we can but prevent the government from wasting the labors of the people, under the pretense of taking care of them, they must become happy. As our enemies have found we can reason like men, so now let us show them we can fight like men also. Don't talk about what you have done or what you are going to do. Difference of opinion is advantageous in religion. The several sects perform the office of a censor over each other. Fix reason firmly in her seat, and call to her tribunal every fact, every opinion. Question with boldness even the existence of a God, because, if there be one, he must more approve of the homage of reason, than that of blindfolded fear. No freeman shall be debarred the use of arms. One loves to possess arms, though they hope never to have occasion for them. Were it left to me to decide whether we should have a government without newspapers, or newspapers without a government, I should not hesitate a moment to prefer the latter. We did not raise armies for glory or for conquest. Bodily decay is gloomy in prospect, but of all human contemplations the most abhorrent is body without mind. In truth, politeness is artificial good humor, it covers the natural want of it, and ends by rendering habitual a substitute nearly equivalent to the real virtue. I have no ambition to govern men, it is a painful and thankless office. There is a natural aristocracy among men. The grounds of this are virtue and talents. An association of men who will not quarrel with one another is a thing which has never yet existed. From the greatest confederacy of nations down to a town meeting or a vestry. Books constitute capital. A library book lasts as long as a house, 400 of years. It is not, then, an article of mere consumption but fairly of capital, and often in the case of professional men, setting out in life, it is their only capital. An enemy generally says and believes what he wishes. The natural cause of the human mind is certainly from credulity to skepticism. I would rather be exposed to the inconveniences attending too much liberty than those attending too small a degree of it. I have seen enough of one war never to wish to see another. I sincerely believe that banking establishments are more dangerous than standing armies. It does me no injury for my neighbor to say there are 20 gods or no God. Do not bite at the bait of pleasure, till you know there is no hook beneath it. Friendship is but another name for an alliance with the follies and the misfortunes of others. Our own share of miseries is sufficient. Why enter then as volunteers into those of another? Whenever the people are well informed, they can be trusted with their own government. Sometimes it is said that man cannot be trusted with the government of himself. Can he, then, be trusted with the government of others? Or have we found angels in the form of kings to govern him? Let history answer this question. Nothing gives one person so much advantage over another as to remain always cool and unruffled under all circumstances. The spirit of resistance to government is so valuable on certain occasions that I wish it to be always kept alive. When we get piled upon one another in large cities, as in Europe, we shall become as corrupt as Europe. Commerce with all nations, alliance with none, should be our motto. Whenever you do a thing, act as if all the world were watching. None but an armed nation can dispense with a standing army. To keep ours armed and disciplined is therefore at all times important. Question with boldness even the existence of a God, because, if there be one, he must more approve of the homage of reason, than that of blindfolded fear. It behooves every man who values liberty of conscience for himself, to resist invasions of it in the case of others, or their case may, by change of circumstances, become his own. The Republican is the only form of government which is not eternally at open or secret war with the rights of mankind. If the present Congress errs in too much talking, how can it be otherwise in a body to which the people send 150 lawyers, whose trade it is to question everything, yield nothing, and talk by the hour? The God who gave us life, gave us liberty at the same time. Enlighten the people generally, and tyranny and oppressions of body and mind will vanish like evil spirits at the dawn of day. Nothing is unchangeable but the inherent and unalienable rights of man. Peace and abstinence from European interferences are our objects, and so will continue while the present order of things in America remain uninterrupted. Truth is certainly a branch of morality and a very important one to society. I do not take a single newspaper, nor read one a month, and I feel myself infinitely the happier for it. It is in our lives and not our words that our religion must be read. No duty the executive had to perform was so trying as to put the right man in the right place. The earth belongs to the living, not to the dead. Resort is had to ridicule only when reason is against us. I have sworn upon the altar of God, eternal hostility against every form of tyranny over the mind of man. A coward is much more exposed to quarrels than a man of spirit. The good opinion of mankind, like the lever of Archimedes, with the given fulcrum, moves the world. The second office in the government is honorable and easy, the first is but a splendid misery. I have no fear that the result of our experiment will be that men may be trusted to govern themselves without a master. If God is just, I tremble for my country. The way to silence religious disputes is to take no notice of them. We never repent of having eaten too little. Merchants have no country. The mere spot they stand on does not constitute so strong an attachment as that from which they draw their gains. In every country in every age, the priest had been hostile to liberty. There is not a truth existing which I fear, or would wish unknown to the whole world. War is an instrument entirely inefficient toward redressing wrong, and multiplies, instead of indemnifying losses. Force is the vital principle and immediate parent of despotism. The spirit of this country is totally adverse to a large military force. The most successful war seldom pays for its losses. How much pain they have cost us, the evils which have never happened. We are not to expect to be translated from despotism to liberty in a featherbed. If there is one principle more deeply rooted in the mind of every American, it is that we should have nothing to do with conquest. The boisterous sea of liberty is never without a wave. Timid men prefer the calm of despotism to the tempestuous sea of liberty. That government is the strongest of which every man feels himself a part. If a nation expects to be ignorant and free, in a state of civilization, it expects what never was and never will be. No government ought to be without censors, and where the press is free no one ever will. The whole commerce between master and slave is a perpetual exercise of the most boisterous passions, the most unremitting despotism on the one part, and degrading submissions on the other. Our children see this, and learn to imitate it. Speeches that are measured by the hour will die with the hour. Be polite to all, but intimate with few. Always take hold of things by the smooth handle. Here was buried Thomas Jefferson, author of the Declaration of American Independence, of the Statute of Virginia for Religious Freedom, father of the University of Virginia. I have done for my country, and for all mankind, all that I could do, and I now resign my soul, without fear, to my God, my daughter to my country. Peace, commerce and honest friendship with all nations, entangling alliances with none. It is error alone which needs the support of government. Truth can stand by itself. The natural progress of things is for liberty to yield and government to gain ground. The moment a person forms a theory, his imagination sees in every object only the traits which favor that theory. I own that I am not a friend to a very energetic government. It is always oppressive. Errors of opinion may be tolerated where reason is left free to combat it. The Creator has not thought proper to mark those in the forehead who are of stuff to make good generals. We are first, therefore, to seek them blindfold, and then let them learn the trade at the expense of great losses. It takes time to persuade men to do even what is for their own good. I abhor war and view it as the greatest scourge of mankind. My theory has always been, that if we are to dream, the flatteries of hope are as cheap, and pleasanter, than the gloom of despair. I find that he is happiest of whom the world says least, good or bad. He who knows nothing is closer to the truth than he whose mind is filled with falsehoods and errors. Leave no authority existing not responsible to the people. Mankind are more disposed to suffer, while evils are sufferable, than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. Where the press is free and every man able to read, all is safe. Ignorance is preferable to error, and he is less remote from the truth who believes nothing than he who believes what is wrong. My only fear is that I may live too long. This would be a subject of dread to me. An injured friend is the bitterest of foes. Politics is such a torment that I advise everyone I love not to mix with it. A democracy is nothing more than mob rule, where 51% of the people may take away the rights of the other 49. A democratic society depends upon an informed and educated citizenry. The only purpose of government is to protect the people. We rarely repent of having eaten too little. We hold these truths to be sacred and undeniable, that all men are created equal and independent, that from that equal creation they derive rights inherent and inalienable, among which are the preservation of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The only limit to our realization of tomorrow will be our doubts of today. Let us move forward with strong and active faith. Let what will be said or done, preserve your sang-froid immovably, and to every obstacle oppose patience, perseverance, and soothing language. Let them stand undisturbed as monuments of the safety with which error of opinion may be tolerated, where reason is left free to combat it. Sir, I have duly received your favor of the 18th and am thankful to you for having written it, because it is more agreeable to prevent than to refuse what I do not think myself authorized to comply with. Most virtues when carried beyond certain bounds degenerate into vices. Millions of innocent men, women, and children, since the introduction of Christianity, have been burned, tortured, fined, and imprisoned. Yet we have not advanced 1 inch toward uniformity. What has been the effect of coercion? To make 1/2 of the world fools and the other half hypocrites. No defender of slavery, I concede that it has its benevolent aspects in lifting the Negro from savagery and helping prepare him for that eventual freedom which is surely written in the book of fate. On every question of construction, of the Constitution, let us carry ourselves back to the time when the Constitution was adopted. Recollect the spirit manifested in the debates, instead of trying what meaning may be squeezed out of the text, or invented against it. Conform to the probable one in which it was passed. My creed had been formed on unsheathing the sword at Lexington. Money, not morality, is the principle of commerce and commercial nations. No doubt President Jefferson was brilliant, probably the key author of the American Constitution. But the PNP and Jamaica have our own Thomas Jefferson, former leader and Premier Norman Washington Manley. Indeed, Norman Washington Manley was better. Note the word. No free man shall ever be debarred the use of arms. Perfect happiness, I believe, was never intended by the Deity to be the lot of any one of his creatures in this world, but that he has very much put in our power the nearness of our approaches to it, is what I as steadfastly believe. On matters of style, swim with the current, on matters of principle, stand like a rock. I believe that justice is instinct and innate. The moral sense is as much a part of our constitution as the thread of feeling, seeing and hearing. But friendship is precious, not only in shade, but in the sunshine of life, and thanks to a benevolent arrangement of things, the greater part of life is sunshine. I'm a great believer in luck, and I find the harder I work, the more I have of it. I had laid it down as a law for my conduct while in office, and hitherto scrupulously observed, to accept of no present beyond a book, a pamphlet, or other curiosity of minor value, as well to avoid imputation on my motives of action, as to shut out. If people let government decide what foods they eat and what medicines they take, their bodies will soon be in as sorry a state as are the souls of those who live under tyranny. If Americans ever allow banks to control the issue of their currency, first by inflation and then by deflation, the banks will deprive the people of all property until their children will wake up homeless. He who receives ideas from me, receives instruction himself without lessening mine, as he who lights his taper at mine receives light without darkening me. To compel a man to subsidize with his taxes the propagation of ideas which he disbelieves and abhors is sinful and tyrannical. His person, you know, was fine, his stature exactly what one would wish, his deportment easy, erect and noble. History, by apprising men of the past, will enable them to judge of the future, it will avail them of the experience of other times and other nations. We must do our duty and convince the world that we are just friends and brave enemies. I think we are a more dangerous team with what we can do this season. It is neither wealth nor splendor, but tranquility and occupation which give happiness. It is neither wealth nor splendor, but tranquility and occupation which give happiness. It is, however, an evil for which there is no remedy. Our liberty depends on the freedom of the press, and that cannot be limited without being lost. Laws that forbid the carrying of arms, disarm only those who are neither inclined nor determined to commit crimes. Such laws make things worse for the assaulted and better for the assailants. They serve rather to encourage than to prevent homicides. For an unarmed man may be attacked with greater confidence than an armed man. It is amazing how much may be done if we are always doing. Peace, commerce, and honest friendship with all nations, entangling alliances with none. My views and feelings are in favor of the abolition of war, and I hope it is practicable, by improving the mind and morals of society, to lessen the disposition to war. But of its abolition I despair. My principle is to do whatever is right, and leave the consequences to him who has the disposal of them. My reading of history convinces me that most bad government results from too much government. It is error alone which needs the support of government. Truth can stand by itself. The advertisements are the most truthful part of a newspaper. Were we to be directed from Washington when to sow and when to reap, we should soon want bread. Traveling makes a man wiser, but less happy. We discover, in the Gospels, a groundwork of vulgar ignorance, of things impossible, of superstition, fanaticism and fabrication. When angry, count 10 before you speak, if very angry, 100. When angry, count 10 before you speak, if very angry, 100. The democracy will cease to exist when you take away from those who are willing to work and give to those who would not. When the people fear their government, there is tyranny. When the government fears the people, there is liberty. The execution of the laws is more important than the making them. Walking is the best possible exercise. Habituate yourself to walk very fast. Those who sacrifice freedom for safety deserve neither. Yet the hour of emancipation is advancing. This enterprise is for the young, for those who can follow it up, and bear it through to its consummation. It shall have all my prayers, and these are the only weapons of an old man. What signify a few lives lost in a century or two? The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. It is its natural manure. We are endeavoring, too, to reduce the government to the practice of a rigorous economy, to avoid burdening the people, and arming the magistrate with patronage of money, which might be used to corrupt and undermine the principles of our government. The good sense of the people will always be found to be the best army. We seldom report of having eaten too little. To myself, personally, it brings nothing but increasing drudgery and daily loss of friends. There is also an artificial aristocracy founded on wealth and birth, without either virtue or talents, for with these it would belong to the first class. We in America do not have government by the majority. We have government by the majority who participate. Believing that happiness of mankind is best promoted by the useful pursuits of peace, that on these alone a stable prosperity can be founded, that the evils of war are great in their endurance, and have a long reckoning for ages to come, I have used. Another means of silently lessening the inequality of property is to exempt all from taxation below a certain point, and to tax the higher portions of property in geometric progression as they rise. The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time, with the blood of patriots and tyrants. It is its natural manure. I see students all over and around the building. It looks nothing like a school. It looks like a country club. I sincerely believe that banking institutions are more dangerous to our liberties than standing armies. The issuing powers should be taken from the banks and restored to the people to whom it properly belongs. I served with General Washington in the legislature of Virginia, and, with Dr. Franklin in Congress. I never heard either of them speak 10 minutes at a time, nor to any but the main point. The selfish spirit of commerce knows no country, and feels no passion of principle but that of gain. The strongest reason for the people to retain the right to bear arms is, as a last resort, to protect themselves against tyranny in government. The summum bonum with me is now truly Epicurean, ease of body and tranquility of mind, and to these I wish to consign my remaining days. Question with boldness even the existence of God, because, if there be one, he must more approve of the homage of reason than that of blindfolded fear. Pride costs more than hunger, thirst and cold. Offices are as acceptable here as elsewhere, and whenever a man has cast a longing eye on them, a rottenness begins in his conduct. Of liberty I would say that, in the whole plenitude of its extent, it is unobstructed action according to our will. But rightful liberty is unobstructed action according to our will within limits drawn around us by the equal rights of others. I do not add, within the limits of the law, because law is often but the tyrant's will, and always so when it violates the right of an individual. The most valuable of all talents is never using two words when one will do. The most truthful part of a newspaper is the advertisements. Sound principles will not justify our taxing the industry of our fellow citizens to accumulate treasure for wars to happen we know not when, and which might not perhaps happen but from the temptations offered by that treasure. Defamation is becoming a necessity of life, inasmuch as a dish of tea in the morning or evening cannot be digested without this stimulant. A republican government is slow to move, yet when once in motion, its momentum becomes irresistible. Banking establishments are more dangerous than standing armies. They, preachers, dread the advance of science as witches do the approach of daylight and scowl on the fatal harbinger announcing the subversions of the duperies on which they live. A strict observance of the written laws is doubtless one of the high virtues of a good citizen, but it is not the highest. The laws of necessity, of self-preservation, of saving our country when in danger, are of higher obligation. A Bill of Rights is what the people are entitled to against every government on earth, general or particular, and what no just government should refuse, or rest on inferences. Academics commit their pupils to the theater of the world, with just taste enough of learning to be alienated from industrial pursuits, and not enough to do service in the ranks of science. It is strangely absurd to suppose that 1,000,000 human beings, collected together, are not under the same moral laws which bind each of them separately. It is part of the American character to consider nothing as desperate, to surmount every difficulty by resolution and contrivance. It is part of the American character to consider nothing as desperate, to surmount every difficulty by resolution and contrivance. It is unfortunate for our peace, that unmerited abuse wounds, while unmerited praise has not the power to heal. I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just, that it may become probable by supernatural interference. The Almighty has no attribute which can take side with us in such a contest. It is the trade of lawyers to question everything, yield nothing, and talk by the hour. The best principles of our republic secure to all its citizens a perfect equality of rights. The beauty of the Second Amendment is that it will not be needed until they try to take it. Take not from the mouth of labor the bread it has earned. No nation is drunken where wine is cheap, and none sober, where the dearness of wine substitutes ardent spirits as the common beverage. It is, in truth, the only antidote to the bane of whiskey. Nothing gives a person so much advantage over another as to remain always cool and unruffled under all circumstances. The two principles on which our conduct towards the Indians should be founded, are justice and fear. After the injuries we have done them, they cannot love us. I join you, therefore, in sincere congratulations that this den of the priesthood is at length broken up, and that a Protestant popedom is no longer to disgrace the American history and character. I hope we shall take warning from the example of England and crush in its birth the aristocracy of our moneyed corporations which dare already to challenge our government to trial, and bid defiance to the laws of our country. Indeed, I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just. In matters of principles, stand like a rock; in matters of taste, swim with the current. I may grow rich by an art I am compelled to follow, I may recover health by medicines I am compelled to take against my own judgment, but I cannot be saved by a worship I disbelieve and abhor. If there be one principle more deeply rooted than any other in the mind of every American, it is that we should have nothing to do with conquest. If there be any among us who would wish to dissolve this Union or to change its republican form, let them stand undisturbed as monuments to the safety with which era of Opinion may be tolerated where reason is left free to combat it. If we believe that He, Jesus Christ, really countenanced the follies, the falsehoods, and the charlatanisms, which His biographers father upon Him, and admit the misconstructions, interpolations, and theorizations of the fathers of the early Enda. I know of no safe repository of the ultimate power of society but the people. And if we think them not enlightened enough, the remedy is not to take power from them, but to inform them by education. I have the consolation to reflect that during the period of my administration not a drop of the blood of a single fellow citizen was shed by the sword of war or of the law. I have sworn upon the altar of God eternal hostility against every form of tyranny over the mind of man. I hope our wisdom will grow with our power, and teach us that the less we use our power the greater it will be. I have recently been examining all the known superstitions of the world, and do not find in our particular superstition, Christianity, one redeeming feature. They are all alike founded on fables and mythology. I predict future happiness for Americans if they can prevent the government from wasting the labors of the people under the pretense of taking care of them. I never told my religion nor scrutinized that of another. I never attempted to make a convert nor wished to change another's creed. I have judged of others' religion by their lives. Can the liberties of a nation be thought secure when we have removed their only firm basis, a conviction in the minds of the people that these liberties are of the gift of God, that they are not to be violated but with His wrath? Honesty is the first chapter of the Book of Wisdom. I am of a sect by myself, as far as I know. How much pain worries have cost us that have never happened. Governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. Governments are republican only in proportion as they employ the will of the people and execute it. The man who fears no truth has nothing to fear from lies. The man that reads nothing is better educated than the man that reads nothing more than newspapers. The flames kindled on the 4th of July, 1776, have spread over too much of the globe to be extinguished by the feeble engines of despotism. On the contrary, they will consume these engines and all who work them. A government big enough to supply you with everything you need is a government big enough to take away everything that you have. The course of history shows that as the government grows, liberty decreases. Agriculture, manufactures, commerce and navigation, the four pillars of our prosperity, are the most thriving when left most free to individual enterprise. The freedom of the press is one of the great bulwarks of liberty, and can never be restrained but by a despotic government. The foundation on which all our constitutions are built is the natural equality of man. The care of human life and happiness and not their destruction is the first and only legitimate object of good government. The firmness with which the people have withstood the late abuses of the press, the discernment they have manifested between truth and falsehood, show that they may safely be trusted to hear everything true and false, and to form a correct judgment. The construction applied to those parts of the Constitution of the United States which delegate Congress a power, ought not to be construed as themselves to give unlimited powers, nor a part to be so taken as to destroy the whole residue of that instrument. A nation as a society forms a moral person, and every member of it is personally responsible for his society. The legitimate powers of government extend to such acts only as they are injurious to others. The loss of the Battle of Waterloo was the salvation of France. My views and feelings are in favor of the abolition of war, and I hope it is practicable, by improving the mind and morals of society, to lessen the disposition to war. But of its abolition I despair. Having seen the people of all other nations bowed down to the earth under the wars and prodigalities of their rulers, I have cherished their opposites, peace, economy, and riddance of public debt, believing that these were the high road to public as well as private prosperity and happiness. Certain teachings in the Bible are as diamonds in a dung heap. The rights to religious freedom are of the natural rights of mankind, and, if any act shall be passed to repeal an act granting those rights, or to narrow its operation, such act will be an infringement of natural right. I consider the government of the U.S. as interdicted by the Constitution from intermeddling with religious institutions, their doctrines, discipline, or exercises. The opinions of men are not the object of civil government, nor under its jurisdiction. That to suffer the civil magistrate to intrude his powers into the field of opinion and to restrain the profession or propagation of principles on supposition of their ill tendency is a dangerous fallacy, which at once destroys all religious liberty. Well aware that the opinions and belief of men depend not on their own will, but follow involuntarily the evidence proposed to their minds, that Almighty God hath created the mind free, and manifested his supreme will that free it shall remain by making it altogether insusceptible of restraint, that all attempts to influence it by temporal punishments, or burthens, or by civil incapacitations, tend only to beget habits of hypocrisy and meanness, and are a departure from the plan of the holy author of our religion. Calvin's religion was demonism. If ever man worshipped a false god, he did. The being described in his 5 points is a demon of malignant spirit. It would be more pardonable to believe in no God at all, than to blaspheme him by the atrocious attributes of Calvin. Among the sayings and discourses imputed to him, i.e. Jesus, by his biographers, I find many passages of fine imagination, correct morality, and of the most lovely benevolence, and others again of so much ignorance, so much absurdity, so much untruth, charlatanism, and imposture, as to pronounce it impossible that such contradictions should have proceeded from the same being. In our early struggles for liberty, religious freedom could not fail to become a primary object. We have solved, by fair experiment, the great and interesting question whether freedom of religion is compatible with order in government and obedience to the laws. And we have experienced the quiet as well as the comfort which results from leaving every one to profess freely and openly those principles of religion which are the inductions of his own reason and the serious convictions of his own inquiries. No religious reading, instruction or exercise shall be prescribed or practiced, in the elementary schools, inconsistent with the tenets of any religious sect or denomination. Ministers of the gospel are excluded from serving as visitors of the county elementary schools, to avoid jealousy from the other sects, were the public education committed to the ministers of a particular one, and with more reason than in the case of their exclusion from the legislative and executive functions. The advocate of religious freedom is to expect neither peace nor forgiveness from the clergy. Where the preamble declares that coercion is a departure from the plan of the holy author of our religion, an amendment was proposed by inserting Jesus Christ, so that it would read a departure from the plan of Jesus Christ, the holy author of our religion. The insertion was rejected by the great majority, in proof that they meant to comprehend, within the mantle of its protection, the Jew and the Gentile, the Christian and Mohammedan, the Hindu and infidel of every denomination. I had no idea, however, that in Pennsylvania, the cradle of toleration and freedom of religion, fanaticism, could have arisen to the height you describe. This must be owing to the growth of Presbyterianism. The blasphemy of the 5 points of Calvin, and the impossibility of defending them, render their advocates impatient of reasoning, irritable, and prone to denunciation. I have never conceived that having been in public life required me to belie my sentiments, or to conceal them. Opinion and the just maintenance of it shall never be a crime in my view, nor bring injury on the individual. I never will by any word or act, bow to the shrine of intolerance. I never had an opinion in politics or religion which I was afraid to own. A reserve on these subjects might have procured me more esteem from some people, but less from myself. The Christian religion is the best religion that has ever been given to man. History teaches the young the virtues of freedom. By apprising them of the past it will enable them to judge the future. The genius of architecture seems to have shed its maledictions over this land. Politics, like religion, hold up the torches of martyrdom to the reformers of error. State a moral case to a plowman and a professor. The former will decide it as well, and often better than the latter, because he has not been led astray by artificial rules. The ocean, like the air, is the common birthright of mankind. I find the pain of a little censure, even when it is unfounded, is more acute than the pleasure of much praise. I wish to see this beverage become common instead of the whiskey which kills some third of our citizens and ruins their families. They are nations of eternal war. All their energies are expended in the destruction of the labor, property, and lives of their people. I know of no safe depository of the ultimate power of the society but the people themselves. Wake up, dream, have the ambition to do the things you have always dreamed of, go farther than any man has ever been before, go as far as it is possible for any man to go. What have you got to lose? Nothing can stop the man with the right mental attitude from achieving his goal, nothing on earth can help the man with the wrong mental attitude. Victory and defeat are each of the same price. The qualifications for self-government in society are not innate. They are the result of habit and long training. The petition of Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, Chapman Johnson, Joseph C. Cabell, James Breckinridge, John Hartwell Cocke, and Robert Taylor, the rector and visitors of the University of Virginia, respectfully representeth that the value of science to a republican people, the security it. What is wanting to restore us to our station among our confederates? Not more money from the people. Enough has been raised by them, and appropriated to this very object. It is that it should be employed understandingly, and for their greatest good. That good requires that, while they are among the values of classical learning, I estimate the luxury of reading the Greek-Roman authors in all the beauties of their originals. I think myself more indebted to my father for this, than for all the other luxuries his cares and affections have placed within my reach. Female education has occupied my attention so far only as the education of my own daughters. I thought it essential to give them a solid education which might enable them, when become mothers, to educate their own daughters, and even to direct the course for sons, should their fathers be. Drawing is an innocent, engaging amusement, often useful, and a qualification not to be neglected in one who is to become a mother and instructor. A system of general instruction, which shall reach every description of our citizens, from the richest to the poorest, as it was the earliest, so will it be the latest, of all the public concerns in which I shall permit myself to take an interest. This last establishment will probably be within a mile of Charlottesville, and 4 from Monticello. If the system should be adopted at all by our legislature, who meet within a week from this time. My hopes, however, are kept in check by the ordinary character of our state legislatures, the members. This interesting subject, which, if the condition of man is to be progressively ameliorated, as we fondly hope and believe, is to be the chief instrument in effecting it. For the present we may group the sciences into professorships as follows, subject however to be changed according to the qualifications of the persons we may be able to engage. No one more sincerely wishes the spread of information among mankind than I do, and none has greater confidence in its effect toward supporting free good government. I endeavor to keep their attention fixed on the main objects of all science, the freedom happiness of man. The boys of the rising generation are to be the men of the next, and the sole guardians of the principles we deliver over to them. In the spring he will attend your botanical course. His natural turn is very strongly to the objects of your 2 courses of lectures, and I hope you will have reason to be contented with his capacity character. We defer therefore till this time 12-month to avail ourselves of the instruction of that place, and particularly of your kindness in the 2 branches of botany and natural history to which we wish him particularly to apply. The field of knowledge is the common property of all mankind. The study of the law is useful in a variety of points of view. It qualifies a man to be useful to himself, to his neighbors, to the public. Traveling. When men of sober age travel, they gather knowledge which they may apply usefully for their country. Music, drawing, books, invention exercise will be so many resources to you against ennui. Ours are the only farmers who can read Homer. Besides the comfort of knowledge, every science is auxiliary to every other. Preach, my dear sir, a crusade against ignorance, establish and prove the law for educating the common people. I think by far the most important bill in our whole code is that for the diffusion of knowledge among the people. No other sure foundation can be devised for the preservation of freedom and happiness. What are the objects of an useful American education? Classical knowledge, modern languages chiefly French, Spanish, Italian, mathematics, natural philosophy, natural history, civil history, ethics. Life is of no value but as it brings gratifications. Among the most valuable of these is rational society. It informs the mind, sweetens the temper, cheers our spirits, and promotes health. With respect to the distribution of your time, the following is what I should approve. From 8 to 10 o'clock practice music. From 10 to 1. Dance one day, draw another. From 1 to 2. Draw on the day you dance, and write a letter next day. From 3 to 4. Read French. From 4 to 5. Exercise. Books may be classed from the faculties of the mind. Well, Page, I do wish the devil had old Cook, for I am sure I never was so tired of an old dull scoundrel in my life. But the old fellows say we must read to gain knowledge, and gain knowledge to make us happy and be admired. Mere jargon. Is there any such thing as happiness in this world? No. The earth is given as a common for men to labor and live in. A single good government is a blessing to the whole earth. Never buy what you do not want, because it is cheap, it will be dear to you. We prefer war in all cases to tribute under any form and to any people whatever. If ever there was a holy war, it was that which saved our liberties and gave us independence. The sentiments of men are known not only by what they receive, but what they reject also. The only security of all is in a free press. The force of public opinion cannot be resisted when permitted freely to be expressed. The agitation it produces must be submitted to. It is necessary, to keep ye waters pure. Emigrants will bring with them the principles of the governments they leave, imbibed in their early youth, or, if able to throw off, it will be in exchange for an unbounded licentiousness, passing, as is usual, from one extreme to another. It would be a miracle were they to stop precisely at the point of temperate liberty. I should prefer swallowing one incomprehensibility rather than two. It requires one effort only to admit the single incomprehensibility of matter endowed with thought, and two to believe, first that of an existence called spirit, of which we have neither evidence nor idea, and then secondly how that spirit, which has neither extension nor solidity, can put material organs into motion. That the enthusiasm which characterizes youth should lift its parasite hands against freedom and science would be such a monstrous phenomenon as I cannot place among possible things in this age and country. Congress has not unlimited powers to provide for the general welfare, but only those specifically enumerated. I have ever judged of the religion of others by their lives. For it is in our lives, and not from our works, that our religion must be read. Political interest can never be separated in the long run from moral right. To every obstacle oppose patience, perseverance, and soothing language. A departure from principle in one instance becomes a precedent for a second, that second for a third, and so on, till the bulk of the society is reduced to be mere automatons of misery, to have no sensibilities left but for sin and suffering. The selfish spirit of commerce, which knows no country, and feels no passion or principle but that of gain. No nation is drunken where wine is cheap. A lively and lasting sense of filial duty is more effectually impressed on the mind of a son or daughter by reading King Lear, than by all the dry volumes of ethics. and divinity that ever were written. The happiest moments my heart knows are those in which it is pouring forth its affections to a few esteemed characters. I find friendship to be like wine, raw when new, ripened with age, the true old man's milk and restorative cordial. The moral sense, or conscience, is as much part of a man as his leg or arm. It is given to all in a stronger or weaker degree. It may be strengthened by exercise. But under the beaming, constant and almost vertical sun of Virginia, shade is our Elysium. In the absence of this no beauty of the eye can be enjoyed. To make us one nation as to foreign concerns, and keep us distinct in domestic ones gives the outline of the proper division of powers between the general, national, and particular, state, governments. I set out on this ground which I suppose to be self-evident, that the earth belongs in usufruct to the living. We seem not to perceive that, by the law of nature, one generation is to another as one independent nation is to another. The earth belongs always to the living generations. The Christian God is a being of terrific character, cruel, vindictive, capricious and unjust. On the dogmas of religion, as distinguished from moral principles, all mankind, from the beginning of the world to this day, have been quarreling, fighting, burning and torturing one another, for abstractions unintelligible to themselves and to all others, and absolutely beyond the comprehension of the human mind. The people are the ultimate guardians of their own liberties. In every government on earth is some trace of human weakness, some germ of corruption and degeneracy. Every government degenerates when trusted to the rulers of the people alone. We often repent of what we have said, but never, never, of that which we have not. Man is fed with fables through life, and leaves it in the belief he knows something of what has been passing, when in truth he knows nothing but what has passed under his own eyes. Perfect happiness, I believe, was never intended by the Deity to be the lot of one of his creatures in this world, but that he has very much put in our power. The nearness of our approaches to it is what I have steadfastly believed. Laws provide against injury from others, but not from ourselves. In a government bottomed on the will of all, the liberty of every individual citizen becomes interesting to all. I steer my bark with hope in the head, leaving fear astern. My hopes indeed sometimes fail, but not oftener than the forebodings of the gloomy. The happiness of the domestic fireside is the first boon of heaven, and it is well it is so, since it is that which is the lot of the mass of mankind. The ordinary affairs of a nation offer little difficulty to a person of any experience. But every difference of opinion is not a difference of principle. No man will ever bring out of that office the reputation which carries him into it. The honeymoon would be as short in that case as in any other, and its moments of ecstasy would be ransomed by years of torment and hatred. Peace, that glorious moment in time when everyone stops and reloads. Our bills shall not be killed. Our people shall be free. No people can be both ignorant and free. Neither pagan nor Mohammedan nor Jew ought to be excluded from the civil rights of the Commonwealth because of his religion. Quoting John Locke's argument. When the subject is strong, simplicity is the only way to treat it. I have examined all of the known superstitions of the world and I do not find our superstitions of Christianity one redeeming feature. They are all founded on fables and mythology. Christianity has made one half of the world fools and the other half hypocrites. Equal and exact justice to all men, of whatever state or persuasion. If the book be false in its facts, disprove them; if false in its reasoning, refute it. But, for God's sake, let us freely hear both sides, if we choose. I may grow rich by an art I am compelled to follow, I may recover health by medicines I am compelled to take against my own judgment. But I cannot be saved by a worship I disbelieve and abhor. So inscrutable is the arrangement of causes and consequences in this world, that a twopenny duty on tea, unjustly imposed in a sequestered part of it, changes the condition of all its inhabitants. Without books, I would certainly die. I am for freedom of religion, and against all maneuvers to bring about a legal ascendancy of one sect over another. All religious sects dread the advance of science as witches do the approach of daylight, and scowl on the fatal harbinger announcing the subversion of the duperies in which they live. And for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes and our sacred honor. Our country is too large to have all its affairs directed by a single government. Public servants at such a distance, and from under the eye of their constituents, must, from the circumstance of distance, be unable to administer and overlook all the details necessary for the good government of the citizens, and the same circumstance, by rendering detection impossible to their constituents, will invite public agents to corruption, plunder and waste. We are all Federalists and we are all Republicans. Resolved, that it would be a dangerous delusion were a confidence in the men of our choice to silence our fears for the safety of our rights. That confidence is everywhere the parent of despotism. Free government is founded in jealousy, and not in confidence. I am increasingly persuaded that the earth belongs exclusively to the living and that one generation has no more right to bind another to its laws and judgments than one independent nation has the right to command another. Every day is lost in which we do not learn something useful. Man has no nobler or more valuable possession than time. He who permits himself to tell a lie once, finds it much easier to do it the second time. A strict observance of the written laws is doubtless one of the highest virtues of a good citizen, but it is not the highest. The laws of necessity, of self-preservation, of saving our country when in danger, are of higher obligation. To lose our country by a scrupulous adherence to written law would be to lose the law itself, with life, liberty, property and all those who are enjoying them with us, thus absurdly sacrificing the end to the means. Whatever enables us to go to war, secures our peace. A great deal of love given to a few is better than a little to many. Thomas Jefferson asked himself, in what country on earth would you rather live? He first answered, certainly in my own, where are all my friends, my relations, and the earliest and sweetest affections and recollections of my life. But he continued, which would be your second choice? His answer, France. I am a sect by myself, as far as I know. If by religion we are to understand sectarian dogmas, in which no two of them agree, then your exclamation on that hypothesis is just, that this would be the best of worlds if there were no religion in it. Never trust a man who won't accept that there is more than one way to spell a word paraphrased. Do not be too severe upon the errors of the people, but reclaim them by enlightening them. As new discoveries are made, new truths discovered and manners and opinions change with the change of circumstances, institutions must advance also to keep pace with the times. The greatest service which can be rendered any country is to add a useful plant to its culture. The fruit hunters. The genuine and simple religion of Jesus will one day be restored, such as it was preached and practiced by himself. The opinions and beliefs of men follow involuntarily the evidence proposed to their minds. Not to find out new principles, or new arguments, never before thought of, but to place before mankind the common sense of the subject, in terms so plain and firm as to command their assent, and to justify ourselves in the independent stand we are compelled to take. We believe no more in Bonaparte's fighting merely for the liberties of the seas than in Great Britain's fighting for the liberties of mankind. The object is the same, to draw to themselves the power, the wealth, and the resources of other nations. Health, learning, and virtue will ensure your happiness. They will give you a quiet conscience, private esteem, and public honor. I wish I was a despot that I might save the noble, the beautiful trees that are daily falling sacrifice to the cupidity of their owners, or the necessity of the poor. The unnecessary felling of a tree, perhaps the growth of centuries, seems to me a crime little short of murder. In war, they will kill some of us, we shall destroy all of them. I never told my own religion nor scrutinized that of another. I never attempted to make a convert, nor wished to change another's creed. I am satisfied that yours must be an excellent religion to have produced a life of such exemplary virtue and correctness. For it is in our lives, and not from our words, that our religion must be judged. No man will ever carry out of the presidency the reputation which carried him into it. The states should be urged to concede to the general government, with a saving of chartered rights, the exclusive power of establishing banks of discount for paper. I deplore with you the putrid state into which our newspapers have passed, and the malignity, the vulgarity, and mendacious spirit of those who write for them. This has in a great degree been produced by the violence and malignity of party spirit. The happiness of society depends so much on preventing party spirit from infecting the common intercourse of life, that nothing should be spared to harmonize and amalgamate the two parties in social circles. An hereditary aristocracy will change the form of our governments from the best to the worst in the world. There is no king, who, with sufficient force, is not always ready to make himself absolute. Let us save what remains, not by vaults and locks which fence them from the public eye and use in consigning them to the waste of time, but by such a multiplication of copies, as shall place them beyond the reach of accident. Let the eye of vigilance never be closed. Never use one word when two will do. Courts love the people always, as wolves do the sheep. No country and no people can be free and ignorant at the same time. Earnestly recommended to all officers and soldiers, diligently to attend divine services. Self-love is the sole antagonist of virtue, leading us constantly by our propensities to self-gratification in violation of our moral duties to others. Money, not morality, constitutes the principle of commercial nations. I considered the British as our natural enemies, and as the only nation on earth who wished us ill from the bottom of their souls. And I am satisfied that were our continent to be swallowed up by the ocean, Great Britain would be in a bonfire from one end to the other. The expedition of Messrs. Lewis Clark for exploring the river Missouri, the best communication from that to the Pacific Ocean, has had all the success which could have been expected. I am a real Christian, that is to say, a disciple of the doctrines of Jesus. I have little doubt that our whole country will soon be rallied to the unity of our Creator. The best defense of democracy is an informed electorate. It is impossible, I say, for the human mind not to believe that there is in all this design, cause, and effect up to an ultimate cause, a fabricator of all things, from matter and motion their preserver and regulator while permitted to exist in their present forms, and their regenerator into new and other forms. There is preparing, I hope, under the auspices of heaven, a way for a total emancipation. An industrious farmer occupies a more dignified place in the scale of beings than a lazy lounger, too proud to work, and drawing out a miserable existence by eating on that surplus of other men's labor. Truth can stand by itself, if there be but one right, religion, and Christianity, that one. We should wish to see the 999 wandering sects gathered into the fold of truth. I shall need, too, the favor of that being in whose hands we are, who led our fathers, as Israel of old, from their native land and planted them in a country flowing with all the necessaries of comforts of life. The variety of opinions leads to questions. Questions lead to truth. Nothing can now be believed which is seen in a newspaper. Slavery is an abomination and must be loudly proclaimed as such, but I own that I nor any other man has any immediate solution to the problem. A superintending power to maintain the universe in its course and order. What an augmentation of the field for jobbing, speculating, plundering, office building and office hunting would be produced by an assumption of all the state powers into the hands of the general government. The federal government is our servant, not our master. I have done for my country and for all mankind, all that I could do, and I now resign my soul, without fear, to my God, my daughter to my country. In the legislature, the House of Representatives is chosen by less than half the people, and not at all in proportion to those who do choose. The Senate are still more disproportionate, and for long terms of irresponsibility. In the executive, the governor is entirely independent of the choice of the people, and of their control, his council equally so, and at best but a fifth wheel to a wagon. In the judiciary, the judges of the highest courts are dependent on none but themselves. Societies exist under three forms sufficiently distinguishable. 1. Without government, as among our Indians. 2. Under governments wherein the will of every one has a just influence, as is the case in England in a slight degree, and in our states, in a great one. 3. Under governments of force, as is the case in all other monarchies and in most of the other republics. To have an idea of the curse of existence under these last, they must be seen. It is a government of wolves over sheep. I have nothing but contempt for anyone who can spell a word in only one way. Every gentleman plays billiards, but someone who plays billiards too well is no gentleman. Health is value greater than studying. If science produces no better fruits than tyranny, I would rather wish our country to be ignorant, honest and estimable as our neighboring savages are. I believe in good luck, and the harder I work and the more I believe in myself, the luckier I get. My pillar of support through life. I can say conscientiously that I do not know in the world a man of purer integrity, more dispassionate, disinterested, and devoted to genuine republicanism, nor could I in the whole scope of America and Europe point out an abler head. Many are the exercises of power reserved to the states wherein a uniformity of proceeding would be advantageous to all. Such are quarantines, health laws, regulations of the press, banking institutions, training militia, etc., etc. By the operations of public improvement, new channels of communication will be opened between the states, the lines of separation will disappear, their interests will be identified, and their union cemented by new and indissoluble ties. The interests of the states ought to be made joint in every possible instance in order to cultivate the idea of our being one nation, and to multiply the instances in which the people shall look up to Congress as their head. We are destined to be a barrier against the return of ignorance and barbarism. Old Europe will have to lean on our shoulders, and to hobble along by our side, under the monkish trammels of priests and kings, as she can. What a colossus shall we be when the southern continent comes up to our mark? What a stand will it seem as a ralliance for the reason and freedom of the globe? If the happiness of the mass of mankind can be secured at the expense of a little tempest now and then, or even of a little blood, it will be a precious purchase. Where every man is participator in the government of affairs, not merely at an election one day in the year but every day, he will let the heart be torn out of his body sooner than his power be wrested from him by a Caesar or a Bonaparte. We need a revolution every 20 years just to keep government honest. When the people are afraid of the government, that's tyranny. But when the government is afraid of the people, that's liberty. Question boldly even the existence of God. The power of declaring war being with the legislature, the executive should do nothing necessarily committing them to decide for war in preference of non-intercourse, which will be preferred by a great many. If you have any duty which must be done, and it seems disagreeable, do it promptly and have it over. A true patriot will defend his country from its government. Although we are free by the law, we are not so in practice. The happiest hours of my life have been spent in the flow of affection among friends. The President is bound to stop at the limits prescribed by our Constitution and law to the authorities in his hands, and this would apply in an occasion of peace as well as war. It is important to strengthen the state governments, and as this cannot be done by any change in the federal Constitution, for the preservation of that is all we need contend. For, it must be done by the states themselves, erecting such barriers at the constitutional line as cannot be surmounted either by themselves or by the general government. The only barrier in their power is a wise government. A weak one will lose ground in every contest. The precepts of philosophy and of the Hebrew code laid hold of actions only. Jesus pushed his scrutinies into the heart of man, erected his tribunal in the regions of his thoughts, and purified the waters at the fountain-head. The smell rewards the care. The doctrines of Jesus are simple and tend all to the happiness of man, that there is only one God and God is perfect. That God and man are one. That to love God with all your heart, and your neighbor as yourself, is the sum of religion. These are the great points on which I endeavor to reform and live my life. Our minds and hearts are free to believe everything or nothing at all, and it is our duty to protect and perpetuate this sacred culture of freedom. I am a Christian in the only sense in which he wished anyone to be, sincerely attached to his doctrines in preference to all others. One generation cannot bind another. The price of barbecue is eternal vigilance. I feel much alarmed at the prospect of seeing General Jackson president. He is the most unfit man I know for such a place. When, in short, we shall have unlearned everything which has been taught since his, Jesus, day, and got back to the pure and simple doctrines he inculcated, we shall then be truly and worthily his disciples, and my opinion is that if nothing had ever been added to what flowed purely from his lips, the whole world would at this day have been Christian. I extremely believe in luck, and I discovered more hard work, your luck as much. Shake off all the fears and servile prejudices, under which weak minds are servilely crouched. Fix reason firmly in the seat, and call to her tribunal every fact, every opinion. Question with boldness even the existence of God, because if there be one, he must approve of the homage of reason rather than that of blindfolded fear. Your own reason is the only oracle given you by heaven, and you are answerable not for the rightness, but the uprightness of the decision. The parent storms, the child looks on, catches the lineaments of wrath, puts on the same airs in the circle of smaller slaves, gives a loose to the worst of passions, and thus nursed, educated and daily exercised in tyranny, cannot but be stamped by it with odious peculiarities. An acre of the best ground for hemp is to be selected and sown in hemp and be kept for a permanent hemp patch. We figure great careers aren't made. They're experienced. People are strange when you are a stranger. Faces come out in the rain when you're strange. A nation's best defense is an educated citizenry. Dependence begets subservience and paves the way for tyranny. The Declaration of Rights, Bill of Rights, is, like all other human blessings, alloyed with some inconveniences and not accomplishing fully its object. But the good in this instance vastly outweighs the evil. Revenue on the consumption of foreign articles is paid cheerfully by those who can afford to add foreign luxuries to domestic comforts. Taxation is, in fact, the most difficult function of government and that against which their citizens are most apt to be refractory. Many of the opposition to the new federal constitution wish to take from Congress the power of internal taxation. Calculation has convinced me that this would be very mischievous. How to check these unconstitutional invasions of rights by the federal judiciary? Not by impeachment in the first instance, but by a strong protestation of both houses of Congress that such and such doctrines advanced by the Supreme Court are contrary to the Constitution, and if afterwards they relapse into the same heresies, impeach and set the whole adrift. For what was the government divided into 3 branches, but that each should watch over the others and oppose their usurpations? Walking is the best possible exercise. Habituate yourself to walk very far. The Europeans value themselves on having subdued the horse to the uses of man, but I doubt whether we have not lost more than we have gained, by the use of this animal. The wisdom of our ages and the blood of our heroes has been devoted to the attainment of trial by jury. It should be the creed of our political faith. For an unarmed man may be attacked with greater confidence than an armed man. It is better to have no ideas than false ones. Big banks are more dangerous than standing armies, and the practice of borrowing and spending money to be paid back by the next generation is stealing from their future. Ambition is a tricky little animal to tame. It is very skillful at concealing itself from its master. Religion, morality, and knowledge are necessary for good government. Therefore schools and the means of educating the people should always be encouraged. The opinions of men should not be the object of any government. Our civil rights are no more dependent on our religious beliefs than they are dependent upon our thoughts about geometry or physics. No government should be without critics. If its intentions are good, then it has nothing to fear from criticism. Every experience deeply felt in life needs to be passed along. Whether it be through words and music, chiseled in stone, painted with a brush, or sewn with a needle, it is a way of reaching for immortality. The religion builders have so distorted and deformed the doctrines of Jesus, so muffled them in mysticism, fancies, and falsehoods. I do verily believe that a single, consolidated government would become the most corrupt government on the earth. A man's management of his own purse speaks volumes about character. The states should be watchful to note every material usurpation on their rights, to denounce them as they occur in the most peremptory terms, to protest against them as wrongs to which our present submission shall be considered, not as acknowledgments or precedents of rights, but as a temporary yielding to the lesser evil, until their accumulation shall overweigh that of separation. The present generation has the same right of self-government which the past one has exercised for itself. My principles, and those always received by the Republicans, do not admit to removing any person from office merely for a difference of political opinion. Malversations in office, and the exerting of official influence to control the freedom of election are good causes for removal. Debt and revolution are inseparable as cause and effect. We may say with truth and meaning, that governments are more or less republican, as they have more or less of the element of popular election and control in their composition, and believing as I do, that the mass of the citizens is the safest depository of their own rights, and especially that the evils flowing from the duperies of the people are less injurious than those from the egoism of their agents, I am a friend to that composition of government which has in it the most of this ingredient. It is a misnomer to call a government republican in which a branch of the supreme power is independent of the nation. The spirit of 1776 is not dead. It had only been slumbering. The body of the American people is substantially Republican. My most earnest wish is to see the Republican element of popular control pushed to the maximum of its practicable exercise. I shall then believe that our government may be pure and perpetual. The further the departure from direct and constant control by the citizens, the less has the government of the ingredient of republicanism. I am persuaded myself that the good sense of the people will always be found to be the best army. They may be led astray for a moment, but will soon correct themselves. The people are the only censors of their governors, and even their errors will tend to keep these to the true principles of their institution. The influence over government must be shared among all the people. If every individual which composes their mass participates of the ultimate authority, the government will be safe, because the corrupting of the whole mass will exceed any private resources of wealth, and public ones cannot be provided but by levies on the people. In this case every man would have to pay his own price. The people are not always well informed, but it is better that they have misconceptions that make them restless than that they be lethargic, for lethargy in the people means death for republics. Perfection in wisdom, as well as in integrity, is neither required or expected in these agents, public servants. It belongs not to man. The wise know too well their weaknesses to assume infallibility, and he who knows most, knows best how little he knows. If I could not go to heaven with but a party, I would not go there at all. Therefore, I am not of the party of Federalists. But I am much further from that of the anti-Federalists. I love to see honest and honorable men at the helm, men who will not bend their politics to their purses, nor pursue measures by which they may profit, and then profit by their measures. The best remedy I can devise would be to give future commissions to federal judges for 6 years with a reappointability by the President with the approbation of both houses. If this would not be independence enough, I know not what would be. The Constitution has erected no such single tribunal, knowing that to whatever hands confided, with the corruptions of time and party, its members would become despots. It has been thought that the people are not competent electors of judges learned in the law. But I do not know this to be true, and, if doubtful, we should follow principle. Our ancient laws expressly declare that those who are but delegates themselves shall not delegate to others powers which require judgment and integrity in their exercise. I believe we may lessen the danger of buying and selling votes, by making the number of voters too great for any means of purchase. I may further say that I have not observed men's honesty to increase with their riches. A generation may bind itself as long as its majority continues in life. When that has disappeared, another majority is in place, holds all the rights and powers their predecessors once held, and may change their laws and institutions to suit themselves. Nothing then is unchangeable but the inherent and inalienable rights of man. The functionaries of public power rarely strengthen in their dispositions to abridge it, and an unorganized call for timely amendment is not likely to prevail against an organized opposition to it. We are always told that things are going on well, why change them? Ci sta bene, no si muove, said the Italian, let him who stands well, stand still. This is true, and I verily believe they would go on well with us under an absolute monarch, while our present character remains, of order, industry and love of peace, and restrained as he would be, by the proper spirit of the people. I am sorry they began their deliberations by so abominable a precedent as that of tying up the tongues of their members. Nothing can justify this example but the innocence of their intentions and ignorance of the value of public discussions. I have no doubt that all their other measures will be good and wise. It is really an assembly of demagogues. Can one generation bind another, and all others, in succession forever? I think not. The Creator has made the earth for the living, not the dead. Rights and powers can only belong to persons, not to things, not to mere matter endowed with will. Nothing is unchangeable but the inherent and unalienable rights of man. When two parties make a compact, there results to each a power of compelling the other to execute it. Should look forward to a time, and that not a distant one, when corruption in this, as in the country from which we derive our origin, will have seized the heads of government, and be spread by them through the body of the people, when they will purchase the voices of the people, and make them pay the price. My general plan would be to make the states one as to everything connected with foreign nations and several as to everything purely domestic. I will now add what I do not like. First, the omission of a Bill of Rights providing clearly and without the aid of sophisms for freedom of religion, freedom of the press, protection against standing armies, restriction against monopolies, the eternal and unremitting force of the habeas corpus laws, and trials by jury in all matters of fact triable by the laws of the land and not by the law of nations. There are two amendments only which I am anxious for. 1. A Bill of Rights, which it is so much the interest of all to have that I conceive it must be yielded. 2. The restoring of the principle of necessary rotation, particularly to the Senate and Presidency, but most of all to the last. We think, in America, that it is necessary to introduce the people into every department of government, as far as they are capable of exercising it, and that this is the only way to ensure a long-continued and honest administration of its powers. While the principles of our Constitution give just latitude to inquiry, every citizen faithful to it will deem embodied expressions of discontent and open outrages of law and patriotism as dishonorable as they are injurious. The following, addition to the Bill of Rights, would have pleased me: the people shall not be deprived or abridged of their right to speak, to write, or otherwise to publish anything but false facts affecting injuriously the life, liberty or reputation of others, or affecting the peace of the United States, with foreign nations. I do not like, in the new federal Constitution, the omission of a Bill of Rights providing clearly and without the aid of sophisms for protection against standing armies. It is a melancholy truth that a suppression of the press could not more completely deprive the nation of its benefits than is done by its abandoned prostitution to falsehood. Some men look at constitutions with sanctimonious reverence, and deem them, like the Ark of the Covenant, too sacred to be touched. They ascribe to the men of the preceding age a wisdom more than human, and suppose what they did to be beyond amendment. I knew that age well, I belonged to and labored with it. It deserved well of its country. It was very like the present, but without the experience of the present, and 40 years of experience in government is worth a century of book reading. And this they would say themselves, were they to rise from the dead. Stock dealers and banking companies, by the aid of a paper system, are enriching themselves to the ruin of our country, and swaying the government by their possession of the printing presses, which their wealth commands, and by any other means, not always honorable to the character of our countrymen. The only thing a man can take beyond this lifetime is his ethics. Ignorance is a poor tool in a battle of wits. In the environment, every victory is temporary, every defeat permanent. Your sect, the Jews, by its sufferings has furnished a remarkable proof of the universal point of religious insolence, inherent in every sect, disclaimed by all while feeble and practiced by all when in power. Our laws have applied the only antidote to this vice, protecting our religions, as they do our civil rights, by putting all on equal footing. But more remains to be done. Would the honest patriot, in the full tide of successful experiment, abandon a government which has so far kept us free and firm on the theoretic and visionary fear that this government, the world's best hope, may by possibility want energy to preserve itself? I trust not. While prudence will endeavor to avoid this issue of war, bravery will prepare to meet it. Were I to be the founder of a new sect, I would call them apiarians, and, after the example of the bee, advise them to extract the honey of every sect. My fundamental principle would be, that we are to be saved by our good works which are within our power, and not by our faith which is not within our power. We see the wisdom of Solon's remark, that no more good must be attempted than the nation can bear. We do, then, most solemnly before God and the world declare that regardless of every consequence, at the risk of every distress, the arms we have been compelled to assume we will use with perseverance, exerting to their utmost energies all those powers which our Creator hath given us to preserve that liberty which He committed to us in sacred deposit and to protect from every hostile hand our lives and our properties. We are the friends of liberty everywhere, but the guarantors of only our own. We are not immortal ourselves, my friend. How can we expect our enjoyments to be so? We have no rose without its thorn, no pleasure without alloy. It is the law of our existence, and we must acquiesce. Those who would trade safety for freedom deserve neither. The tender breasts of ladies were not formed for political convulsion. The religion of Jesus is founded in the unity of God, and this principle chiefly gave it triumph over the rabble of heathen gods then acknowledged. Thinking men of all nations rallied readily to the doctrine of one only God, and embraced it with the pure morals which Jesus inculcated. The greatest honor of a man is in doing good to his fellow men, not in destroying them. The fact is that one new idea leads to another, that to a third and so on through a course of time, until someone, with whom no one of these ideas was original, combines all together, and produces what is justly called a new invention. Required to be constantly recumbent, I write slowly and with difficulty. Weakened in body by infirmities and in mind by age, now far gone into my 83rd year, reading one newspaper only and forgetting immediately what I read. Our minds were circumscribed within narrow limits by an habitual belief that it was our duty to be subordinate to the mother country. Our fellow citizens think they have a right to full information, in a case of such great concernment to them. It is their sweat which is to earn all the expenses of the war, and their blood which is to flow in expiation of the causes of it. One imputation in particular has been repeated till it seems as if some at least believed it, that I am an enemy to commerce. They admit me a friend of agriculture, and suppose me an enemy to the only means of disposing of its produce. Not less than 2 hours a day should be devoted to exercise, and weather should be little regarded. A person not sick will not be injured by getting wet. It is but taking a cold bath, which never gives a cold to any one. Brute animals are the most healthy, and they are exposed to all weather, and of men, those are healthiest who are the most exposed. No man has greater confidence than I have in the spirit of the people, to a rational extent. Whatever they can, they will. Never throw off the best affections of nature in the moment when they become most precious to their object, nor fear to extend your hand to save another, lest you should sink yourself. Never did a prisoner, released from his chains, feel such relief as I shall on shaking off the shackles of power. Man feels that he is a participator in the government of affairs not merely at an election, one day in the year, but every day. Knowing that religion does not furnish grosser bigots than law, I expect little from old judges. In the Middle Ages of Christianity, opposition to the state opinions was hushed. The consequence was, Christianity became loaded with all the Romish follies. Nothing but free argument, raillery, even ridicule will preserve the purity of religion. In our own native land, in defense of the freedom that is our birthright and which we ever enjoyed till the late violation of it, for the protection of our property, acquired solely by the honest industry of our forefathers and ourselves, against violence actually offered, we have taken up arms. We shall lay them down when hostilities shall cease on the part of the aggressors, and all danger of their being renewed shall be removed, and not before. If our legislature does not heartily push our University of Virginia, we must send our children for education to Kentucky, Transylvania College, or Cambridge, Harvard College. The latter will return them to us as fanatics and Tories, the former will keep them to add to their population. I shall often go wrong through defect of judgment. When right, I shall often be thought wrong by those whose positions will not command a view of the whole ground. I ask your indulgence for my own errors, which will never be intentional, and your support against the errors of others, who may condemn what they would not have seen in all its parts. I have much confidence that we shall proceed successfully for ages to come. My hope of its duration is built much on the enlargement of the resources of life going hand in hand with the enlargement of territory. I have learned to expect that it will rarely fall to the lot of imperfect man to retire from this station with the reputation and the favor which bring him into it. I have given up newspapers in exchange for Tacitus and Thucydides, for Newton and Euclid, and I find myself much the happier. I feel a much greater interest in knowing what has passed 2,000 or 3,000 years ago, than in what is now passing. I read nothing, therefore, but of the heroes of Troy, of Pompey and Caesar, and of Augustus too. I am already sensible of decay in the power of walking, and find my memory not so faithful as it used to be. This may be partly owing to the incessant current of new matter flowing constantly through it, but I ascribe to years their share in it also. I advance with obedience to the work, ready to retire from it whenever you become sensible how much better choice it is in your power to make. Honesty and interest are as intimately connected in the public as in the private code of morality. For St. Paul only says that it is better to be married than to burn. Now I presume that if that apostle had known that Providence would at an after day be so kind to any particular set of people as to furnish them with other means of extinguishing their fire than those of matrimony, he would have earnestly recommended them to their practice. Error is to be pitied and pardoned, it is the weakness of human nature. But vice is a foul blemish, not pardonable in any character. A republic will avoid war unless the avoidance might create conditions that are worse than warfare itself. Sometimes, the dispositions of those who choose to make themselves our enemies leaves us no choice. A man has a right to use a saw, an axe, a plane, separately, may he not combine their uses on the same piece of wood? He has a right to use his knife to cut his meat, a fork to hold it, may a patentee take from him the right to combine their use on the same subject? Such a law, instead of enlarging our conveniences, as was intended, would most fearfully abridge them, and crowd us by monopolies out of the use of the things we have. I would rather have newspapers without a government than a government without newspapers. As government grows, freedom recedes. Ministers and merchants love nobody. That the several states who form that instrument, being sovereign and independent, have the unquestionable right to judge of its infraction, and that a nullification, by those sovereignties, of all unauthorized acts done under color of that instrument, is the rightful remedy. In regard to Jesus believing himself inspired, this belief carried no more personal imputation than the belief of Socrates that he was under the care and admonition of a guardian demon. And how many of our wisest men still believe in the reality of these inspirations while perfectly sane on all other subjects? Malice will always find bad motives for good actions. Shall we therefore never do good? The Constitution has divided the powers of government into three branches, legislative, executive and judiciary, lodging each with a distinct magistracy. The legislative it has given completely to the Senate and House of Representatives. It has declared that the executive powers shall be vested in the President, submitting special articles of it to a negative by the Senate, and it has vested the judiciary power in the courts of justice, with certain exceptions also in favor of the Senate. The whole body of the nation is the sovereign legislative, judiciary, and executive power for itself. The inconvenience of meeting to exercise these powers in person, and their inaptitude to exercise them, induce them to appoint special organs to declare their legislative will, to judge and to execute it. It is the will of the nation which makes the law obligatory. Nothing can be believed but what one sees, or has from an eyewitness. No person shall be restrained of his liberty but by regular process from a court of justice, authorized by a general law, on complaint of an unlawful imprisonment to any judge whatsoever. He shall have the prisoner immediately brought before him and shall discharge him if his imprisonment be unlawful. The officer in whose custody the prisoner is shall obey the order of the judge, and both judge and officer shall be responsible civilly and criminally for a failure of duty herein. I am myself an empiric in natural philosophy, suffering my faith to go no further than my facts. I am pleased, however, to see the efforts of hypothetical speculation, because by the collisions of different hypotheses, truth may be elicited and science advanced in the end. Printers shall be liable to legal prosecution for printing and publishing false facts injurious to the party prosecuting, but they shall be under no other restraint. The evils of war are great in their endurance, and have a long reckoning for ages to come. We abhor the follies of war, and are not untried in its distresses and calamities. Unmeddling with the affairs of other nations, we had hoped that our distance and our dispositions would have left us free, in the example and indulgence of peace with all the world. I fancy it must be the quantity of animal food eaten by the English which renders their character insusceptible to civilization. I suspect it is in their kitchens and not in their churches that the Reformation must be worked. Bind them down by the chains of the Constitution where they can do no mischief. The most effective way to find ourselves enslaved will not be done openly. If weakened we will sink gradually. I ask, who are the militia? They consist of the whole people, except a few public officers. The idea of creating a national bank I do not concur in, because it seems now decided that Congress has not that power, although I sincerely wish they had it exclusively, and because I think there is already a vast redundancy rather than a scarcity of paper medium. Trial by jury is part of the bright constellation which leads to peace, liberty and safety. Trial by jury is part of that bright constellation which has gone before us and guided our steps through an age of revolution and reformation. Yet by such worthless beings is a great nation to be governed and even made to deify their old king because he is only a fool and a maniac, and to forgive and forget his having lost to them a great and flourishing empire. Hindsight is an exact science. Hold fast to your dreams, for if dreams die, life is a broken-winged bird that cannot fly. How much pain they have cost us, the evils which have never happened. Compulsion in religion is distinguished peculiarly from compulsion in every other thing. I cannot be saved by a worship I disbelieve and abhor. A little rebellion now and then is a good thing. Rebellion to tyrants is obedience to God. In order to flourish, the tree of liberty needs the blood of patriots and tyrants. Each generation has a right to choose for itself the form of government it believes most promotive of its happiness. Merchants have no country. To seek out the best persons to serve in the government, though the whole Union, we must resort to the information which from the best of men, acting disinterestedly and with their purest motives, is something incorrect. No duty the executive had to perform was so trying as to put the right man in the right place. Not for ourselves alone, but for all humanity. Let us hasten to find the path that leads to liberty, safety, and peace for everyone. And, in general, that branch which is to act ultimately and without appeal on any law is the rightful expositor of the validity of the law, uncontrolled by the opinions of the other coordinate authorities. Men as well as rivers grow crooked by following the path of least resistance. I see no comfort in outliving one's friends, and remaining a mere monument of the times which are past. The Bible is the cornerstone of liberty. Students' perusal of the sacred volume will make us better citizens. If we could believe that Jesus countenanced the follies, falsehoods, and charlatanisms which his biographers father on him, the conclusion would be irresistible, that he was an impostor. If the game runs sometimes against us at home, we must have patience till luck turns, and then we shall have an opportunity of winning back the principles we have lost, for this is a game where principles are at stake. It is true that in the meantime we are suffering deeply in spirit, and incurring the horrors of a war and long oppressions of enormous public debt. Nature intended me for the tranquil pursuits of science by rendering them my supreme delight. One of my favorite ideas is, never to keep an unnecessary soldier. The more a subject is understood, the more briefly it may be explained. The patient, treated on the fashionable theory, sometimes gets well in spite of the medicine. We have no paupers. The great mass of our United States population is of laborers, our rich, who can live without labor, either manual or professional, being few, and of moderate wealth. Most of the laboring class possess property, cultivate their own lands, have families, and from the demand for their labor are enabled to exact from the rich and the competent such prices as enable them to be fed abundantly, clothed above mere decency, to labor moderately and raise their families. Can any condition of society be more desirable than this? A schism has taken place among the chemists. A particular set of them in France have undertaken to remodel all the terms of the science, and to give every substance a new name, the composition, and especially the termination of which, shall define the relation in which it stands to other substances of the same family. I leave to others the sublime delights of riding in the storm, better pleased with sound sleep, a warmer berth below it encircled, with the society of neighbors, friends, fellow laborers of the earth, rather than with spies, sycophants. I have no ambition to govern men. It is a painful and thankless office. The governor would serve a 5-year term and be ineligible for re-election. No person shall be capable of being a delegate for more than 3 years in any term of 6. My reason for fixing them in office for a term of years, rather than for life, was that they might have an idea that they were at a certain period to return into the mass of the people and become the governed instead of the governors, which might still keep alive that regard to the public good that otherwise they might perhaps be induced by their independence to forget. To take a single step beyond the boundaries specially drawn around the powers of Congress is to take possession of a boundless field of power, no longer susceptible to definition. In a virtuous government, and more especially in times like these, public offices are what they should be, burdens to those appointed to them which it would be wrong to decline, though foreseen to bring them intense labor and great private loss. When I contemplate the immense advances in science and discoveries in the arts which have been made within the period of my life, I look forward with confidence to equal advances by the present generation, and have no doubt they will consequently be as much wiser than we have been as we than our fathers were, and they than the burners of witches. They are exactly the persons who are to succeed to the government of our country and to rule its future enmities, its friendships and fortunes. I leave the world and its affairs to the young and energetic, and resign myself to their care, of whom I have endeavored to take care when young. Having labored faithfully in establishing the right of self-government, we see in the rising generation, into whose hands it is passing, that purity of principle and energy of character which will protect and preserve it through their day, and deliver it over to their sons as they receive it from their fathers. I rejoice when I hear of young men of virtue and talents, worthy to receive and likely to preserve the splendid inheritance of self-government, which we have acquired and shaped for them. It is to them I look, to the rising generation, and not to the one now in power, for these great reformations, i.e., emancipation of slaves and settlement of the Virginia Constitution on a firmer and more permanent basis. Old heads as well as young may sometimes be charged with ignorance and presumption. The natural course of the human mind is certainly from credulity to skepticism. Men of high learning and abilities are few in every country, and by taking in those who are not so, the able part of the body have their hands tied by the unable. Men possessing minds of the first order and who have had opportunities of being known and of acquiring the general confidence do not abound in any country beyond the wants of the country. How did Jefferson feel about the people of his day who were the equivalent of our modern-day Pentecostals? You know, those revelation-reveling tongue-speaking idiots. This is perhaps the most important statement on religion ever made. It clarified the intent of the founders of the Constitution irrespective of the attempts of modern-day religious revisionists. Sir, your letter of the 15th is received, but age has long since obliged me to withhold my mind from speculations of the difficulty of those of your letter. That there are means of artificial buoyancy by which man may be supported in the air, the balloon has proved, and that means of directing it may be discovered is against no law of nature and is therefore possible as in the case of birds. But to do this by mechanical means alone in a medium so rare and unassisting as air must have the aid of some principle not yet generally known. I think myself that we have more machinery of government than is necessary, too many parasites living on the labor of the industrious. Government big enough to supply everything you need is big enough to take everything you have. The course of history shows that as a government grows, liberty decreases. The two enemies of the people are criminals and government. So let us tie the second down with the chains of the Constitution so the second will not become the legalized version of the first. Religions are all the same, based upon legends and fantasies. The clergy believe that any power confided in me will be exerted in opposition to their schemes, and they believe rightly. Our ancestors were laborers, not lawyers. Our ancestors possessed a right, which nature has given to all men, of departing from the country in which chance, not choice has placed them. There are other places at which, the laws have said there shall be towns, but nature has said there shall not, and they remain unworthy of enumeration. I have now the gloomy prospect of retiring from office loaded with serious debts, which will materially affect the tranquility of my retirement. I believe from what I have lately seen that we should be substantially safe for our citizens armed, but we have not as many arms as we have enemies in the state. But is an enemy so execrable that though in captivity his wishes and comforts are to be disregarded and even crossed? I think not. It is for the benefit of mankind to mitigate the horrors of war as much as possible. Laws, proportionate and mild, should never be dispensed with. Let mercy be the character of the lawgiver, but let the judge be a mere machine. I thank heaven that the 4th of July is over. It is always a day of great fatigue to me, and of some embarrassments from improper intrusions and some from unintended exclusions. So much of the presidency is a matter of standing in the path of a Newsham engine for quenching fires, opening one's mouth, and attempting to get a drink. Trade liberty for safety or money and you'll end up with neither. Liberty, like a grain of salt, easily dissolves. The power of questioning, not simply believing, has no friends. Yet liberty depends on it. Whose foot is to be the measure to which ours are all to be cut or stretched? I deny the power of the general government to making paper money, or anything else a legal tender. Above all, I hope that the education of the common people will be attended to so they won't forget the basic principles of freedom. Instead of that liberty which takes root and growth in the progress of reason, if recovered by mere force or accident, it becomes with an unprepared people a tyranny still of the many, the few, or the one. May it be to the world, to assume the blessings and security of self-government. Our judges are as honest as other men and not more so. They have, with others, the same passions for party, for power, and the privilege of their corps. The benefit of even limited monopolies is too doubtful, to be opposed to that of their general suppression. How soon the labor of men would make a paradise of the earth were it not for misgovernment and a diversion of his energies to selfish interests. The cost of freedom is eternal vigilance. No society is so precious as that of one's own family. Only a government that is afraid of its citizens tries to control them. Taste cannot be controlled by law. We must resist at all costs any attempt to regulate our individual freedoms and to legislate our personal moralities. Fix reason firmly in her seat, and call on her tribunal for every fact, every opinion. Question with boldness even the existence of a God. His system of morality was the most benevolent and sublime probably that has been ever taught, and consequently more perfect than those of any of the ancient philosophers. He was the most innocent, the most benevolent, the most eloquent and sublime character that ever has been exhibited to man. A good cause is often injured more by ill-timed efforts of its friends than by the arguments of its enemies. Persuasion, perseverance, and patience are the best advocates on questions depending on the will of others. Perseverance in object, though not by the most direct way, is often more laudable than perpetual changes, as often as the object shifts light. The colleges of Edinburgh and Geneva as seminaries of science, are considered as the two eyes of Europe. While Great Britain and America give the preference to the former, all other countries give it to the latter. It is well known, that on the Ohio, and in many parts of America further north, tusks, grinders, and skeletons of unparalleled magnitude are found in great numbers, some lying on the surface of the earth, and some a little below it. But to whatever animal we ascribe these remains, it is certain that such a one has existed in America, and that it has been the largest of all terrestrial beings. If you have to eat crow, eat it while it's young and tender. When a uniform exercise of kindness to prisoners on our part has been returned by as uniform severity on the part of our enemies, you must excuse me for saying it is high time, by other lessons, to teach respect to the dictates of humanity. In such a case, retaliation becomes an act of benevolence. While old men feel sensibly enough their own advance in years, they do not sufficiently recollect it in those whom they have seen young. If your letters are as long as the Bible, they will appear short to me. Only let them be brim-full of affection. Do not write me studied letters, but ramble as you please. Take pains to write a neat round, plain hand, and you will find it a great convenience through life to write a small and compact hand as well as a fair and legible one. The cutting of heads is become so much a la mode, that one is apt to feel of a morning whether their own is on their shoulders. In a virtuous and free state, no rewards can be so pleasing to sensible minds, as those which include the approbation of our fellow citizens. My great pain is, lest my poor endeavors should fall short of the kind expectations of my country. Long accustomed to the use of European manufactures, the Cherokee Indians are as incapable of returning to their habits of skins and furs as we are, and find their wants the less tolerable as they are occasioned by a war, the American Revolution, the event of which is scarcely interesting to them. Our business is to have great credit and to use it little. Congress has scarcely anything to employ them, and complain that the place, Washington, D.C., is remarkably dull. If any doubt has arisen as to me, my country, Virginia, will have my political creed in the form of a declaration C, which I was lately directed to draw. This will give decisive proof that my own sentiment concurred with the vote they instructed us to give. When we consider how much climate contributes to the happiness of our condition, by the fine sensation it excites, and the productions it is the parent of, we have reason to value highly the accident of birth in such a one as that of Virginia. I am savage enough to prefer the woods, the wilds, and the independence of Monticello, to all the brilliant pleasures of this gay capital, Paris. When tempted to do anything in secret, ask yourself if you would do it in public. Rejecting all organs of information but my senses, I rid myself of the Pyrrhonisms with which an indulgence in speculations hyperphysical and antiphysical so uselessly occupy, and disquiet the mind. If you are obliged to neglect anything, let it be your chemistry. It is the least useful and the least amusing to a country gentleman of all the ordinary branches of science. The application requisite to the duties of the office I hold, Governor of Virginia, is so excessive, and the execution of them after all so imperfect, that I have determined to retire from it at the close of the present campaign. A good neighbor is a very desirable thing. You see, I am an enthusiast on the subject of the arts. A country whose buildings are of wood can never increase in its improvements to any considerable degree, whereas when buildings are of durable materials, every new edifice is an actual and permanent acquisition to the state, adding to its value as well as to its ornament. The private buildings of Virginia are very rarely constructed of stone or brick, much the greatest proportion being of scantling boards, plastered with lime. It is impossible to devise things more ugly, uncomfortable, and happily more perishable. I do love this people, the French, with all my heart, and think that with a better religion and a better form of government and their present governors their condition and country would be most enviable. Let those flatter, who fear, it is not an American art. To give praise where it is not due, might be well from the venal, but would ill beseem those who are asserting the rights of human nature. Civil government being the sole object of forming societies, its administration must be conducted by common consent. I candidly confess that I have ever looked on Cuba as the most interesting addition which could ever be made to our system of states. The control which, with Florida, this island would give us over the Gulf of Mexico, and the countries and isthmus bordering on it, as well as all those whose waters flow into it, would fill up the measure of our political well-being. I have overlived the generation with which mutual labor's perils begot mutual confidence and influence. I set out on this ground, which I suppose to be self-evident, that the earth belongs in usufruct to the living, that the dead have neither powers nor rights over it. Every constitution, and every law, naturally expires at the end of 19 years, a generation. If it be enforced longer, it is an act of force, and not of right. Amplification is the vice of modern oratory. It is an insult to an assembly of reasonable men, disgusting and revolting instead of persuading. Speeches measured by the hour, die by the hour. I duly acknowledge that I have gone through a long life, with fewer circumstances of affliction than are the lot of most men. Uninterrupted health, a competence for every reasonable want, usefulness to my fellow citizens, a good portion of their esteem. No complaint against the world which has sufficiently honored me, and above all, a family which has blessed me by their affections, and never by their conduct given me a moment's pain. The fantastical idea of virtue and the public good being a sufficient security to the state against the commission of crimes, which you say you have heard insisted on by some, I assure you was never mine. You will perceive by my preaching that I am growing old. It is the privilege of years, and I am sure you will pardon it from the purity of its motives. Ye people seem to have deposited the monarchical and taken up the republican government with as much ease as would have attended their throwing off an old and putting on a new suit of clothes. In short, I must confide in you to take such care of the men under you as an economical householder would of his own family, doing everything within himself as far as he can, and calling for as few supplies as possible. The less you depend for supplies from this quarter, the less you will be disappointed. To history therefore I must refer for answer, in which it would be an unhappy passage indeed, which should shew by what fatal indulgence of subordinate views and passions, a contest for an atom had defeated well-founded prospects of giving liberty to half the globe. Be assured that it gives much more pain to the mind to be in debt, than to do without any article whatever which we may seem to want. The history of His present Majesty is a history of unremitting injuries and usurpations, all of which have in direct object the establishment of an absolute tyranny over these states. To prove this, let facts be submitted to a candid world, for the truth of which we pledge a faith yet unsullied by falsehood. A prince whose character is thus marked by every act which may define a tyrant, is unfit to be the ruler of a people who mean to be free. When the course of events shall have removed you to distant scenes of action where laurels not nurtured with the blood of my country may be gathered, I shall urge sincere prayers for your obtaining every honor and preferment which may gladden the heart of a soldier. The difficulty is no longer to find candidates for the offices, but offices for the candidates. We must endeavor to forget our former love for them, the British, and to hold them, as we hold the rest of mankind, enemies in war, in peace friends. In Great Britain it is said that their constitution relies on the House of Commons for honesty, and the Lords for wisdom. Which would be a rational reliance if honesty were to be bought with money, and if wisdom were hereditary. The sun of her, Great Britain, glory is fast descending to the horizon. Her philosophy has crossed the Channel, her freedom the Atlantic, and herself seems passing to that awful dissolution, whose issue is not given human foresight to scan. All things here appear to me to trudge on in one and the same round. We rise in the morning that we may eat breakfast, dinner and supper, and to bed again that we may get up the next morning and do the same, so that you never saw two peas more alike than are yesterday and today. In a world which furnishes so many employments which are useful, and so many which are amusing, it is our own fault if we ever know what ennui, boredom, is, or if we are ever driven to the miserable resource of gaming, which corrupts our dispositions, and teaches us a habit of hostility against all mankind. He dignity of Parliament it seems can brook no opposition to its power. Strange that a set of men who have made sale of their virtue to the minister should yet talk of retaining dignity. It is mortifying to suppose it possible that a people able and zealous to contend with the enemy should be reduced to fold their arms for want of the means of defense. Yet no resources that we know of ensure us against this event. Government is being founded on opinion. The opinion of the public, even when it is wrong, ought to be respected to a certain degree. We are here lounging our time away, doing nothing, and having nothing to do. It gives me great regret to be passing my time so uselessly when it could have been so importantly employed at home. There is not a single crowned head in Europe whose talents or merit would entitle him to be elected a vestryman by the people of any parish in America. Of all the errors which can possibly be committed to the education of youth, that of sending them to Europe is the most fatal. I see, clearly, that no American should come to Europe under 30 years of age. But of all the views of this law, universal education, none is more important, none more legitimate, than that of rendering the people the safe, as they are the ultimate guardians of their own liberty. I know nothing more important to inculcate into the minds of young people than the wisdom, the honor, and the blessed comfort of living within their income. As you are entered with the class of Nat Philosophy, give to it the hours of lecture, but devote all your other time to mathematics, avoiding company as the bane of all progress. I advance it therefore as a suspicion only, that the blacks, whether originally a distinct race, or made distinct by time and circumstances, are inferior to the whites in the endowments of both body and mind. We do not mean to count or weigh our contributions by any standard other than that of our abilities. I was Dupuy, the Secretary of the Treasury, Alexander Hamilton, and made a fool for forwarding his schemes, not then sufficiently understood by me. And of all the errors of my political life, this has occasioned the deepest regret. I am tired of a life of contention, and of being the personal object for the hatred of every man, who hates the present state of things. I could say much about politics, our only entertainment here, but you would not care a fig about that. It is while we are young that the habit of industry is formed. If not then, it never is afterwards. The fortune of our lives therefore depends on employing well the short period of our youth. In Europe the object is to make the most of their land, labor being abundant. Here it is to make the most of our labor, land being abundant. Let it be signified to me through any channel that the possession of the Floridas would be desirable to the United States, and in 60 days it will be accomplished. Penned in the language of truth, and divested of those expressions of servility which would persuade His Majesty that we are asking favors and not rights. I enclose to you a copy of the Declaration of Independence as agreed to by the House, and also, as originally framed. You will judge whether it is the better or worse for the critics. You have lived longer than I have and perhaps may have formed a different judgment on better grounds. But my observations do not enable me to say I think integrity the characteristic of wealth. In general I believe the decisions of the people, in a body, will be more honest and more disinterested than those of wealthy men. The bloom of Monticello is chilled by my solitude. When sins are dear to us we are too prone to slide into them again. The act of repentance itself is often sweetened with the thought that it clears our account for a repetition of the same sin. I am never tempted to pray but when a warm feeling for my friends comes athwart my heart. I would observe to you that what is called style in writing or speaking is formed very early in life while the imagination is warm, and impressions are permanent. No style of writing is so delightful as that which is all pith, which never omits a necessary word, nor uses an unnecessary one. Nothing is so engaging as the little domestic cares into which you appear to be entering, and as to reading it is useful for only filling up the chinks of more useful and healthy occupations. With those who wish to think amiss of me, I have learnt to be perfectly indifferent, but where I know a mind to be ingenuous, and don't need only truth to set it to rights, I cannot be as passive. While learning the language in France, a young man's morals, health and fortune are more irresistibly endangered than in any country of the universe. I do not pretend that language is science. It is an instrument for the attainment of science. The great cause which divides our countries is not to be decided by individual animosities. The harmony of private societies cannot weaken national efforts. If we are made in some degree for others, yet in a greater are we made for ourselves. You have never by a word or a deed given me one moment's uneasiness. On the contrary, I have felt perpetual gratitude to heaven for having given me, in you, a source of so much pure and unmixed happiness. My passion strengthens daily to quit political turmoil, and retire into the bosom of my family, the only scene of sincere and pure happiness. It is in the love of one's family only that heartfelt happiness is known. I see now our fireside formed into a group, no one member of which has a fibre in their composition which can ever produce any jarring or jealousies among us. No irregular passions, no dangerous bias, which may render problematical the future fortunes and happiness of our descendants. I long to be in the midst of the children, and have more pleasure in their little follies than in the wisdom of the wise. If there is a gratification which I envy any people in this world, it is to your country, Italy, its music. This is the favorite passion of my soul, and fortune has cast my lot in a country where it is in a state of deplorable barbarism. Oh, our rules can have authority over such natural rights only as we have submitted to them. The rights of conscience we never submitted, we could not submit. We are answerable for them to our God. What has been the effect of religious coercion? To make one half the world fools, and the other half hypocrites. To support roguery and error all over the earth. The lamp of war is kindled here, not to be extinguished but by torrents of blood. My principle is to do whatever is right, and leave consequences to him who has the disposal of them. The persons and property of our citizens are entitled to the protection of our government in all places where they may lawfully go. The only way to win money out of a casino is to own one. Never enter into dispute or argument with another. I never yet saw an instance of one of two disputants convincing the other by argument. I have seen many on their getting warm, becoming rude and shooting one another. The Greeks by their laws, and the Romans by the spirit of their people, took care to put into the hands of their rulers no such engine of oppression as a standing army. Their system was to make every man a soldier, and oblige him to repair to the standard of his country whenever that was reared. This made them invincible, and the same remedy will make us so. The fumes of the most disordered imaginations were recorded in their religious code, as special communications of the deity, and as it could not but happen that, in the course of ages, events would now and then turn up to which some of these vague rhapsodies might be accommodated by the aid of allegories, figures, types, and other tricks upon words. They have not only preserved their credit with the Jews of all subsequent times, but are the foundation of much of the religions of those who have schismatized from them. In our Richmond there is much fanaticism, but chiefly among the women. They have their night meetings and prayer parties, where, attended by their priests, and sometimes by a henpecked husband, they pour forth the effusions of their love to Jesus, in terms as amatory and carnal, as their modesty would permit them to use a mere earthly lover. Of publishing a book on religion, my dear sir, I never had an idea. I should as soon think of writing for the reformation of Bedlam, as of the world of religious sects. Of these there must be, at least, 10,000, every individual of every one of which believes all wrong but his own. I am not afraid of the priests. They have tried upon me all their various batteries, of pious whining, hypocritical canting, lying and slandering, without being able to give me one moment of pain. Every Christian sect gives a great handle to atheism by their general dogma that, without a revelation, there would not be sufficient proof of the being of God. The Christian priesthood, finding the doctrines of Christ leveled to every understanding, and too plain to need explanation, saw, in the mysticism of Plato, materials with which they might build up an artificial system which might, from its indistinctness, admit everlasting controversy, give employment for their order, and introduce it to profit, power, and preeminence. I trust there is not a young man now living in the United States who will not die a Unitarian. I am anxious to see the doctrine of one God commenced in our state, but the population of my neighborhood is too slender, and is too much divided into other sects to maintain any one preacher well. I must therefore be contented to be an Unitarian by myself, although I know there are many around me who would become so, if once they could hear the questions fairly stated. Nothing but free argument, raillery, and even ridicule will preserve the purity of religion. It is an insult to our citizens to question whether they are rational beings or not, and blasphemy against religion to suppose it cannot stand the test of truth and reason. Our Virginias, act for freedom of religion is extremely applauded. The ambassadors and ministers of the several nations of Europe resident at this court have asked me copies of it to send to their sovereigns, and it is inserted at full length in several books now in the press, among others, in the new encyclopedia. I think it will produce considerable good even in those countries where ignorance, superstition, poverty and oppression of body and mind in every form are so firmly settled on the mass of the people, that their redemption from them can never be hoped. The proscribing any citizen as unworthy the public confidence by laying upon him an incapacity of being called to offices of trust and emolument unless he profess or renounce this or that religious opinion is depriving him injuriously of those privileges and advantages to which, in common with his fellow citizens, he has a natural right. Turning, then, from this loathsome combination of church and state, and weeping over the follies of our fellow men, who yield themselves the willing dupes and drudges of these mountebanks, I consider reformation and redress as desperate, and abandon them to the quixotism of more enthusiastic minds. If the nature of government were the subordination of the civil to the ecclesiastical power, I would consider it as desperate for long years to come. Their steady habits will exclude the advances of information, and they will seem exactly where they have always been. And their clergy will always keep them if they can. They will follow the bark of liberty only by the help of a tow rope. But every state, says an inquisitor, has established some religion. No two, say I, have established the same. Is this a proof of the infallibility of establishments? The common law existed while the Anglo-Saxons were yet pagans, at a time when they had never yet heard the name of Christ pronounced or knew that such a character existed. In reviewing the history of the times through which we have passed, no portion of it gives greater satisfaction or reflection than that which represents the efforts of the friends of religious freedom and the success with which they are crowned. The central bank is an institution of the most deadly hostility existing against the principles and form of our Constitution. He does most in God's great world who does his best in his own little world. I really look with commiseration over the great body of my fellow citizens who, reading newspapers, live and die in the belief that they have known something of what has been passing in their times. I have a right to nothing which another has a right to take away. We sometimes from dreams pick up some hint worth improving by reflection. Laws that forbid the carrying of arms disarm only those who are neither inclined nor determined to commit crimes. The darker the berry, the sweeter the juice. The mobs of great cities add just so much to the support of pure government as sores do to the strength of the human body. An informed citizenry is the only true repository of the public will. Erecting the wall of separation between church and state is absolutely essential in a free society. What but education has advanced us beyond the condition of our indigenous neighbors? And what chains them to their present state of barbarism and wretchedness but a bigoted veneration for the supposed superlative wisdom of their fathers and the preposterous idea that they are to look backward for better things and not forward, longing, as it should seem, to return to the days of eating acorns and roots rather than indulge in the degeneracies of civilization? The reward of esteem, respect, and gratitude is due to those who devote their time and efforts to render the youths of every successive age fit governors for the next. By selecting the youths of genius from among the classes of the poor, we hope to avail the state of those talents which nature has sown as liberally among the poor as the rich, but which perish without use if not sought for and cultivated. Light and liberty go together. We are now trusting to those who are against us in position and principle, to fashion to their own form the minds and affections of our youth. This canker is eating on the vitals of our existence, and if not arrested at once, will be beyond remedy. The reflections that the boys of this age are to be the men of the next, that they should be prepared to receive the holy charge which we are cherishing to deliver over to them, that in establishing an institution of wisdom for them, we secure it to all our future generations, that in fulfilling this duty, we bring home to our own bosoms the sweet consolation of seeing our sons rising under a luminous tuition, to destinies of high promise. These are considerations which will occur to all. I feel an ardent desire to see knowledge so disseminated through the mass of mankind that it may, at length, reach even the extremes of society, beggars and kings. It is highly interesting to our country, and it is the duty of its functionaries, to provide that every citizen in it should receive an education proportioned to the condition and pursuits of his life. I do most anxiously wish to see the highest degrees of education given to the higher degrees of genius and to all degrees of it, so much as may enable them to read and understand what is going on in the world and to keep their part of it going on right. For nothing can keep it right but their own vigilant and distrustful superintendence. If the wise be the happy man, he must be virtuous too, for, without virtue, happiness cannot be. This then is the true scope of all academical emulation. The mass of our citizens may be divided into two classes, the laboring and the learned. The laboring will need the first grade of education to qualify them for their pursuits and duties, the learned will need it as a foundation for further acquirements. Instead of an aristocracy of wealth, of more harm and danger than benefit to society, to make an opening for the aristocracy of virtue and talent, which nature has wisely provided for the direction of the interests of society and scattered with equal hand through all its conditions, was deemed essential to a well-ordered republic. In the Constitution of Spain as proposed by the late Cortés, there was a principle entirely new to me. that no person born after that day should ever acquire the rights of citizenship until he could read and write. It is impossible sufficiently to estimate the wisdom of this provision. Of all those which have been thought of for securing fidelity in the administration of the government, constant reliance to the principles of the Constitution, and progressive amendments with the progressive advances of the human mind or changes in human affairs, it is the most effectual. The value of science to a republican people, the security it gives to liberty by enlightening the minds of its citizens, the protection it affords against foreign power, the virtue it inculcates, the just emulation of the distinction it confers on nations foremost in it, in short, its identification with power, morals, order and happiness, which merits to it premiums of encouragement rather than repressive taxes, are considerations that should always be present and bear with their just weight. Though the people may acquiesce, they cannot approve what they do not understand. The diffusion of information and the arraignment of all abuses at the bar of public reason, I deem, one of the essential principles of our government, and consequently one of those which ought to shape its administration. The information of the people at large can alone make them the safe, as they are the sole depositary of our political and religious freedom. It appears that however certain forms of government are better calculated than others to protect individuals in the free exercise of their natural rights, and are at the same time themselves better guarded against degeneracy, yet experience has shown that, even under the best forms, those entrusted with power have, in time and by slow operations, perverted it into tyranny. Resisting tyranny is obeying God. Preachers dread the advance of science as witches do the approach of daylight. I have sworn upon the altar of God. The remaining revenue on the consumption of foreign luxuries to domestic comforts, being collected on our seaboard and frontiers only, and incorporated with the transactions of our mercantile citizens, it may be the pleasure and the pride of an American to ask, what farmer, what merchant, what laborer ever sees a tax-gatherer of the United States? With respect to our state and federal governments, I do not think their relations correctly understood by foreigners. They generally suppose the former subordinate to the latter. But this is not the case. They are coordinate departments of one simple and integral whole. Blessed is that nation whose silent course of happiness furnishes nothing for history to say. You see, I am an enthusiast on the subject of the arts. But it is an enthusiasm of which I am not ashamed, as its object is to improve the taste of my countrymen, to increase their reputation, to reconcile to them the respect of the world, and procure them its praise. The best commentary on the principles of government which has ever been written. A single zealot may commence prosecutor, and better men be his victims. Everything is useful which contributes to fix the principles and practices of virtue. Without society, and a society to our taste, men are never contented. Agreeable society is the first essential in constituting the happiness and of course the value of our existence. Sensibility of mind is indeed the parent of every virtue, but it is the parent of much misery, too. Peace is our passion. Of all the cankers of human happiness none corrodes with so silent, yet so baneful an influence, as indolence. If thinking men would have the courage to think for themselves, and to speak what they think, it would be found they do not differ in religious opinions as much as is supposed. I do not agree that an age of pleasure is no compensation for a moment of pain. My great wish is to go on in a strict but silent performance of my duty, to avoid attracting notice, and to keep my name out of the newspapers. Above all things, and at all times, practice yourself in good humor. History has informed us that bodies of men as well as individuals are susceptible of the spirit of tyranny. Force cannot give right. The execution of the laws is more important than the making of them. No knowledge can be more satisfactory to a man than that of his own frame, its parts, their functions and actions. That government that governs least governs best. States and the federal government are coordinate departments of one simple and integral whole. The one is the domestic, the other the foreign branch of the same government. Amplification is the vice of modern oratory. Experience has taught me that manufacturers are now as necessary to our independence as to our comfort. Difference of opinion leads to inquiry, and inquiry to the truth. Communities should be planned with an eye to the effect on the human spirit of being continually surrounded by a maximum of beauty. A rising nation, spread over a wide and fruitful land, traversing all the seas with the rich production of their industry. I am convinced that those societies, such as the Native American peoples, which live without government enjoy in their general mass an infinitely greater degree of happiness than those who live under the European governments. Among the former, public opinion is in the place of law, restrains morals as powerfully as laws ever did anywhere. Among the latter, under pretense of governing they have divided their nations into two classes, wolves sheep. I do not exaggerate. Against us are all timid men who prefer the calm of despotism to the boisterous sea of liberty. We are likely to preserve the liberty we have obtained only by unremitting labors and perils. The tumults in America I expected would have produced in Europe an unfavorable opinion of our political state. But it has not. On the contrary, the small effect of these tumults seems to have given more confidence in the firmness of our governments. The interposition of the people themselves on the side of government has had a great effect on the opinion here in Europe. God forbid we should ever be 20 years without such a rebellion. We have had 13 states independent for 11 years. There has been one rebellion. That comes to one rebellion in a century and a half, for each state. What country before ever existed a century and a half without a rebellion? We shall all consider ourselves unauthorized to saddle posterity with our debts, and morally bound to pay them ourselves, and consequently within what may be deemed the period of a generation, or the life of the majority. We are overdone with banking institutions, which have banished the precious metals, and substituted a more fluctuating and unsafe medium. These have withdrawn capital from useful improvements and employments to nourish idleness. These are evils more easily to be deplored than remedied. We are completely saddled and bridled, and the bank is so firmly mounted on us that we must go where it will guide. The banks themselves were doing business on capitals 3/4 of which were fictitious. This fictitious capital is now to be lost, and to fall on somebody. It must take on those who have property to meet it, and probably on the less cautious part, who, not aware of the impending catastrophe, have suffered themselves to contract, or to be in debt, and must now sacrifice their property of a value many times the amount of the debt. We have been truly sowing the wind, and are now reaping the whirlwind. I am conscious that an equal division of property is impracticable, but the consequences of this enormous inequality producing so much misery to the bulk of mankind, legislators cannot invent too many devices for subdividing property. At the time we were funding our national debt, we heard much about a public debt being a public blessing, that the stock representing it was a creation of active capital for the aliment of commerce, manufactures and agriculture. This paradox was well adapted to the minds of believers in dreams. A community of small farmers, land property owners, will be the only assurance that the freedom our republic offers will be guaranteed to each and every citizen. Don't spend your money till you have it. Educate and inform the whole mass of the people. Those who wish to be ignorant and free, believe in something that never was and never shall be. There is no justification for taking away individuals' freedom in the guise of public safety. I'd rather have newspapers and no government than government and no newspapers. Public offices were not made for private convenience. Never was so much false arithmetic employed on any subject, as that which has been employed to persuade nations that it is in their interest to go to war. God forbid we should ever be 20 years without such a rebellion. The introduction of so powerful an agent as steam to a carriage on wheels will make a great change in the situation of man. It is an essential attribute of the jurisdiction of every country to preserve peace, to punish acts in breach of it, and to restore property taken by force within its limits. Our duty to ourselves, to posterity, and to mankind, call on us by every motive which is sacred or honorable, to watch over the safety of our beloved country during the troubles which agitate and convulse the residue of the world, and to sacrifice to that all personal and local considerations. By nature's law, man is at peace with man till some aggression is committed, which, by the same law, authorizes one to destroy another as his enemy. I am ever unwilling that peace should be disturbed as long as the rights and interests of the nations can be preserved. But whensoever hostile aggressions on these require a resort to war, we must meet our duty and convince the world that we are just friends and brave enemies. The protection of our citizens, the spirit and honor of our country, require that force should be interposed to a certain degree. To draw around the whole nation the strength of the general government as a barrier against foreign foes, is one of the functions of the general government on which our citizens have a right to call. Not less than 2 hours a day should be devoted to exercise, and the weather shall be little regarded. If the body is feeble, the mind will not be strong. When you are doubting whether a thing is worth the trouble of going to see, recollect that you will never again be so near it. You may repent not having seen it, but you can never repent having seen it. We generally learn languages for the benefit of reading the books written in them. Freedom is the firstborn daughter of science. I am for relying for internal defense on our militia solely till actual invasion, and for such a naval force only as may protect our coasts and harbors from such depredations as we have experienced, and not for a standing army in time of peace which may overawe the public sentiment, nor for a navy which, by its own expenses and the eternal wars in which it will implicate us, will grind us with public burthens and sink us under them. Louisiana, as ceded by France to the United States, is made a part of the United States. Its white inhabitants shall be citizens, and stand, as to their rights and obligations, on the same footing with other citizens of the United States, in analogous situations. The inhabitants of the ceded territory shall be incorporated in the Union of the United States, and admitted as soon as possible, according to the principles of the Federal Constitution, to the enjoyment of all the rights, advantages, and immunities of citizens of the United States, and, in the meantime, they shall be maintained and protected in the free enjoyment of their liberty, property, and the religion which they profess. Nobody wishes more than I do to see such proofs as you exhibit, that nature has given to our black brethren talents equal to those of the other colors of men, and that the appearance of a want of them is owing merely to the degraded condition of their existence, both in Africa-America. What all agree upon is probably right, what no two agree in most probably is wrong. The result of your 50 or 60 years of religious reading in the 4 words, "Be just and good," is that in which all our inquiries must end. Nothing was or is farther from my intentions, than to enlist myself as the champion of a fixed opinion, where I have only expressed doubt. My religious reading has long been confined to the moral branch of religion, which is the same in all religions, while in that branch which consists of dogmas, all differ. I like the power given the legislature to levy taxes, and for that reason solely approve of the greater house being chosen by the people directly. The truth is, that the greatest enemies to the doctrines of Jesus are those, calling themselves the expositors of them, who have perverted them for the structure of a system of fancy absolutely incomprehensible, and without any foundation in his genuine words. The office of reformer of the superstitions of a nation is ever dangerous. It should be remembered, as an axiom of eternal truth in politics, that whatever power in any government is independent, is absolute also. There is a fullness of time when men should go, and not occupy too long the ground to which others have a right to advance. Had not a conviction of the danger to which an unlimited occupation of the executive chair would expose the Republican Constitution of our government, made it conscientiously a duty to retire when I did, the fear of becoming a dotard and of being insensible of it, would of itself have resisted all solicitations to remain. Nothing betrays imbecility so much as the being insensible of it. It is wonderful to me that old men should not be sensible that their minds keep pace with their bodies in the progress of decay. The physician is happy in the attachment of the families in which he practices. All think he has saved one of them, and he finds himself everywhere a welcome guest, a home in every house. From the circumstances of my position, I was often thrown into the society of horse racers, card players, fox hunters, scientific and professional men, and of dignified men. And many a time have I asked myself, in the enthusiastic moment of the death of a fox, the victory of a favorite horse, the issue of a question eloquently argued at the bar, or in the great council of the nation, well, which of these kinds of reputation should I prefer? That of a horse jockey, a fox hunter, an orator, or the honest advocate of my country's rights? A determination never to do what is wrong, prudence, and good humor, will go far toward securing to you the estimation of the world. Having always observed that public works are much less advantageously managed than the same are by private hands, I have thought it better for the public to go to market for whatever it wants which is to be found there, for their competition brings it down to the minimum value. I deem no government safe which is under the vassalage of any self-constituted authorities, or any other authority than that of the nation, or its regular functionaries. When an instrument admits two constructions, the one safe, the other dangerous, the one precise, the other indefinite, I prefer that which is safe and precise. Opinion, and the just maintenance of it, shall never be a crime in my view. Though the will of the majority is in all cases to prevail, that will, to be rightful, must be reasonable. When great evils happen, I am in the habit of looking out for what good may arise from them as consolations to us, and Providence has in fact so established the order of things, as that most evils are the means of producing some good. Those who have once got an ascendancy, and possessed themselves of all the resources of the nation, their revenues and offices, have immense means for retaining their advantage. You and I have formerly seen warm debates and high political passions. But gentlemen of different politics would then speak to each other and separate the business of the Senate from that of society. It is not so now. Men who have been intimate all their lives, cross the streets to avoid meeting, and turn their heads another way, lest they should be obliged to touch their hats. This may do for young men with whom passion is enjoyment. But it is afflicting to peaceable minds. Tranquility is the old man's milk. Perhaps it will be found that to obtain a just republic, and it is to secure our just rights that we resort to government at all, it must be so extensive as that local egoisms may never reach its greater part, that on every particular question, a majority may be found in its councils free from particular interests, and giving, therefore, an uniform prevalence to the principles of justice. It is not to the moderation and justice of others we are to trust for fair and equal access to market without productions, or for our due share in the transportation of them, but to our own means of independence, and the firm will to use them. Nothing but a necessity invincible by any other means can justify a prostitution of laws, which constitute the pillars of our whole system of jurisprudence. A man's moral sense must be unusually strong if slavery does not make him a thief. With all the imperfections of our present government, it is without comparison the best existing, or that ever did exist. There is not in the British Empire a man who more cordially loves a union with Great Britain than I do. But by the God that made me, I will cease to exist before I yield to a connection on such terms as the British Parliament propose. I am sure the man who powders most, perfumes most, embroiders most, and talks most nonsense, is most admired. Though to be candid, there are some who have too much good sense to esteem such monkey-like animals as these, in whose formation, as the saying is, the tailors and barbers go halves with God Almighty. Shake hands with pain, give greeting unto grief, those angels in disguise, and thy glad soul from height to height, from star to shining star, shall climb and claim blessed immortality. The days of life are consumed, one by one, without an object beyond the present moment, ever flying from the ennui of that, yet carrying it with us, eternally in pursuit of happiness, which keeps eternally before us. If death or bankruptcy happen to trip us out of the circle, it is matter for the buzz of the evening, and is completely forgotten by the next morning. No man will labor for himself who can make another labor for him. No race of kings has ever presented above one man of common sense in 20 generations. The uniform tenor of a man's life furnishes better evidence of what he has said or done on any particular occasion than the word of any enemy. We should be determined to sever ourselves from the union we so much value rather than give up the rights of self-government, in which alone we see liberty, safety, and happiness. If any state in the Union will declare that it prefers separation to a continuance in union, I have no hesitation in saying, let us separate. I am not fully informed of the practices at Harvard, but there is one from which we shall certainly vary, although it has been copied, I believe, by nearly every college and academy in the United States. That is, the holding the students all to one prescribed course of reading, and disallowing exclusive application to those branches only which are to qualify them for the particular vocations to which they are destined. We shall, on the contrary, allow them uncontrolled choice in the lectures they shall choose to attend, and require elementary qualification only, and sufficient age. The spirit of the times may alter, will alter. Our rulers will become corrupt, our people careless. From the conclusion of this war we shall be going downhill. It will not then be necessary to resort every moment to the people for support. They will be forgotten, therefore, and their rights disregarded. They will forget themselves, but in the sole faculty of making money, and will never think of uniting to effect a due respect for their rights. The shackles, therefore, will be made heavier and heavier, till our rights shall revive or expire in a convulsion. The fortune of our lives depends on employing well the short period of our youth. Material abundance without character is the surest way to destruction. The bulk of mankind are schoolboys through life. Say nothing of my religion. It is known to God and myself alone. Its evidence before the world is to be sought in my life. If it has been honest and dutiful to society, the religion which has regulated it cannot be a bad one. If a due participation of office is a matter of right, how are vacancies to be obtained? Those by death are few, by resignation, none. The unsuccessful strugglers against tyranny have been the chief martyrs of treason laws in all countries. France, freed from that monster, Bonaparte, must again become the most agreeable country on earth. It would be the second choice of all whose ties of family and fortune give a preference to some other one, and the first choice of all not under those ties. Let those flatter who fear, it is not an American art. Let common sense and common honesty have fair play, and they will soon set things to rights. I can never fear that things will go far wrong where common sense has fair play. The art of governing consists simply of being honest, exercising common sense, following principle, and doing what is right and just. All the world would be Christian if they were taught the pure gospel of Christ. Take care that you never spell a word wrong. Always before you write a word, consider how it is spelled, and, if you do not remember, turn to a dictionary. It produces great praise to a lady to spell well. To his daughter Martha. We must be contented to amuse, when we cannot inform. Every man wishes to pursue his occupation and to enjoy the fruits of his labors and the produce of his property in peace and safety, and with the least possible expense. When these things are accomplished, all the objects for which government ought to be established are answered. The plough is to the farmer what the wand is to the sorcerer. Its effect is really like sorcery. From the dissensions among sects themselves arise necessarily a right of choosing and necessity of deliberating to which we will conform. But if we choose for ourselves, we must allow others to choose also, and so reciprocally, this establishes religious liberty. The metaphysical insanities of Athanasius, of Loyola, and of Calvin, are, to my understanding, mere lapses into polytheism, differing from paganism only by being more unintelligible. This doctrine, that the condition of man cannot be ameliorated, that what has been must ever be, and that to secure ourselves where we are we must tread with awful reverence in the footsteps of our fathers, is the genuine fruit of the alliance between church and state, the tenets of which finding themselves but too well in their present condition, oppose all advances which might unmask their usurpations and monopolies of honors, wealth and power, and fear every change as endangering the comforts they now hold. The law for religious freedom has put down the aristocracy of the clergy and restored to the citizen the freedom of the mind. If anything pass in a religious meeting seditiously and contrary to the public peace, let it be punished in the same manner and no otherwise than as if it had happened in a fair or market. If a sect arises whose tenets would subvert morals, good sense has fair play and reasons and laughs it out of doors without suffering the state to be troubled with it. The declaration that religious faith shall be unpunished does not give immunity to criminal acts dictated by religious error. No man complains of his neighbor for ill management of his affairs, for an error in sowing his land, or marrying his daughter, for consuming his substance in taverns. In all these he has liberty, but if he does not frequent the church, or then conform in ceremonies, there is an immediate uproar. In matters of religion, I have considered that its free exercise is placed by the Constitution independent of the powers of the general government. I have therefore undertaken on no occasion to prescribe the religious exercises suited to it, but have left them as the Constitution found them, under the direction and discipline of state or church authorities acknowledged by the several religious societies. Reading, reflection and time have convinced me that the interests of society require the observation of those moral precepts only in which all religions agree, for all forbid us to steal, murder, plunder, or bear false witness, and that we should not intermeddle with the particular dogmas in which all religions differ, and which are totally unconnected with morality. If we believe that he, Jesus Christ, really countenanced the follies, the falsehoods, and the charlatanisms, which his biographers, writers of the New Testament, father upon him, and admit the misconstructions, interpolations, and theorizations of the fathers of the early and the fanatics of the latter ages, the conclusion would be irresistible by every sound mind that he was an impostor. The office of reformer of the superstitions of a nation is ever more dangerous. Jesus had to work on the perilous confines of reason and religion, and a step to the right or left might place him within the grasp of the priests of the superstition, a bloodthirsty race, as cruel and remorseless as the being whom they represented as the family God of Abraham, of Isaac and of Jacob, and the local God of Israel. That Jesus did not mean to impose himself on mankind as the Son of God, physically speaking, I have been convinced by the writings of men more learned than myself in that lore. A professorship of theology should have no place in our institution, the University of Virginia. The issuing power, of money, should be taken from the banks and restored to the people, to whom it properly belongs. The children of Israel in the wilderness, led by a cloud by day, and a pillar of fire by night. There is no habit you will value so much as that of walking far without fatigue. In a free society with a government based on reason, it is inevitable that there will be no uniform opinion about important issues. Those accustomed to suppression and control by governmental authority see this as leading only to chaos. But a government of the people requires difference of opinion in order to discover truth and to take advantage of the opportunity that only understanding brings. If ignorance is bliss, why aren't more people happy? The only foundation for useful education in a republic is to be laid in religion. Political dissension is doubtless a less evil than the lethargy of despotism, but still it is a great evil, and it would be as worthy the efforts of the patriot as of the philosopher, to exclude its influence if possible, from social life. The good are rare enough at best. There is no reason to subdivide them by artificial lines. But whether we shall ever be able so far to perfect the principles of society as that political opinions shall, in its intercourse, be as inoffensive as those of philosophy, mechanics, or any other, may well be doubted. Heliotrope. To be sowed in the spring. A delicious flower, but I suspect it must be planted in boxes and kept in the house in the winter. The smell rewards the care. I hope the terms of excellency, honor, worship, esquire, forever disappear from among us. I wish that of Mr. would follow them. Both of our political parties, at least the honest portion of them, agree conscientiously in the same object, the public good, but they differ essentially in what they deem the means of promoting that good. One side believes it best done by one composition of the governing powers, the other by a different one. One fears most the ignorance of the people, the other the selfishness of rulers independent of them. Which is right, time and experience will prove. To compel a man to furnish contributions of money for the propagation of opinions which he disbelieves and abhors, is sinful and tyrannical. Even the forcing him to support this or that teacher of his own religious persuasion, is depriving him of the comfortable liberty of giving his contributions to the particular pastor whose morals he would make his pattern. If the measures which have been pursued are approved by the majority, it is the duty of the minority to acquiesce and conform. Where the law of the majority ceases to be acknowledged, their government ends, the law of the strongest takes its place, and life and property are his who can take them. And where else will Hume, this degenerate son of science, this traitor to his fellow men, find the origin of just powers, if not in the majority of the society? Will it be in the minority, or in an individual of that minority? A cold-blooded, calculation, unprincipled, usurper, without a virtue, no statesman, knowing nothing of commerce, political economy, or civil government, and supplying ignorance by bold presumption. It will take 1,000 years for the frontier to reach the Pacific. The earth belongs to the living. No man can, by natural right, oblige the lands he occupied or the persons who succeed him in that occupation, to the payment of debts contracted by him. For if he could, he might, during his own life, eat up the use of the lands for several generations to come, and then the lands would belong to the dead, and not to the living. No generation can contract debts greater than may be paid during the course of its own existence. As, for the safety of society, we commit honest maniacs to Bedlam, so judges should be withdrawn from their bench, whose erroneous biases are leading us to dissolution. It may indeed injure them in fame or in fortune, but it saves the Republic, which is the first and supreme law. We must train and classify the whole of our male citizens, and make military instruction a regular part of collegiate education. The art of reasoning becomes of first importance. In this line antiquity has left us the finest models for imitation. I should consider the speeches of Livy, Sallust, and Tacitus, as preeminent specimens of logic, taste, and that sententious brevity which, using not a word to spare, leaves not a moment for inattention to the hearer. Amplification is the vice of modern oratory. I have sometimes asked myself whether my country is the better for my having lived at all. I do not know that it is. I have been the instrument of doing the following things, but they would have been done by others, some of them, perhaps, a little better. Were I to commence my administration again, the first question I would ask respecting a candidate would be, does he use ardent spirits? If, in my retirement to the humble station of a private citizen, I am accompanied with the esteem and approbation of my fellow citizens, trophies obtained by the blood-stained steel, or the tattered flags of the tented field, will never be envied. The care of human life and happiness, and not their destruction, is the first and only legitimate object of good government. Unmerited abuse wounds, while unmerited praise has not the power to heal. Is uniformity of opinion desirable? No more than that of face and stature. Though written constitutions may be violated in moments of passion or delusion, yet they furnish a text to which those who are watchful may again rally and recall the people. They fix too for the people the principles of their political creed. While wading through the whimsies, the puerilities, and unintelligible jargon of this work, Plato's Republic, I laid it down often to ask myself how it could have been that the world should have so long consented to give reputation to such nonsense as this. No man has done everything he can who has done only his best. Is the spirit of the people an infallible, a permanent reliance? The spirit of the times may alter, will alter. Our rulers will become corrupt, our people careless. The olive tree is surely the richest gift of heaven. I can scarcely expect bread. It is as useless to argue with those who have renounced the use of reason as to administer medication to the dead. What has been the effect of coercion, to make one half the world fools, and the other half hypocrites, to support roguery and errors all over the earth. Instead, reason and persuasion are the only practicable instruments. To make way for these, free inquiry must be indulged, and how can we wish others to indulge it while we refuse it ourselves? I have indeed two great measures at heart, without which no republic can maintain itself in strength. 1. That of general education, to enable every man to judge for himself what will secure or endanger his freedom. 2. To divide every county into hundreds, of such size that all the children of each will be within reach of a central school in it. Those who bear equally the burthens of government should equally participate of its benefits. It would not be for the public good to have a majority in Congress of one party, greater than 2 to 1. It is an encouraging observation that no good measure was ever proposed which, if duly pursued, failed to prevail in the end. It is not too soon to provide by every possible means that as few as possible shall be without a little portion of land. The small landholders are the most precious part of a state. Games played with the ball, and others of that nature, are too violent for the body and stamp no character on the mind. All through your life, you'll be faced with making a decision between two things. Choose the one that is right. If they are both right, then choose the one that will make you feel the best about it at the end of the day. Fear can only prevail when victims are ignorant of the facts. For the power given to Congress by the Constitution does not extend to the internal regulation of the commerce of a state, that is to say, of the commerce between citizen and citizen, which remain exclusively with its own legislature, but to its external commerce only, that is to say, its commerce with another state, or with foreign nations, or with the Indian tribes. Falsehood of the tongue leads to that of the heart, and in time depraves all its good dispositions. Tobacco is a culture productive of infinite wretchedness. Reason and free inquiry are the only effective agents against error. Give a loose to them, they will support the true religion by bringing every false one to their tribunal, to the test of their investigation. They are the natural enemies of error and error only. Had not the Roman government permitted free inquiry, Christianity could never have been introduced. Had not free inquiry been indulged at the era of the Reformation, the corruption of Christianity could not have been purged away. That this privilege of giving or of withholding our monies is an important barrier against the undue exertion of prerogative, which if left altogether without control may be exercised to our great oppression. And all history shews how efficacious is its intercession for redress of grievances and re-establishment of rights, and how improvident would be the surrender of so powerful a mediator. There is no act, however virtuous, for which ingenuity may not find some bad motive. Experience has already shown that the impeachment the Constitution has provided is not even a scarecrow. A government is republican in proportion as every member composing it has his equal voice in the direction of its concerns, not indeed in person, which would be impracticable beyond the limits of a city or small township, but by representatives chosen by himself and responsible to him at short periods. The most effective means of preventing tyranny is to illuminate, as far as practicable, the minds of the people at large, and more especially to give them knowledge of those facts. I recoil with horror at the ferociousness of man. Will nations never devise a more rational umpire of differences than force? Are there no means of coercing injustice more gratifying to our nature than a waste of the blood of thousands and of the labor of millions of our fellow creatures? To lay taxes to provide for the general welfare of the United States, that is to say, to lay taxes for the purpose of providing for the general welfare. For the laying of taxes is the power, and the general welfare the purpose for which the power is to be exercised. They are not to lay taxes ad libitum for any purpose they please, but only to pay the debts or provide for the welfare of the Union. That idea should freely spread from one to another over the globe, for the moral and mutual instruction of man, and improvement of his condition, seems to have been peculiarly and benevolently designed by nature, when she made them, like fire, expansible over all space, without lessening their density in any point, and like the air in which we breathe, move, and have our physical being, incapable of confinement or exclusive appropriation. In the full tide of successful experiment, the best hemp and the best tobacco grow on the same kind of soil. The former article is of the first necessity to the wealth and protection of the country. The latter, never useful. I do believe that General Washington had not a firm confidence in the durability of our government. He was naturally distrustful of men, and inclined to gloomy apprehensions, and I was ever persuaded that a belief that we must at length end in something like a British Constitution, had some weight in his adoption of the ceremonies of levees, birthdays, pompous meetings with Congress, and other forms of the same character, calculated to prepare us gradually for a change which he believed possible, and to let it come on with as little shock as might be to the public mind. I proposed 3 distinct grades of education, reaching all classes. 1. Elementary schools for all children generally, rich and poor. 2. Colleges for a middle degree of instruction, calculated for the common purposes of life and such as should be desirable for all who were in easy circumstances. And 3d. An ultimate grade for teaching the sciences generally and in their highest degree. The expenses of the elementary schools should be borne by the inhabitants of the county, every one in proportion to his general tax rate. This would throw on wealth the education of the poor. Convinced that the Republican is the only form of government which is not eternally at open or secret war with the rights of mankind, my prayers' efforts shall be cordially distributed to the support of that we have so happily established. It is indeed an animating thought that, while we are securing the rights of ourselves, our posterity, we are pointing out the way to struggling nations who wish, like us, to emerge from their tyrannies also. Heaven help their struggles, and lead them, as it has done us, triumphantly through them. I do verily believe that if the principle were to prevail of a common law being in force in the United States, which principle possesses the general government at once of all the powers of the state governments, and reduces us to a single consolidated government, it would become the most corrupt government on the earth. The only greater evil than separation is living under a government of discretion. Every state has a natural right in cases not within the compact, casus non federis, to nullify of their own authority all assumptions of power by others within their limits. Without this right, they would be under the dominion, absolute and unlimited, of whosoever might exercise this right of judgment for them. I see, and with the deepest affliction, the rapid strides with which the federal branch of our government is advancing towards the usurpation of all the rights reserved to the states, and the consolidation in itself of all powers, foreign and domestic, and that, too, by constructions which, if legitimate, leave no limits to their power. It is but too evident that the 3 ruling branches of the federal government are in combination to strip their colleagues, the state authorities, of the powers reserved by them, and to exercise themselves all functions foreign and domestic. The main objects of all science, the freedom and happiness of man, are the sole objects of all legitimate government. A plaque with this quotation, with the first phrase omitted, is in the stairwell of the pedestal of the Statue of Liberty. The sheep are happier of themselves than under the care of wolves. Those are governed best who are governed least. If we cannot secure all our rights, let us secure what we can. Ignorance of the law is no excuse in any country. If it were, the laws would lose their effect, because it can always be pretended. That 150 lawyers should do business together ought not to be expected. He who made us would have been a pitiful bungler, if he had made the rules of our moral conduct a matter of science. For one man of science, there are thousands who are not. What would have become of them? Man was destined for society. His morality, therefore, was to be formed to this object. He was endowed with a sense of right and wrong, merely relative to this. Hemp is one of the greatest, most important substances of our nation. A free government is of all others the most energetic. In a republican nation whose citizens are to be led by reason and persuasion and not by force, the art of reasoning becomes of first importance. Reason and persuasion are the only practicable instruments. To make way for these, free inquiry must be indulged. Let them take arms. The remedy is to set them right as to the facts, pardon and pacify them. Free men do not ask permission to bear arms. Difficulties indeed sometimes arise, but common sense and honest intentions will generally steer through them. If I had to choose between government and a free press, I would choose a free press. Men fight for freedom, then they begin to accumulate laws to take it away from themselves. The First Amendment has created a wall of separation between the church and the state. But that wall is one-directional. It is to keep the government from running the church. But it is not to keep Christian principles out of the government. When the heart is right, the feet are swift. I hold it to be one of the distinguishing excellences of elective over hereditary successions that the talents which nature has provided in sufficient proportion, should be selected by the society for the government of their affairs, rather than that this should be transmitted through the loins of knaves and fools passing from the debauches of the table to those of the bed. Government governed least is government governed best. The people of every country are the only safe guardians of their own rights. Eternal vigilance is the price of democracy. Who better to so softly bind the wound of one, than she who has suffered the wound herself? Every nation has a right to govern itself internally under what forms it pleases, and to change these forms at its own will. One had rather have no opinion than a false one. The Constitution of the United States is the result of the collected wisdom of our country. It is for the benefit of mankind to mitigate the horrors of war as much as possible. Traveling is good for your health and necessary for your amusement. The same political parties which now agitate the U.S. have existed through all time. And in fact the terms of Whig and Tory belong to natural as well as to civil history. They denote the temper and constitution and mind of different individuals. Let the farmer forevermore be honored in his calling, for they who labor in the earth are the chosen people of God. From breakfast, or noon at the latest, to dinner, I am mostly on horseback, attending to my farm or other concerns, which I find healthful to my body, mind, and affairs. The possession of facts is knowledge, the use of them is wisdom. I consider the doctrines of Jesus as delivered by himself to contain the outlines of the sublimest system of morality that has ever been taught, but I hold in the most profound detestation and execration the corruptions of it which have been invented. It has been a source of great pain to me to have met with so many among my opponents who had not the liberality to distinguish between political and social opposition, who transferred at once to the person the hatred they bore to his political opinions. Music, this is the favorite passion of my soul. The firmness with which the American people have withstood the abuses of the press, the discernment they have manifested between truth and falsehood, show that they may safely be trusted to hear everything true and false and to form a correct judgment between them. We have already given in example one effectual check to the dog of war by transferring the power of letting him loose from the executive to the legislative body. The soil is the gift of God to the living. If it is believed that these elementary schools will be better managed by the governor and council or any other general authority of the government than by the parents within each ward, it is a belief against all experience. Gaming corrupts our disposition and teaches us a habit of hostility against all mankind. From candlelight to early bedtime, I read. Adore God. Reverence and cherish your parents. Love your neighbor as yourself, and your country more than yourself. Be just. Be true. Murmur not at the ways of providence. So shall the life into which you have entered be the portal to one of eternal and ineffable bliss. The God who gave us life, gave us liberty at the same time. The hand of force may destroy, but cannot disjoin them. Love your neighbor as yourself and your country more than yourself. The boisterous sea of liberty is never without a wave. I have sworn upon the altar of God, eternal hostility against every form of tyranny over the mind of man. The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. It is its natural manure. Knowledge is power, knowledge is safety, knowledge is happiness. It is an axiom in my mind that our liberty can never be safe but in the hands of the people themselves, and that too of the people with a certain degree of instruction. This it is the business of the state to effect, and on a general plan. It is comfortable to see the standard of reason at length erected, after so many ages, during which the human mind has been held in vassalage by kings, priests, and nobles. And it is honorable for us to have produced the first legislature who had the courage to declare that the reason of man may be trusted with the formation of his own opinions. Let us in education dream of an aristocracy of achievement arising out of a democracy of opportunity. When virtue is banished, ambition invades the minds of those who are disposed to receive it, and avarice possesses the whole community. The objects of their desires are changed. What they were fond of before has become indifferent. They were free while under the restraint of laws, but they would fain now be free to act against law. The executive, in our government, is not the sole, it is scarcely the principal, object of my jealousy. The tyranny of the legislature is the most formidable dread at present and will be for many years. That of the executive will come in its turn, but it will be at a remote period. The relations which exist between man and his Maker, and the duties resulting from those relations, are the most interesting and important to every human being and the most incumbent on his study and investigation. Moral law, evidence of man has been subjected by his Creator to the moral law, of which his feelings, or conscience as it is sometimes called, are the evidence with which his Creator has furnished him. The moral duties which exist between individual and individual in a state of nature, accompany them into a state of society, their Maker not having released them from those duties on their forming themselves into a nation. We have counted the cost of this contest, and find nothing so dreadful as voluntary slavery. Honor, justice, and humanity forbid us tamely to surrender that freedom which we received from our gallant ancestors, and which our innocent posterity have a right to receive from us. We cannot endure the infamy and guilt of resigning succeeding generations to that wretchedness which inevitably awaits them, if we basely entail hereditary bondage upon them. To take a single step beyond the text would be to take possession of a boundless field of power. With all the defects in our Constitution, whether general or particular, the comparison of our government with those of Europe is like a comparison of heaven with hell. England, like the earth, may be allowed to take the intermediate station. He, Washington, has often declared to me that he considered our new Constitution as an experiment on the practicability of republican government, and with what dose of liberty man could be trusted for his own good, that he was determined the experiment should have a fair trial, and would lose the last drop of his blood in support of it. And these declarations he repeated to me the oftener and the more pointedly. The sickly, weakly, timid man fears the people, and is a Tory by nature. The healthy, strong and bold cherishes them, and is formed a Whig by nature. The past stays put, I just keep moving farther away from it. It is my disposition to maintain peace until its condition shall be made less tolerable than that of war itself. One insult pocketed soon produces another. During the late war I had an infallible rule for deciding what Great Britain would do on every occasion. It was, to consider what they ought to do, and to take the reverse of that as what they would assuredly do, and I can say with truth that I was never deceived. It is better to tolerate the rare instance of a parent refusing to let his child be educated, than to shock the common feelings and ideas by forcible asportation and education of the infant against the will of the father. Industry, commerce and security are the surest roads to the happiness and prosperity of people. All men are created equal and have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. On the subject of the history of the American Revolution, you ask who shall write it? Who can write it? And who will ever be able to write it? Nobody, except merely its external facts, all its counsels, designs and discussions having been conducted by Congress, behind closed doors, and no members, as far as I know, having even made notes of them. These, which are the life and soul of history, must forever be unknown. The two principles on which our conduct towards the Indians should be founded are justice and fear. After the injuries we have done them, they cannot love us. Never yet could I find that a black had uttered a thought above the level of plain narration, never saw even an elemental trait of painting or sculpture. The day is not distant when we must bear and adopt the abolition of slavery, or worse will follow. I deem it the duty of every man to devote a certain portion of his income for charitable purposes, and that it is his further duty to see it so applied and to do the most good for which it is capable. A little revolution is a good thing. The sun, my almighty physician. We act not for ourselves but for the whole human race. The event of our experiment is to show whether man can be trusted with self-government. The interests of a nation, when well understood, will be found to coincide with their moral duties. The only true corrective of constitutional abuses is education. The eyes of our citizens are not sufficiently open to the true cause of our distress. They ascribe them to everything but their true cause, the banking system. What has destroyed liberty and the rights of man in every government which has ever existed under the sun? The generalizing and concentrating all cares and power into one body, no matter whether of the autocrats of Russia or France, or of the aristocrats of a Venetian senate. The purse of the people is the real seat of sensibility. Let it be drawn upon largely, and they will then listen to truths which could not excite them through any other organ. The chief purpose of government is to protect life. Abandon that and you have abandoned all. I never saw an instance of one or two disputants convincing the other by argument. I pledge undying hostility to any government restrictions on the free minds of the people. No society can make a perpetual constitution. The earth belongs always to the living generation. The issue for patents for new discoveries has given a spring to invention beyond my conception. Sir, your letter of February the 18th came to hand on the first instant, and the request of the history of my physical habits would have puzzled me not a little, had it not been for the model with which you accompanied it, of Dr. Rush's answer to a similar inquiry. I live so much like other people, that I might refer to ordinary life as a history of my own. Like my friend the doctor, I have lived temperately, eating very little animal food, and that not as an aliment, so much as a condiment for the vegetables, which constitute my principal diet. There is on the globe one single spot, the possessor of which is our natural and habitual enemy. It is New Orleans, through which the produce of 3/8 of our territory must pass to market, and from its fertility it will ere long yield more than half of our whole produce and contain more than half our inhabitants. We might have been a free and great people together. Always take hold of things by the smooth handle, grateful that they are not worse rather than the rough handle, bitter that they are not better. Take things always by their smooth handle. A lottery is a salutary instrument and a tax, laid on the willing only, that is to say, on those who can risk the price of a ticket without sensible injury, for the possibility of a higher prize. I like a little rebellion now and then. It is like a storm in the atmosphere. Every human being must be viewed according to what it is good for. For not one of us, no, not one, is perfect. And were we to love none who had imperfection, this world would be a desert for our love. Christian creeds and doctrines, the clergy's own fatal inventions, through all the ages has made of Christendom a slaughterhouse, and divided it into sects of inextinguishable hatred for one another. The minority possess their equal rights, which equal law must protect, and to violate would be oppression. Of all the systems of morality, ancient or modern, which have come under my observation, none appears to me so pure as that of Jesus. I am a real Christian, that is to say, a disciple of the doctrines of Jesus. The man who never looks into a newspaper is better informed than he who reads them, inasmuch as he who knows nothing is nearer to the truth than he whose mind is filled with falsehood and errors. I believe in both a creative and personal God, a divinely ordered universe, that man has an innate moral sense, and that Jesus was a great moral teacher, perhaps the greatest the world has witnessed. To your request of my opinion of the manner in which a newspaper should be conducted, so as to be most useful, I should answer, by restraining it to true facts, sound principles only. Yet I fear such a paper would find few subscribers. It is a melancholy truth, that a suppression of the press could not more completely deprive the nation of its benefits than is done by its abandoned prostitution to falsehood. I never did, or countenanced, in public life, a single act inconsistent with the strictest good faith, having never believed there was one code of morality for a public, and another for a private man. In every country in every age, the priest has been hostile to liberty. He is always in alliance with the despot, abetting his abuses in return for protection to his own. It is easier to acquire wealth and power by this combination than by deserving them, and to effect this, they have perverted the purest religion ever preached to man into mystery and jargon, unintelligible to all mankind, and therefore the safer for their purposes. Most men die at age 25, but aren't buried until 70. I view great cities as pestilential to the morals, the health, and the liberties of man. I tolerate with the utmost latitude the right of others to differ from me in opinion without imputing to them criminality. The merchant has no country. Evil triumphs when good men do nothing. One precedent in favor of power is stronger than 100 against it. It is the trade of lawyers to question everything, yield nothing, and to talk by the hour. It is between 50 and 60 years since I read it, i.e. the Book of Revelations, and I then considered it merely the ravings of a maniac, no more worthy nor capable of explanation than the incoherence of our own nightly dreams. Some men look at constitutions with sanctimonious reverence, and deem them like the Ark of the Covenant, too sacred to be touched. They ascribe to the men of the preceding age a wisdom more than human, and suppose what they did to be beyond amendment. Agriculture, manufactures, commerce, and navigation, the four pillars of our prosperity, are the most thriving when left most free to individual enterprise. A nation, as a society, forms a moral person, and every member of it is personally responsible for his society. I do not find in Orthodox Christianity one redeeming feature. The superiority of chocolate, hot chocolate, both for health and nourishment, will soon give it the same preference over tea and coffee in America which it has in Spain. What country can preserve its liberties if its rulers are not warned from time to time that their people preserve the spirit of resistance? Let them take arms. Every generation needs a new revolution. Can the liberties of a nation be thought secure when we have removed their only firm basis, a conviction in the minds of the people that these liberties are the gift of God? That they are not to be violated but with His wrath? Indeed, I tremble for my country when I reflect that God is just, that His justice cannot sleep forever. I have lived temperately, eating little animal food, and that not as an aliment, so much as a condiment for the vegetables, which constitute my principal diet. The cornerstone of democracy rests on the foundation of an educated electorate. No nation was ever drunk when wine was cheap. It astonishes me to find that so many of our countrymen should be contented to live under a system which leaves to their governors the power of taking from them the trial by jury in civil cases, freedom of religion, freedom of the press, freedom of commerce, the habeas corpus laws, and of yoking them with a standing army. This is a degeneracy in the principles of liberty, which I would not have expected for at least 4 centuries. A lawyer without books would be like a workman without tools. For here we are not afraid to follow truth wherever it may lead. We must not let our rulers load us with perpetual debt. Government can do something for the people only in proportion as it can do something to the people. I steer my bark with hope in the head, leaving fear astern. History, by apprising them, the people, of the past, will enable them to judge of the future. It will qualify them as judges of the actions and designs of men. It will enable them to know ambition under every disguise it may assume, and knowing it, to defeat its views. Reason and free inquiry are the only effectual agents against error. He who permits himself to tell a lie once, finds it much easier to do it a second and third time, till at length it becomes habitual. He tells lies without attending to it, and truths without the world's believing him. This falsehood of the tongue leads to that of the heart, and in time depraves all its good dispositions. If nature has made any one thing less susceptible than all others of exclusive property, it is the action of the thinking power called an idea. No one possesses the less, because every other possessed the whole of it. He who receives an idea from me, receives instruction himself without lessening mine, as he who lights his taper at mine, receives light without darkening me. And even should the cloud of barbarism and despotism again obscure the science and libraries of Europe, this country remains to preserve and restore light and liberty to them. On a hot day in Virginia, I know nothing more comforting than a fine spiced pickle, brought up trout-like from the sparkling depths of the aromatic jar below the stairs of Aunt Sally's cellar. Above all things, lose no occasion of exercising your dispositions to be grateful, to be generous, to be charitable, to be humane, to be true, just, firm, orderly, courageous, etc. Consider every act of this kind as an exercise which will strengthen your moral faculties and increase your worth. It is every American's right and obligation to read and interpret the Constitution for himself. Say nothing of my religion. It is known to God and myself alone. Action will delineate and define you. Our tenet ever was that Congress had not unlimited powers to provide for the general welfare, but were restrained to those specifically enumerated, and that, as it was never meant that they should provide for that welfare but by the exercise of the enumerated powers, so it could not have been meant they should raise money for purposes which the enumeration did not place under their action. I have often thought that if heaven had given me choice of my position and calling, it should have been on a rich spot of earth, well watered, and near a good market for the productions of the garden. No occupation is so delightful to me as the culture of the earth, and no culture comparable to that of the garden. Such a variety of subjects, some one always coming to perfection, the failure of one thing repaired by the success of another, and instead of one harvest a continued one through the year. Those who don't read the newspapers are better off than those who do, insofar as those who know nothing are better off than those whose heads are filled with half-truths and lies. We must use a good deal of economy in our wood, never cutting down new, where we can make the old do. The system of banking have, for ever reprobated. I contemplate it as a blot left in all our constitutions, which, if not covered, will end in their destruction, which is already hit by the gamblers in corruption, and is sweeping away in its progress the fortunes and morals of our citizens. That paper money has some advantages is admitted, but that its abuses also are inevitable and, by breaking up the measure of value, makes a lottery of all private property, cannot be denied. The trifling economy of paper, as a cheaper medium, or its convenience for transmission, weighs nothing in opposition to the advantages of the precious metals it is liable to be abused, has been, is, and forever will be abused, in every country in which it is permitted. Paper is poverty, it is only the ghost of money, and not money itself. Aristocrats fear the people, and wish to transfer all power to the higher classes of society. I consider ethics, as well as religion, as supplements to law in the government of man. God has formed us moral agents, that we may promote the happiness of those with whom He has placed us in society, by acting honestly towards all, benevolently to those who fall within our way, respecting sacredly their rights, bodily and mental, and cherishing especially their freedom of conscience, as we value our own. Our rulers can have authority over such natural rights only as we have submitted to them. It is to secure our rights that we resort to government at all. It can never be too often repeated, that the time for fixing every essential right on a legal basis is while our rulers are honest, and ourselves united. It is a principle that the right to a thing gives a right to the means without which it could not be used, that is to say, that the means follow their end. What is true of every member of the society, individually, is true of them all collectively, since the rights of the whole can be no more than the sum of the rights of the individuals. The evidence of the natural right of expatriation, like that of our right to life, liberty, the use of our faculties, the pursuit of happiness, is not left to the feeble and sophistical investigations of reason, but is impressed on the sense of every man. We do not claim these under the charters of kings or legislators, but under the King of Kings. Man is a rational animal, endowed by nature with rights and with an innate sense of justice. The authors of the Gospels were unlettered and ignorant men, and the teachings of Jesus have come to us mutilated, misstated, and unintelligible. The Constitution of most of our states, and of the United States, assert that all power is inherent in the people, that they may exercise it by themselves, that it is their right and duty to be at all times armed, and that they are entitled to freedom of person, freedom of religion, freedom of property, and freedom of press. I have often thought that nothing would do more extensive good at small expense than the establishment of a small circulating library in every county, to consist of a few well-chosen books, to be lent to the people of the country under regulations as would secure their safe return in due time. I agree with you that it is the duty of every good citizen to use all the opportunities, which occur to him, for preserving documents relating to the history of our country. The man who stops advertising to save money is like the man who stops the clock to save time. A mind always employed is always happy. This is the true secret, the grand recipe, for felicity. My construction of the Constitution is very different from that you quote. It is that each department is truly independent of the others, and has an equal right to decide for itself what is the meaning of the Constitution in the cases submitted to its action, and especially, where it is to act ultimately and without appeal. The principle of the Constitution is that of a separation of legislative, executive and judiciary functions, except in cases specified. If this principle be not expressed in direct terms, it is clearly the spirit of the Constitution, and it ought to be so commented and acted on by every friend of free government. Preserve the republican form and principles of our Constitution and cleave to the salutary distribution of powers which the Constitution, has established, are the two sheet anchors of our Union. If driven from either, we shall be in danger of foundering. If, then, the control of the people over the organs of their government be the measure of its republicanism, and I confess I know no other measure, it must be agreed that our governments have much less of republicanism than ought to have been expected. In other words, that the people have less regular control over their agents than their rights and their interests require. Although a Republican government is slow to move, yet when once in motion, its momentum becomes irresistible. When right, I shall often be thought wrong by those whose positions will not command a view of the whole ground. During the course of administration, and in order to disturb it, the artillery of the press has been leveled against us, charged with whatsoever its licentiousness could devise or dare. These abuses of an institution so important to freedom and science are deeply to be regretted, inasmuch as they tend to lessen its usefulness and to sap its safety. The instability of our laws is really an immense evil. I think it would be well to provide in our constitutions that there shall always be a 12-month between the engrossing a bill passing it, that it should then be offered to its passage without changing a word, and that if circumstances should be thought to require a speedier passage, it should take 2/3 of both houses instead of a bare majority. Legislators invent too many devices for subdividing property, only taking care to let their subdivisions go hand in hand with the natural affections of the human mind. The great object of my fear is the federal judiciary. That body, like gravity, ever acting, with noiseless foot, and unalarming advance, gaining ground step by step, and holding what it gains, is engulfing insidiously the special governments into the jaws of that which feeds them. The opinion which gives to the judges the right to decide what laws are constitutional and what not only for themselves, in their own sphere of action, but for the legislature and executive also in their spheres, would make the judiciary a despotic branch. A judiciary independent of a king or executive alone is a good thing, but independence of the will of the nation is a solecism, at least in a republican government. Laws are made for men of ordinary understanding and should, therefore, be construed by the ordinary rules of common sense. Their meaning is not to be sought for in metaphysical subtleties which may make anything mean everything or nothing at pleasure. The construction applied to those parts of the Constitution of the United States which delegate Congress a power, ought not to be construed as themselves to give unlimited powers, nor a part to be so taken as to destroy the whole residue of that instrument. On every unauthoritative exercise of power by the legislature must the people rise in rebellion or their silence be construed into a surrender of that power to them? If so, how many rebellions should we have had already? It would reduce the whole instrument to a single phrase, that of instituting a Congress with power to do whatever would be for the good of the United States, and as they would be the sole judges of the good or evil, it would be also a power to do whatever evil they please. Certainly no such universal power was meant to be given them. The Constitution, was intended to lace them up straightly within the enumerated powers and those without which, as means, these powers could not be carried into effect. The ultimate arbiter is the people of the Union. In America, no other distinction between man and man had ever been known but that of persons in office exercising powers by authority of the laws, and private individuals. Among these last, the poorest laborer stood on equal ground with the wealthiest millionaire, and generally on a more favored one whenever their rights seemed to jar. The Declaration of Independence is the declaratory charter of our rights and the rights of man. I have been happy in believing that, whatever follies we may be led into as to foreign nations, we shall never give up our Union, the last anchor of our hope, and that alone which is to prevent this heavenly country from becoming an arena of gladiators. Excessive taxation will carry reason reflection to every man's door, and particularly in the hour of election. Would it not be better to simplify the system of taxation rather than to spread it over such a variety of subjects and pass through so many new hands? Taxes should be continued by annual or biennial reactments, because a constant hold, by the nation, of the strings of the public purse is a salutary restraint from which an honest government ought not wish, nor a corrupt one to be permitted, to be free. The fore-horse of this frightful team is public debt. Taxation follow that, and in its turn wretchedness and oppression. I had always hoped that the younger generation receiving their early impressions after the flame of liberty had been kindled in every breast, would have sympathized with oppression wherever found, and proved their love of liberty beyond their own share of it. My confidence is that there will for a long time be virtue and good sense enough in our countrymen to correct abuses. I suppose, indeed, that in public life, a man whose political principles have any decided character and who has energy enough to give them effect must always expect to encounter political hostility from those of adverse principles. Those who labor in the earth are the chosen people of God, if ever he had a chosen people, whose breasts he has made his peculiar deposit for substantial and genuine virtue. It should be our endeavor to cultivate the peace and friendship of every nation. Our interest will be to throw open the doors of commerce, and to knock off all its shackles, giving perfect freedom to all persons for the vent to whatever they may choose to bring into our ports, and asking the same in theirs. I think all the world would gain by setting commerce at perfect liberty. A rigid economy of the public contributions and absolute interdiction of all useless expenses will go far towards keeping the government honest and unoppressive. Give up money, give up fame, give up science, give the earth itself and all it contains, rather than do an immoral act. The flames kindled on the 4th of July, 1776, have spread over too much of the globe to be extinguished by the feeble engines of despotism. On the contrary, they will consume these engines and all who work them. The time to guard against corruption and tyranny is before they shall have gotten hold of us. It is better to keep the wolf out of the fold, than to trust to drawing his teeth and talons after he shall have entered. Lethargy is the forerunner of death to the public liberty. There is a debt of service due from every man to his country, proportioned to the bounties which nature and fortune have measured to him. Religion is a subject on which I have ever been most scrupulously reserved. I have considered it as a matter between every man and his Maker, in which no other, and far less the public, had a right to intermeddle. The press is impotent when it abandons itself to falsehood. I am, for freedom of the press, and against all violations of the Constitution, to silence by force and not by reason the complaints or criticisms, just or unjust, of our citizens against the conduct of their agents. It is a moot question whether the origin of any kind of property is derived from nature at all. It is agreed by those who have seriously considered the subject that no individual has, of natural right, a separate property in an acre of land, for instance. By a universal law, indeed, whatever, whether fixed or movable, belongs to all men equally and in common is the property for the moment of him who occupies it. But when he relinquishes the occupation, the property goes with it. Stable ownership is the gift of social law, and is given late in the progress of society. To take from one because it is thought that his own industry and that of his fathers has acquired too much, in order to spare to others, who, or whose fathers have not exercised equal industry and skill, is to violate arbitrarily the first principle of association, the guarantee to every one of a free exercise of his industry and the fruits acquired by it. The rights of the people to the exercise and fruits of their own industry can never be protected against the selfishness of rulers not subject to their control at short periods. The true foundation of republican government is the equal right of every citizen in his person and property and in their management. The liberty of speaking and writing guards our other liberties. No provision in our Constitution ought to be dearer to man than that which protects the rights of conscience against the enterprises of the civil authority. It is left, to the juries, if they think the permanent judges are under any bias whatever in any cause, to take on themselves to judge the law as well as the fact. They never exercise this power but when they suspect partiality in the judges, and by the exercise of this power they have been the firmest bulwarks of English liberty. I consider trial by jury as the only anchor ever yet imagined by man, by which a government can be held to the principles of its constitution. I find as I grow older that I love those most whom I loved first. What a stupendous, what an incomprehensible machine is man! Who can endure toil, famine, stripes, imprisonment, death itself in vindication of his own liberty, and the next moment inflict on his fellow men a bondage, 1 hour of which is fraught with more misery than ages of that which he rose in rebellion to oppose. My opinion is that there would never have been an infidel, if there had never been a priest. The artificial structures they have built on the purest of all moral systems, for the purpose of deriving from it pence and power, revolts those who think for themselves, and who read in that system only what is really there. If we did a good act merely from love of God and a belief that it is pleasing to Him, whence arises the morality of the atheist? Their virtue, then, must have had some other foundation than the love of God. I have the consolation of having added nothing to my private fortune during my public service, and of retiring with hands clean as they are empty. I had rather be shut up in a very modest cottage, with my books, my family, and a few old friends, dining on simple bacon, and letting the world roll on as it liked, than to occupy the most splendid post which any human power can give. I sincerely believe that banking establishments are more dangerous than standing armies, and that the principle of spending money to be paid by posterity, under the name of funding, is but swindling futurity on a large scale. If once the people become inattentive to the public affairs, you and I, and Congress and assemblies, judges and governors, shall all become wolves. It seems to be the law of our general nature, in spite of individual exceptions. The most valuable of all talents is that of never using two words when one will do. The will of the people is the only legitimate foundation of any government, and to protect its free expression should be our first object. He who receives an idea from me, receives instruction himself without lessening mine, as he who lights his taper at mine, receives light without darkening me. Taste cannot be controlled by law. Power is not alluring to pure minds. The advertisement is the most truthful part of a newspaper. Delay is preferable to error. I cannot live without books. One man with courage is a majority. Man is an imitative animal. This quality is the germ of all education in him. From his cradle to his grave he is learning to do what he sees others do. When you abandon freedom to achieve security, you lose both and deserve neither. I could think of no worse example for nations abroad, who for the first time were trying to put free electoral procedures into effect, than that of the United States wrangling over the results of our presidential election, and even suggesting that the presidency itself could be stolen by thievery at the ballot box. The ground of liberty is to be gained by inches, and we must be contented to secure what we can get from time to time and eternally press forward for what is yet to get. It takes time to persuade men to do even what is for their own good. Where a new invention promises to be useful, it ought to be tried. It is strangely absurd to suppose that 1 million of human beings, collected together, are not under the same moral laws which bind each of them separately. I am for a government rigorously frugal simple, applying all the possible savings of the public revenue to the discharge of the national debt, and not for a multiplication of officers' salaries merely to make partisans, for increasing, by every device, the public debt, on the principle of its being a public blessing. And say, finally, whether peace is best preserved by giving energy to the government or information to the people. This last is the most legitimate engine of government. Educate and inform the whole mass of people. Enable them to see that it is their interest to preserve peace and order, and they will preserve them. And it requires no very high degree of education to convince them of this. They are the only sure reliance for the preservation of our liberty. If I had to choose between government without newspapers, and newspapers without government, I wouldn't hesitate to choose the latter. Very many and very meritorious were the worthy patriots who assisted in bringing back our government to its republican tack. To preserve it in that, will require unremitting vigilance. If our country, when pressed with wrongs at the point of the bayonet, had been governed by its heads instead of its hearts, where should we have been now? Hanging on a gallows as high as Haman's. The steady character of our countrymen is a rock to which we may safely moor, and notwithstanding the efforts of the papers to disseminate early discontents, I expect that a just, dispassionate and steady conduct, will at length rally to a proper system the great body of our country. Unequivocal in principle, reasonable in manner, we shall be able, I hope, to do a great deal of good to the cause of freedom harmony. I prefer the tumult of liberty to the quiet of servitude. The patriot, like the Christian, must learn to bear revilings and persecutions as a part of his duty, and in proportion as the trial is severe, firmness under it becomes more requisite and praiseworthy. It requires, indeed, self-command. But that will be fortified in proportion as the calls for its exercise are repeated. The rational and peaceable instrument of reform, the suffrage of the people. I am opposed to any form of tyranny over the mind of man. We could in the United States make as great a variety of wines as are made in Europe, not exactly of the same kinds, but doubtless as good. By making this wine known to the public, I have rendered my country as great a service as if I had enabled it to pay back the national debt. For if one link in nature's chain might be lost, another might be lost, until the whole of things will vanish by piecemeal. Take more pleasure in giving what is best to another than in having it for yourself, and then all the world will love you. The greatest good we can do our country is to heal its party divisions and make them one people. In every free and deliberating society, there must, from the nature of man, be opposite parties, and violent dissensions and discords, and one of these, for the most part, must prevail over the other for a longer or shorter time. By oft repeating an untruth, men come to believe it themselves. Difference of opinion leads to inquiry, and inquiry to truth, and I am sure, we both value too much the freedom of opinion sanctioned by our Constitution, not to cherish its exercise even where in opposition to ourselves. I hope that we have not labored in vain, and that our experiment will still prove that men can be governed by reason. We are now vibrating between too much and too little government, and the pendulum will rest finally in the middle. Government as well as religion has furnished its schisms, its persecutions, and its devices for fattening idleness on the earnings of the people. If ever we are constrained to lift the hatchet against any tribe, we will never lay it down till that tribe is exterminated, or driven beyond the Mississippi. In war, they will kill some of us, we shall destroy them all. With your talents and industry, with science, and that steadfast honesty which eternally pursues right, regardless of consequences, you may promise yourself everything but health, without which there is no happiness. An attention to health then should take place of every other object. The time necessary to secure this by active exercises should be devoted to it in preference to every other pursuit. If the children are untaught, their ignorance and vices will in future life cost us much dearer in their consequences than it would have done in their correction by a good education. Nobody can acquire honor by doing what is wrong. Honesty is the first chapter in the Book of Wisdom. Let it be our endeavor to merit the character of a just nation. We owe gratitude to France, justice to England, goodwill to all, and subservience to none. It was by the sober sense of our citizens that we were safely and steadily conducted from monarchy to republicanism, and it is by the same agency alone we can be kept from falling back. Our attachment to no nation on earth should supplant our attachment to liberty. Convinced that the people are the only safe depositories of their own liberty, and that they are not safe unless enlightened to a certain degree, I have looked on our present state of liberty as a short-lived possession unless the mass of the people could be informed to a certain degree. The functionaries of every government have propensities to command at will the liberty and property of their constituents. There is no safe deposit for these but with the people themselves, nor can they be safe with them without information. Where the press is free, and every man able to read, all is safe. To all of which is added a selection from the elementary schools of subjects of the most promising genius, whose parents are too poor to give them further education, to be carried at the public expense through the college and university. The object is to bring into action that mass of talents which lies buried in poverty in every country, for want of the means of development, and thus give activity to a mass of mind, which, in proportion to our population, shall be double or treble of what it is in most countries. Whensoever the general government assumes undelegated powers, its acts are unauthoritative, void, and of no force. If there be any among us who wish to dissolve the Union or to change its republican form, let them stand undisturbed, as monuments of the safety with which error of opinion may be tolerated where reason is left free to combat it. No government can continue good but under the control of the people, and their minds are to be informed by education what is right and what wrong, to be encouraged in habits of virtue and to be deterred from those of vice. These are the inculcations necessary to render the people a sure basis for the structure and order of government. Honor, justice, and humanity forbid us tamely to surrender that freedom which we received from our gallant ancestors, and which our innocent posterity have a right to receive from us. Oppose, with manly firmness, any invasions on the rights of the people. I think our governments will remain virtuous for many centuries as long as they are chiefly agricultural, and this will be as long as there shall be vacant lands in any part of America. When they get piled upon one another in large cities as in Europe, they will become corrupt as in Europe. An elective despotism was not the government we fought for, but one which should not only be founded on true free principles, but in which the powers of government should be so divided and balanced among general bodies of magistracy, as that no one could transcend their legal limits without being effectually checked and restrained by the others. I view great cities as pestilential to the morals, the health, and the liberties of man. True, they nourish some of the elegant arts, but the useful ones can thrive elsewhere, and less perfection in the others, with more health, virtue, and freedom, would be my choice. The way to have good and safe government is not to trust it all to one, but to divide it among the many, distributing to everyone exactly the functions in which he is competent. It is by dividing and subdividing these republics from the great national one down through all its subordinations until it ends in the administration of every man's farm by himself, by placing under everyone what his own eye may superintend, that all will be done for the best. What country before ever existed a century and a half without a rebellion? And what country can preserve its liberties if their rulers are not warned from time to time that their people preserve the spirit of resistance? Let them take arms. The remedy is to set them right as to facts, pardon and pacify them. What signify a few lives lost in a century or two? The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. It is its natural manure. A morsel of genuine history is a thing so rare as to be always valuable. Were parties here divided merely by a greediness for office, to take a part with either would be unworthy of a reasonable or moral man. The whole art of government consists in the art of being honest. Take not from the mouth of labor the bread it has earned. Educate and inform the whole mass of the people. Enable them to see that it is their interest to preserve peace and order, and they will preserve them. I prefer to be remembered for what I have done for others, not what others have done for me. Subject opinion to coercion. Whom will you make your inquisitors? Fallible men, men governed by bad passions, by private as well as public reasons. And why subject it to coercion? To produce uniformity. But is uniformity of opinion desirable? No more than of face and stature. The issue today is the same as it has been throughout all history, whether man shall be allowed to govern himself or be ruled by a small elite. I consider the government of the United States as interdicted by the Constitution from intermeddling with religious institutions, their doctrines, discipline, or exercises. This results not only from the provision that no law shall be made respecting the establishment or free exercise of religion, but from that also which reserves to the states the powers not delegated to the United States. Certainly, no power to prescribe any religious exercise or to assume authority in any religious discipline has been delegated to the general government. It must then rest with the states. The hocus-pocus phantasm of a god, like another Cerberus, with one body and three heads, had its birth and growth in the blood of thousands and thousands of martyrs. Believing with you that religion is a matter which lies solely between man and his God, that he owes account to none other for his faith or his worship, that the legislative powers of government reach actions only, and not opinions, I contemplate with sovereign reverence that act of the whole American people which declared that their legislature should make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, thus building a wall of separation between church and state. To talk of immaterial existences is to talk of nothings. To say that the human soul, angels, God, are immaterial, is to say they are nothings, or that there is no God, no angels, no soul. I cannot reason otherwise, but I believe I am supported in my creed of materialism by Locke, Tracy, and Stewart. At what age of the Christian Church this heresy of immaterialism, this masked atheism, crept in, I do not know. But heresy it certainly is. The clergy believe that any portion of power confided to me, as president, will be exerted in opposition to their schemes. And they believe rightly, for I have sworn upon the altar of God, eternal hostility against every form of tyranny over the mind of man. But this is all they have to fear from me, and enough, too, in their opinion. Nature intended me for the tranquil pursuits of science, by rendering them my supreme delight. But the enormities of the times in which I have lived, have forced me to take a part in resisting them, and to commit myself on the boisterous ocean of political passions. Whenever there are in any country uncultivated lands and unemployed poor, it is clear that the laws of property have been so far extended as to violate natural right. The earth is given as a common stock for man to labor and live on. The small landowners are the most precious part of a state. Who then can so softly bind up the wound of another as he who has felt the same wound himself? No nation is drunken where wine is cheap, and none sober where the dearness of wine substitutes ardent spirits as the common beverage. The sun has not caught me in bed in 50 years. I never before knew the full value of trees. Under them I breakfast, dine, write, read and receive my company. Agriculture is our wisest pursuit, because it will in the end contribute most to real wealth, good morals, and happiness. I think our governments will remain virtuous for many centuries, as long as they are chiefly agricultural. Cultivators of the earth are the most valuable citizens. They are the most vigorous, the most independent, the most virtuous, and they are tied to their country and wedded to its liberty and interests by the most lasting bands. But though an old man, I am but a young gardener. This I hope will be the age of experiments in government, and that their basis will be founded in principles of honesty, not of mere force. I look to the diffusion of light and education as the resource most to be relied on for ameliorating the condition, promoting the virtue and advancing the happiness of man. I hope the necessity will at length be seen of establishing institutions, here as in Europe, where every branch of science, useful at this day, may be taught in its highest degrees. Letters are not the first, but the last step in the progression from barbarism to civilization. I join you therefore in branding as cowardly the idea that the human mind is incapable of further advances. What we learn to do, we learn by doing. I have lived temperately. I double the doctor's recommendation of a glass and a half wine each day and even treble it with a friend. I think it is a great error to consider a heavy tax on wines as a tax on luxury. On the contrary, it is a tax on the health of our citizens. Here was buried Thomas Jefferson, author of the Declaration of American Independence, of the Statute of Virginia for Religious Freedom, and father of the University of Virginia. The legitimate powers of government extend to such acts only as are injurious to others. But it does me no injury for my neighbor to say there are 20 gods, or no God. It neither picks my pocket nor breaks my leg. It is not the policy of the government in America to give aid to works of any kind. They let things take their natural course without help or impediment, which is generally the best policy. Never fear the want of business. A man who qualifies himself well for his calling, never fails of employment. Hemp is of first necessity to the wealth protection of the country. Motherhood is the keystone of the arch of matrimonial happiness. It is not only vain, but wicked, in a legislator to frame laws in opposition to the laws of nature, and to arm them with the terrors of death. This is truly creating crimes in order to punish them. The sovereign invigorator of the body is exercise, and of all the exercises walking is the best. I have always said that a studious perusal of the sacred volume will make better citizens, better fathers, and better husbands. Born in other countries, yet believing you could be happy in this, our laws acknowledge, as they should do, your right to join us in society, conforming, as I doubt not you will do, to our established rules. That these rules shall be as equal as prudential considerations will admit, will certainly be the aim of our legislatures, general and particular. God grant that men of principle shall be our principal men. Whether I retire to bed early or late, I rise with the sun. Whenever you are to do a thing, though it can never be known but to yourself, ask yourself how you would act if all the world were looking at you, and act accordingly. Under the law of nature, all men are born free, every one comes into the world with a right to his own person, which includes the liberty of moving and using it at his own will. This is what is called personal liberty, and is given him by the author. An elective despotism was not the government we fought for. A free people claim their rights as derived from the laws of nature, and not as the gift of their chief magistrate. Liberty is the great parent of science and of virtue, and a nation will be great in both in proportion as it is free. When wrongs are pressed because it is believed they will be borne, resistance becomes morality. All eyes are opened, or opening, to the rights of man. The general spread of the light of science has already laid open to every view the palpable truth, that the mass of mankind has not been born with saddles on their backs, nor a favored few booted and spurred, ready to ride them legitimately, by the grace of God. These are grounds of hope for others. For ourselves, let the annual return of this day forever refresh our recollections of these rights, and an undiminished devotion to them. If the body be feeble, the mind will not be strong. Everything yields to diligence. I have never been able to conceive how any rational being could propose happiness to himself from the exercise of power over others. Be a listener only, keep within yourself, and endeavor to establish with yourself the habit of silence, especially in politics. The cement of this union is the heart-blood of every American. Good humor is one of the preservatives of our peace and tranquility. Health is worth more than learning. It is the old practice of despots to use a part of the people to keep the rest in order. Exercise and application produce order in our affairs, health of body, cheerfulness of mind, and these make us precious to our friends. I hold the precepts of Jesus as delivered by himself, to be the most pure, benevolent and sublime which have ever been preached to man. We must make our choice between economy and liberty or confusion and servitude. If we run into such debts, we must be taxed in our meat and drink, in our necessities and comforts, in our labor and in our amusements. If we can prevent the government from wasting the labor of the people, under the pretense of caring for them, they will be happy. I am not among those who fear the people. They, and not the rich, are our dependents for continued freedom. It is reasonable that everyone who asks justice should do justice. I cannot live without books, but fewer will suffice where amusement, and not use, is the only future object. Those who labor in the earth are the chosen people of God. My God! How little do my countrymen know what precious blessings they are in possession of, and which no other people on earth enjoy. Our properties within our own territories should not be taxed or regulated by any power on earth but our own. The day will come when the mystical generation of Jesus, by the Supreme Being as his Father, in the womb of a virgin, will be classed with the fable of the generation of Minerva in the brain of Jupiter. There is nothing more unequal than the equal treatment of unequal people. I am satisfied, and sufficiently occupied with the things which are, without tormenting or troubling myself about those which may indeed be, but of which I have no evidence. Coffee, the favorite drink of the civilized world. If I am to meet with a disappointment, the sooner I know it, the more of life I shall have to wear it off. The art of life is the art of avoiding pain. A little rebellion is a good thing. In matters of principle stand like a rock. We confide in our strength, without boasting of it, we respect that of others, without fearing it. A room without books is like a life without meaning. On every question of construction, of the Constitution, let us carry ourselves back to the time when the Constitution was adopted, recollect the spirit of the debates, and instead of trying what meaning may be squeezed out of the text, or invented against it, conform to the probable one in which it was passed. The care of every man's soul belongs to himself. But what if he neglect the care of it? Well, what if he neglect the care of his health or his estate, which would more nearly relate to the state? Will the magistrate make a law that he not be poor or sick? Laws provide against injury from others, but not from ourselves. God himself will not save men against their wills. We are afraid of the known and afraid of the unknown. That is our daily life, and in that there is no hope, and therefore every form of philosophy, every form of theological concept, is merely an escape from the actual reality of what is. All outward forms of change brought about by wars, revolutions, reformations, laws and ideologies have failed completely to change the basic nature of man and therefore of society. The Christian God can easily be pictured as virtually the same God as the many ancient gods of past civilizations. The Christian God is a three-headed monster, cruel, vengeful, and capricious. If one wishes to know more of this raging three-headed beast like God, one only needs to look at the caliber of people who say they serve him. They are always of two classes: fools and hypocrites. Too old to plant trees for my own gratification, I shall do it for my posterity. I have recently been examining all the known superstitions of the world and do not find in our particular superstition, Christianity, one redeeming feature. The happiest moments of my life have been the few which I have passed at home in the bosom of my family. I never submitted the whole system of my opinions to the creed of any party of men whatever, in religion, in philosophy, in politics, or in anything else, where I was capable of thinking for myself. Such an addiction is the last degradation of a free and moral agent. If I could not go to heaven but with a party, I would not go there at all. History, I believe, furnishes no example of a priest-ridden people maintaining a free civil government. This marks the lowest grade of ignorance of which their civil as well as religious leaders will always avail themselves for their own purposes. Religions are all alike, founded upon fables and mythologies. The worst day in a man's life is when he sits down and begins thinking about how he can get something for nothing. Above all things, I hope the education of the common people will be attended to, convinced that on their good sense we may rely with most security for the preservation of a due degree of liberty. Freedom of religion, freedom of the press, freedom of person under protection of habeas corpus, and trial by juries impartially selected, these principles form the bright constellation which has gone before us, and guided our steps through an age of revolution and reformation. Our peculiar security is in the possession of a written constitution. Let us not make it a blank paper by construction. He, who steadily observes those moral precepts in which all religions concur, will never be questioned at the gates of heaven as to the dogmas in which they all differ. The majority, oppressing an individual, is guilty of a crime, abuses its strength, and by acting on the law of the strongest breaks up the foundations of society. How sublime to look down on the workhouse of nature, to see her clouds, hail, snow, rain, thunder, all fabricated at our feet. Free government is founded in jealousy, and not in confidence. It is jealousy, and not confidence, which prescribes limited constitutions, to bind down those whom we are obliged to trust with power. Pride costs us more than hunger, thirst, and cold. Why suspend the habeas corpus in insurrections and rebellions? Examine the history of England. See how few of the cases of the suspension of the habeas corpus law have been worthy of that suspension. They have been either real treasons, wherein the parties might as well have been charged at once, or sham plots, where it was shameful they should ever have been suspected. Yet for the few cases wherein the suspension of the habeas corpus has done real good, that operation is now become habitual and the minds of the nation almost prepared to live under its constant suspension. To learn, you have to listen. To improve, you have to try. I consider the foundation of the Constitution as laid on this ground that all powers not delegated to the United States, by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the States, are reserved to the States or to the people. To take a single step beyond the boundaries thus specially drawn around the powers of Congress, is to take possession of a boundless field of power not longer susceptible of any definition. Christianity neither is, nor ever was a part of the common law. The impious presumption of legislators and rulers, civil as well as ecclesiastical, who, being themselves but fallible and uninspired men, have assumed dominion over the faith of others, setting up their own opinions and modes of thinking as the only true and infallible, and as such endeavoring to impose them on others, hath established and maintained false religions over the greatest part of the world and through all time. The dead should not rule the living. One never really knows how much one has been touched by a place until one has left it. When I hear another express an opinion which is not mine, I say to myself, he has a right to his opinion, as I to mine. Why should I question it? His error does me no injury, and shall I become a Don Quixote, to bring all men by force of argument to one opinion? Be a listener only, keep within yourself, and endeavor to establish with yourself the habit of silence, especially in politics. When the representative body have lost the confidence of their constituents, when they have notoriously made sale of their most valuable rights, when they have assumed to themselves powers which the people never put into their hands, then indeed their continuing in office becomes dangerous to the state. It is proof of sincerity, which I value above all things, as, between those who practice it, falsehood and malice work their efforts in vain. In every country and in every age, the priest has been hostile to liberty. He is always in alliance with the despot, abetting his abuses in return for protection to his own. All persons shall have full and free liberty of religious opinion, nor shall any be compelled to frequent or maintain any religious institution. The multiplication of public offices, increase of expense beyond income, growth and entailment of a public debt are indications soliciting the employment of the pruning knife. Were we directed from Washington when to sow and when to reap, we should soon want bread. Religious leaders will always avail themselves of public ignorance for their own purpose. An honest heart being the first blessing, a knowing head is the second. It is not to be understood that I am with him, Jesus Christ, in all his doctrines. I am a materialist. He takes the side of spiritualism. He preaches the efficacy of repentance toward forgiveness of sin. I require a counterpoise of good works to redeem it. The most sacred of the duties of a government is to do equal and impartial justice to all its citizens. The Constitution is a mere thing of wax in the hands of the judiciary, which they may twist and shape into any form they please. We have no right to prejudice another in his civil enjoyments because he is of another church. Our civil rights have no dependence upon our religious opinions more than our opinions in physics or geometry. The purpose of government is to enable the people of a nation to live in safety and happiness. Government exists for the interests of the governed, not for the governors. Governments constantly choose between telling lies and fighting wars, with the end result always being the same. One will always lead to the other. The clergy converted the simple teachings of Jesus into an engine for enslaving mankind and adulterated by artificial constructions into a contrivance to filch wealth and power to themselves. These clergy, in fact, constitute the real Antichrist. 1. Never put off till tomorrow what you can do today. 2. Never trouble another for what you can do yourself. 3. Never spend your money before you have it. 4. Never buy what you do not want, because it is cheap, it will be dear to you. 5. Pride costs us more than hunger, thirst, and cold. 6. We never repent of having eaten too little. 7. Nothing is troublesome that we do willingly. 8. How much pain have cost us the evils which have never happened. 9. Take things always by their smooth handle. 10. When angry, count 10, before you speak, if very angry, 100. I will not believe our labors are lost. I shall not die without a hope that light and liberty are on a steady advance. Should things go wrong at any time, the people will set them to rights by the peaceable exercise of their elective rights. Millions of innocent men, women and children, since the introduction of Christianity, have been burnt, tortured, fined and imprisoned. Yet we have not advanced 1 inch towards uniformity. What has been the effect of coercion? To make one half the world fools, and the other half hypocrites. To support roguery and error all over the earth. That government is best which governs the least, because its people discipline themselves. Democracy is 51% of the people taking away the rights of the other 49%. Whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it, and to institute new government. An enlightened citizenry is indispensable for the proper functioning of a republic. Self-government is not possible unless the citizens are educated sufficiently to enable them to exercise oversight. It is therefore imperative that the nation see to it that a suitable education be provided for all its citizens. The most effectual means of preventing the perversion of power into tyranny are to illuminate, as far as practicable, the minds of the people at large, and more especially to give them knowledge of those facts which history exhibits, that possessed thereby of the experience of other ages and countries, they may be enabled to know ambition under all its shapes, and prompt to exert their natural powers to defeat its purposes. I have ever deemed it fundamental for the United States never to take active part in the quarrels of Europe. Their political interests are entirely distinct from ours. Their mutual jealousies, their balance of power, their complicated alliances, their forms and principles of government, are all foreign to us. They are nations of eternal war. No government can be maintained without the principle of fear as well as duty. Good men will obey the last, but bad ones the former only. If our government ever fails, it will be from this weakness. Without virtue, happiness cannot be. The clergy, by getting themselves established by law and ingrafted into the machine of government, have been a very formidable engine against the civil and religious rights of man. Never trouble another for what you can do yourself. An honest man can feel no pleasure in the exercise of power over his fellow citizens. When we see ourselves in a situation which must be endured and gone through, it is best to make up our minds to it, meet it with firmness, and accommodate everything to it in the best way practicable. This lessens the evil, while fretting and fuming only serves to increase your own torments. The God who gave us life gave us liberty. Can the liberties of a nation be secure when we have removed a conviction that these liberties are the gift of God? Beer, if drank with moderation, softens the temper, cheers the spirit, and promotes health. The people cannot be all, and always, well informed. The part which is wrong will be discontented, in proportion to the importance of the facts they misconceive. If they remain quiet under such misconceptions, it is lethargy, the forerunner of death to the public liberty. And what country can preserve its liberties, if its rulers are not warned from time to time, that this people preserve the spirit of resistance? Let them take arms. No man has a natural right to commit aggression on the equal rights of another, and this is all from which the laws ought to restrain him. The greatest calamity which could befall us would be submission to a government of unlimited powers. When once a republic is corrupted, there is no possibility of remedying any of the growing evils but by removing the corruption and restoring its lost principles. Every other correction is either useless or a new evil. Men of quality are not threatened by women of equality. Legislators cannot invent too many devices for subdividing property. Another means of silently lessening the inequality of property is to exempt all from taxation below a certain point, and to tax the higher portions or property in geometrical progression as they rise. Whenever there are in any country uncultivated lands and unemployed poor, it is clear that the laws of property have been so far extended as to violate natural right. Do not neglect your music. It will be a companion which will sweeten many hours of life to you. Paul was the first corrupter of the doctrines of Jesus. Wine brightens the life and thinking of anyone. May I never get too busy in my own affairs that I fail to respond to the needs of others with kindness and compassion. By a declaration of rights, I mean one which shall stipulate freedom of religion, freedom of the press, freedom of commerce against monopolies, trial by juries in all cases, no suspensions of the habeas corpus, no standing armies. These are fetters against doing evil which no honest government should decline. In every country where man is free to think and to speak, difference of opinion will arise from difference of perception, and the imperfection of reason. But these differences, when permitted, as in this happy country, to purify themselves by free discussion, are but as passing clouds overspreading our land transiently, and leaving our horizon more bright and serene. Ridicule is the only weapon which can be used against unintelligible propositions. Ideas must be distinct before reason can act upon them, and no man ever had a distinct idea of the Trinity. It is the mere abracadabra of the mountebanks calling themselves the priests of Jesus. Our liberty depends on the freedom of the press, and that cannot be limited without being lost. Man once surrendering his reason, has no remaining guard against absurdities the most monstrous, and like a ship without rudder, is the sport of every wind. With such persons, gullibility, which they call faith, takes the helm from the hand of reason, and the mind becomes a wreck. Paper money is liable to be abused, has been, is, and forever will be abused, in every country in which it is permitted. The whole history of these books, i.e. the Gospels, is so defective and doubtful that it seems vain to attempt minute inquiry into it, and such tricks have been played with their text, and with the texts of other books relating to them, that we have a right, from that cause, to entertain much doubt what parts of them are genuine. In the New Testament there is internal evidence that parts of it have proceeded from an extraordinary man, and that other parts are of the fabric of very inferior minds. It is as easy to separate those parts, as to pick out diamonds from dunghills. Who will govern the governors? There is only one force in the nation that can be depended upon to keep the government pure and the governors honest, and that is the people themselves. They alone, if well informed, are capable of preventing the corruption of power, and of restoring the nation to its rightful course if it should go astray. They alone are the safest depository of the ultimate powers of government. Most codes extend their definitions of treason to acts not really against one's country. They do not distinguish between acts against the government, and acts against the oppressions of the government. The latter are virtues, yet have furnished more victims to the executioner than the former. Real treasons are rare, oppressions frequent. The unsuccessful strugglers against tyranny have been the chief martyrs of treason laws in all countries. It is wonderful how much may be done if we are always doing. Man is not made for the state but the state for man, and it derives its just powers only from the consent of the governed. An occasional insurrection will not weigh against the inconveniences of a government of force, such as are monarchies and aristocracies. The commotions that have taken place in America, as far as they are yet known to me, offer nothing threatening. They are a proof that the people have liberty enough, and I could not wish them less than they have. If the happiness of the mass of the people can be secured at the expense of a little tempest now and then, or even of a little blood, it will be a precious purchase. Malo libertatem periculosam quam quietum servitudem. Let common sense and common honesty have fair play, and they will soon set things to rights. The late rebellion in Massachusetts has given more alarm than I think it should have done. Calculate that one rebellion in 13 states in the course of 11 years, is but one for each state in a century and a half. No country should be so long without one. Nor will any degree of power in the hands of government prevent insurrections. I was much an enemy to monarchies before I came to Europe. I am 10,000 times more so, since I have seen what they are. There is scarcely an evil known in these countries, which may not be traced to their king, as its source, nor a good, which is not derived from the small fibers of republicanism existing among them. A little patience, and we shall see the reign of witches pass over, their spells dissolve, and the people, recovering their true sight, restore their government to its true principles. An Act of the Congress of the United States, which assumes powers, not delegated by the Constitution, is not law, but is altogether void and of no force. For heaven's sake, discard the monstrous wig which makes the English judges look like rats peeping through bunches of oakum. If the freedom of religion, guaranteed to us by law in theory, can ever rise in practice under the overbearing inquisition of public opinion, then and only then will truth prevail over fanaticism. Our Constitution has not left the religion of its citizens under the power of its public functionaries. Were it possible that any of these should consider a conquest over the conscience of men either attainable or applicable to any desirable purpose? We are sensible of the duty and expediency of submitting our opinions to the will of the majority, and can wait with patience till they get right if they happen to be at any time wrong. Idleness begets ennui, ennui the hypochondriac, and that a diseased body. No laborious person was ever yet hysterical. Where the principle of difference, between political parties, is as substantial and as strongly pronounced as between the Republicans and the Monocrats of our country. I hold it as honorable to take a firm and decided part and as immoral to pursue a middle line, as between the parties of honest men and rogues, into which every country is divided. It is part of the American character to consider nothing as desperate. The true theory of our Constitution is surely the wisest and best, that the states are independent as to everything within themselves, and united as to everything respecting foreign affairs. Let the general government be reduced to foreign concerns only, and let our affairs be disentangled from those of all other nations, except as to commerce, which the merchants will manage the better, the more they are left free to manage for themselves, and our general government may be reduced to a very simple organization, and a very inexpensive one, a few plain duties to be performed by a few servants. The purpose of a written constitution is, to bind up the several branches of government by certain laws, which, when they transgress, their acts shall become nullities, to render unnecessary an appeal to the people, or in other words a rebellion, on every infraction of their rights, on the peril that their acquiescence shall be construed into an intention to surrender those rights. In the fevered state of our country, no good can ever result from any attempt to set one of these fiery zealots to rights, either in fact or principle. They are determined as to the facts they will believe, and the opinions on which they will act. Get by them, therefore, as you would by an angry bull. It is not for a man of sense to dispute the road with such an animal. We will be soldiers, so our sons may be farmers, so their sons may be artists. Whiskey claims to itself alone the exclusive office of sot-making. The government created by this compact was not made the exclusive or final judge of the extent of the powers delegated to itself, since that would have made its discretion, and not the Constitution, the measure of its powers. Knowledge indeed is a desirable, a lovely possession. Truth will do well enough if left to shift for herself. New York, like London, seems to be a cloacina, toilet, of all the depravities of human nature. Nothing is more incumbent on the old than to know when they should get out of the way and relinquish to younger successors the honors they can no longer earn, and the duties they can no longer perform. Question with boldness even the existence of a God. None but an armed nation can dispense with a standing army. If we move in mass, be it ever so circuitously, we shall attain our object, but if we break into squads, everyone pursuing the path he thinks most direct, we become an easy conquest to those who can now barely hold us in check. Music furnishes a delightful recreation for the hours of respite from the cares of the day, and lasts us through life. To the corruptions of Christianity I am indeed opposed, but not to the genuine precepts of Jesus himself. I am a Christian, in the only sense he wished anyone to be, sincerely attached to his doctrines, in preference to all others, ascribing to himself every human excellence, believing he never claimed any other. I have come to a resolution myself, as I hope every good citizen will, never again to purchase any article of foreign manufacture which can be had of American make, be the difference of price what it may. Unless the mass retains sufficient control over those entrusted with the powers of their government, these will be perverted to their own oppression, and to the perpetuation of wealth and power in the individuals and their families selected for the trust. Love your neighbor as yourself and your country more than yourself. Agriculture is at the same time the most tranquil, healthy, and independent occupation. The last hope of human liberty in this world rests on us. Nothing is more certainly written in the book of fate than that these people are to be free. Nor is it less certain that the two races, equally free, cannot live in the same government. Nature, habit, opinion has drawn indelible lines of distinction between them. I never before knew the full value of trees. What would I not give that the trees planted nearest round the house at Monticello were full grown. The spirit of 1776 is not dead. It has only been slumbering. The body of the American people is substantially Republican. But their virtuous feelings have been played on by some fact with more fiction, they have been the dupes of artful maneuvers, and made for a moment to be willing instruments in forging chains for themselves. But times and truth dissipated the delusion, and opened their eyes. The error seems not sufficiently eradicated, that the operations of the mind, as well as the acts of the body, are subject to the coercion of the laws. But our rulers can have authority over such natural rights only as we have submitted to them. The rights of conscience we never submitted, we could not submit. We are answerable for them to our God. The legitimate powers of government extend to such acts only as are injurious to others. A little rebellion now and then is a medicine necessary for the sound health of government. Common sense is the foundation of all authorities, of the laws themselves, and of their construction. It is of great importance to set a resolution, not to be shaken, never to tell an untruth. There is no vice so mean, so pitiful, so contemptible, and he who permits himself to tell a lie once, finds it much easier to do it a second and a third time, till at length it becomes habitual. Every man cannot have his way in all things. If his opinion prevails at some times, he should acquiesce on seeing that of others preponderate at other times. Without this mutual disposition we are disjointed individuals, but not a society. The small landholders are the most precious part of a state. What I value more than all things, good humor. A well-informed citizenry is the best defense against tyranny. He who lights his candle at mine receives light without darkening me. If a nation expects to be ignorant and free, it expects what never was and never will be. The people cannot be safe without information. When the press is free, and every man is able to read, all is safe. A mind always employed is always happy. A candle loses nothing when it lights another candle. Cultivators of the earth are the most virtuous and independent citizens. If ever this vast country is brought under a single government, it will be one of the most extensive corruption. The several states composing the United States of America are not united on the principle of unlimited submission to their general government. Every man has two countries, his own and France. Every man, and every body of men on earth, possesses the right of self-government. They receive it with their being from the hand of nature. Individuals exercise it by their single will, collections of men by that of their majority, for the law of the majority is the natural law of every society of men. While the farmer holds the title to the land, actually, it belongs to all the people because civilization itself rests upon the soil. A strong body makes the mind strong. The press is the best instrument for enlightening the mind of man, and improving him as a rational, moral, and social being. I have ever deemed it more honorable and more profitable, too, to set a good example than to follow a bad one. I have great confidence in the common sense of mankind in general. Is it less dishonest to do what is wrong because it is not expressly prohibited by written law? Let us hope our moral principles are not yet in that stage of degeneracy. I can scarcely contemplate a more incalculable evil than the breaking of the union into two or more parts. Certainly one of the highest duties of the citizen is a scrupulous obedience to the laws of the nation. But it is not the highest duty. Of all exercises, walking is the best. The movements of nature are in a never-ending circle. The animal species which has once been put into a train of motion, is still probably moving in that train. For if one link in nature's chain might be lost, another and another might be lost, till this whole system of things should vanish by piecemeal, a conclusion not warranted by the local disappearance of one or two species of animals, and opposed by the thousands and thousands of instances of the renovating power constantly exercised by nature for the reproduction of all her subjects, animal, vegetable, and mineral. Nothing is troublesome that we do willingly. There is not one redeeming feature in our superstition of Christianity. It has made one half the world fools, and the other half hypocrites. No man shall be compelled to frequent or support any religious worship, place, or ministry whatsoever. I place economy among the first and most important virtues and public debt as the greatest dangers to be feared. We must not let our rulers load us with perpetual debt. We must make our choice between economy and liberty or profusion and servitude. The same prudence which in private life would forbid our paying money for unexplained projects, forbids it in the disposition of public money. We are endeavoring to reduce the government to the practice of rigid economy to avoid burdening the people. The only security of all is in a free press. An informed citizenry is at the heart of a dynamic democracy. To me, it appears that there have been differences of opinion and party differences, from the first establishment of government to the present day, and on the same question which now divides our own country, that these will continue through all future time, that every one takes his side in favor of the many, or of the few, according to his constitution, and the circumstances in which he is placed. I hold it that a little rebellion now and then is a good thing, and as necessary in the political world as storms in the physical. Peace is that brief glorious moment in history when everybody stands around reloading. Difference of opinion is helpful in religion. Without health there is no happiness. An attention to health, then, should take the place of every other object. No experiment can be more interesting than that we are now trying, and which we trust will end in establishing the fact that man may be governed by reason and truth. Our first object should therefore be, to leave open to him all the avenues to truth. The most effectual hitherto found, is the freedom of the press. It is, therefore, the first shut up by those who fear the investigation of their actions. Born in the same land, we ought to live as brothers, doing to each other all the good we can, and not listening to wicked men, who may endeavor to make us enemies. By living in peace, we can help and prosper one another. By waging war, we can kill and destroy many on both sides, but those who survive will not be the happier for that. Had the doctrines of Jesus been preached always as pure as they came from his lips, the whole civilized world would now have been Christians. I have not observed men's honesty to increase with their riches. The tax which will be paid for the purpose of education is not more than the 1,000th part of what will be paid to kings, priests and nobles who will rise up among us if we leave the people in ignorance. A walk about Paris will provide lessons in history, beauty, and in the point of life. To preserve the freedom of the human mind then and freedom of the press, every spirit should be ready to devote itself to martyrdom, for as long as we may think as we will, and speak as we think, the condition of man will proceed in improvement. All authority belongs to the people. In questions of power let no more be heard of confidence in man, but bind him down from mischief with chains of the Constitution. Good wine is a necessity of life for me. The most uninformed mind with a healthy body is happier than the wisest valetudinarian. The doctrines of Jesus are simple, and tend to all the happiness of man. No generation has a right to contract debts greater than can be paid off during the course of its own existence. The Bible is the cornerstone of liberty. Never use two words when one will do. War is as much a punishment to the punisher as to the sufferer. The wise know too well their weakness to assume infallibility, and he who knows most knows best how little he knows. Our legislators are not sufficiently apprised of the rightful limits of their power, that their true office is to declare and enforce only our natural rights and duties, and to take none of them from us. The contest is not between us and them, but between good and evil, and if those who would fight evil adopt the ways of evil, evil wins. Not less than 2 hours a day should be devoted to exercise. The same prudence which in private life would forbid our paying our own money for unexplained projects, forbids it in the dispensation of the public monies. A strong body makes the mind strong. As to the species of exercises, I advise the gun. While this gives moderate exercise to the body, it gives boldness, enterprise and independence to the mind. Games played with the ball, and others of that nature, are too violent for the body and stamp no character on the mind. Let your gun therefore be your constant companion of your walks. Was the government to prescribe to us our medicine and diet, our bodies would be in such keeping as our souls are now. The suppression of unnecessary offices, of useless establishments and expenses enabled us to discontinue our internal taxes. These covering our land with officers, and opening our doors to their intrusions, had already begun that process of domiciliary vexation which, once entered, is scarcely to be restrained from reaching successively every article of produce and property. But with respect to future debt, would it not be wise and just for that nation to declare in the Constitution they are forming that neither the legislature, nor the nation itself can validly contract more debt, than they may pay within their own age, or within the term of 19 years? The policy of the American government is to leave their citizens free, neither restraining or aiding them in their pursuits. I find that the harder I work, the more luck I seem to have. Bigotry is the disease of ignorance, of morbid minds, enthusiasm of the free and buoyant. Education and free discussion are the antidotes of both. Rebellion to tyranny is obedience to God. It is more honorable to repair a wrong than to persist in it. You know well that government always kept a kind of standing army of newswriters who, without any regard to truth or to what should be like truth, invented and put into the papers whatever might serve the government, ministers. This suffices with the mass of the people who have no means of distinguishing the false from the true paragraphs of a newspaper. Dependence leads to subservience. The reason that Christianity is the best friend of government is because Christianity is the only religion that changes the heart. The Bible makes the best people in the world. To preserve our independence, we must not let our rulers load us with perpetual debt. We must make our election between economy and liberty, or profusion and servitude. Nothing can now be believed which is seen in a newspaper. Truth itself becomes suspicious by being put into that polluted vehicle. The real extent of this state of misinformation is known only to those who are in situations to confront facts within their knowledge with the lies of the day. Among the most inestimable of our blessings is that, of liberty to worship our Creator in the way we think most agreeable to His will. A liberty deemed in other countries incompatible with good government and yet proved by our experience to be its best support. A society that will trade a little liberty for a little order will lose both, and deserve neither. He states can best govern our home concerns and the general government our foreign ones. I wish, therefore, never to see all offices transferred to Washington, where, further withdrawn from the eyes of the people, they may more secretly be bought and sold at market. The constitutional freedom of religion is the most inalienable and sacred of all human rights. The man who would choose security over freedom deserves neither. Until we stop harming all other living beings, we are still savages. A properly functioning democracy depends on an informed electorate. I apprehend that the total abandonment of the principle of rotation in the offices of President and Senator will end in abuse. I believe the states can best govern our home concerns and the federal government our foreign ones. I wish it were possible to obtain a single amendment to our Constitution. I would be willing to depend on that alone for the reduction of the administration of our government. I mean an additional article taking from the federal government the power of borrowing. I am sure that in estimating every man's value either in private or public life, a pure integrity is the quality we take first into calculation, and that learning and talents are only the second. When tyranny becomes law, rebellion becomes duty. We should talk over the lessons of the day, or lose them in music, chess, or the merriments of our family companions. Never put off your massage until tomorrow if you can get it today. Does the government fear us? Or do we fear the government? When the people fear the government, tyranny has found victory. The federal government is our servant, not our master. Religious institutions that use government power in support of themselves and force their views on persons of other faiths, or of no faith, undermine all our civil rights. Moreover, state support of an established religion tends to make the clergy unresponsive to their own people, and leads to corruption within religion itself. Erecting the wall of separation between church and state, therefore, is absolutely essential in a free society. When all government, in little as in great things, shall be drawn to Washington as the center of all power, it will render powerless the checks provided of one government on another, and will become as venal and oppressive as the government from which we separated. Christianity is the most perverted system that ever shone on man. To consider judges as the ultimate arbiters of all constitutional questions is a very dangerous doctrine indeed, and one which would place us under the despotism of an oligarchy. If we are to guard against ignorance and remain free, it is the responsibility of every American to be informed. Laws that forbid the carrying of arms disarm only those who are neither inclined nor determined to commit crimes. Such laws make things worse for the assaulted and better for the assailants. They serve rather to encourage than to prevent homicides, for an unarmed man may be attacked with greater confidence than an armed man. I think we have more machinery of government than is necessary, too many parasites living on the labor of the industrious. Let your gun therefore be your constant companion of your walks. Equal rights for all, special privileges for none. Men by their constitutions are naturally divided into two parties. 1. Those who fear and distrust the people, and wish to draw all powers from them into the hands of the higher classes. 2. Those who identify themselves with the people, have confidence in them, cherish and consider them as the most honest and safe, although not the most wise depositary of the public interests. In every country these two parties exist, and in every one where they are free to think, speak, and write, they will declare themselves. A private central bank issuing the public currency is a greater menace to the liberties of the people than a standing army. We must not let our rulers load us with perpetual debt. I prefer dangerous freedom over peaceful slavery. The course of history shows that as a government grows, liberty decreases. The people will not understand the importance of the Second Amendment until it is too late. Tyranny is defined as that which is legal for the government but illegal for the citizenry. The government you elect is the government you deserve. The end of democracy and the defeat of the American Revolution will occur when government falls into the hands of lending institutions and moneyed incorporations. The country is headed toward a single and splendid government of an aristocracy founded on banking institutions and moneyed incorporations, and if this tendency continues it will be the end of freedom and democracy. The few will be ruling, I hope we shall, crush in its birth the aristocracy of our moneyed corporations which dare already to challenge our government to trial and bid defiance to the laws of our country. I sincerely believe that banking establishments are more dangerous than standing armies. Botany I rank with the most valuable sciences. Choice by the people themselves is not generally distinguished for its wisdom. Bigotry is the disease of ignorance. Defend our liberties and fashion into one united people the multitudes brought hither out of many kindred and tongues. Health is the requisite after morality. My affections were first for my own country, then, generally, for all mankind. Honesty, disinterestedness, and good nature are indispensable to procure the esteem and confidence of those with whom we live, and on whose esteem our happiness depends. Your own reason is the only oracle given you by heaven, and you are answerable for, not the rightness, but the uprightness of the decision. No nation is permitted to live in ignorance with impunity. The juries are our judges of all fact, and of law when they choose it. Self-interest, or rather self-love, or egoism, has been more plausibly substituted as the basis of morality. Morals were too essential to the happiness of man, to be risked on the uncertain combinations of the head. Nature laid their foundation, therefore, in sentiment, not in science. The oppressed should rebel, and they will continue to rebel and raise disturbance until their civil rights are fully restored to them and all partial distinctions, exclusions, and incapacitations are removed. No instance exists of a person's writing two language perfectly. That will always appear to be his native language which was most familiar to him in his youth. All we can do is to make the best of our friends, love and cherish what is good in them, and keep out of the way what is bad. All men are created equal. Creeds have been the bane of the Christian Church, made of Christendom a slaughterhouse. I am not afraid of priests. They have tried upon me all their various batteries of pious whining, hypocritical canting, lying and slandering. I have contemplated their order from the Magi of the East to the saints of the West, and I have found no difference of character, but of more or less caution, in proportion to their information or ignorance on whom their interested duperies were to be played off. Their sway in New England is indeed formidable. No mind beyond mediocrity dares there to develop itself. We discover in the Gospels a groundwork of vulgar ignorance, of things impossible, of superstition, fanaticism and fabrication. Everyone has a natural right to choose that vocation in life which he thinks most likely gives him comfortable subsistence. The public school system, usually a 12-year sentence of mind control, crushing creativity, smashing individualism, encouraging collectivism and compromise, destroying the exercise of intellectual inquiry, twisting it instead into meek subservience to authority. Walter Karp, editor, Harper's Magazine. The ground of liberty is to be gained by inches, and we must be contented to secure what we can get from time to time and eternally press forward for what is yet to get. It takes time to persuade men to do even what is for their own good. Up until the late unpleasantness of the Civil War, then, the right of secession was more or less taken for granted in many quarters, and there has never been any amendment or even a Supreme Court decision saying it's improper. Samuel Francis, secession may be legal but not expedient. Conservative Chronicles. If there be any among us who wish to dissolve the Union or to change its republican form, let them stand undisturbed, as monuments of the safety with which error of opinion may be tolerated where reason is left free to combat it. Confidence is everywhere the parent of despotism. Free government is founded in jealousy, and not in confidence. I sincerely join you in abjuring all political connection with every foreign power, and though I cordially wish well to the progress of liberty in all nations, and would forever give it the weight of our countenance, yet they are not to be touched without contamination from their other bad principles. Commerce with all nations, alliance with none, should be our motto. No man will ever bring out of the presidency the reputation which carries him into it. To myself, personally, it brings nothing but increasing drudgery and daily loss of friends. The moral sense is the first excellence of well-organized man. For themselves they fought, for themselves they conquered, and for themselves alone they have right to hold. The science of calculation also is indispensable as far as the extraction of the square and cube roots. Algebra as far as the quadratic equation and the use of logarithms are often of value in ordinary cases, but all beyond these is but a luxury, a delicious luxury indeed, but not being indulged in by one who is to have a profession to follow for his subsistence. Doubts and jealousies often beget the facts they fear. I sincerely congratulate you on the arrival of the mockingbird. Learn all the children to venerate it as a superior being in the form of a bird, or as a being which will haunt them if any harm is done to itself or its eggs. A pirate spreading misery and ruin over the face of the ocean. We mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor. If some period be not fixed, either by the Constitution or by practice, to the services of the first magistrate, his office, though nominally elective, will, in fact, be for life, and that will soon degenerate into an inheritance. Nothing is so disgusting to our sex as want of cleanliness and delicacy in yours. Our public credit is good, but the abundance of paper has produced a spirit of gambling in the funds. which has laid up our ships at the wharves as too slow instruments of profit, and has even disarmed the hand of the tailor of his needle and thimble. They say the evil will cure itself. I wish it may, but I have rarely seen a gamester cured, even by the disasters of his vocation. I served with General Washington in the legislature of Virginia, and, with Dr. Franklin in Congress. I never heard neither of them speak 10 minutes at a time, nor to any but the main point. The dominion which the banking institutions have obtained over the minds of our citizens must be broken, or it will break us. Bank paper must be suppressed, and the circulating medium must be restored to the nation to whom it belongs. If I could not go to heaven but with a party, I would not go there at all. The parties of Whig and Tory are those of nature. They exist in all countries, whether called by these names or by those of aristocrats and democrats, côte droite and côte gauche, ultras and radicals, serviles and liberals. The sickly, weakly, timid man fears the people, and is a Tory by nature. The healthy, strong and bold cherishes them, and is formed a Whig by nature. No one, I hope, can doubt my wish to see all mankind exercising self-government, and capable of exercising it. But the question is not what we wish, but what is practicable. To be really useful, we must keep pace with the state of society, and not dishearten it by attempts at what its population, means, or occupations will fail in attempting. Should reformers attempt more than the established habits of the people are ripe for, they may lose all and retard indefinitely the ultimate object of their aim. That these are our grievances which we have thus laid before His Majesty, with that freedom of language and sentiment which becomes a free people claiming their rights as derived from the laws of nature, and not as the gift of their chief magistrate. The foundation on which our government is built is the natural equality of man, the denial of every preeminence but that annexed to legal office, and particularly the denial of a preeminence by birth. It is too late in the day for men of sincerity to pretend they believe in the Platonic mysticisms that three are one, and one is three, and yet that the one is not three, and the three are not one. Laws and institutions must go hand in hand with the progress of the human mind. We might as well require a man to wear the coat which fitted him when a boy as civilized society to remain forever under the regimen of their barbarous ancestors. I hope we shall crush in its birth the aristocracy of our moneyed corporations. The purpose of establishing different houses of legislation is to introduce the influence of different interests or different principles. It is not by the consolidation or concentration of powers but by their distribution that good government is effected. Great innovations should not be forced on slender majorities. The hole and the patch should be commensurate. He wove those 3 threads into a talk ranging from annually spending a week at Halloween as a child collecting candy to giving candy to hundreds of children at Halloween as an adult, from childhood assistance he received from adults, particularly after his parents divorced, to saying I challenge you to be a caring adult in someone's life. Great times call forth great leaders. The most fortunate of us, in our journey through life, frequently meet with calamities and misfortunes which may greatly afflict us, and, to fortify our minds against the attacks of these calamities and misfortunes, should be one of the principal studies and endeavors of our lives. Dispositions of the mind, like limbs of the body, acquire strength by exercise. He has erected a multitude of new offices, and sent hither swarms of officers to harass our people and eat out their substance. Let our countrymen know that the people alone can protect us against these evils of misgovernment. Our particular principles of religion are a subject of accountability to our God alone. I inquire after no man's and trouble none with mine, nor is it given to us in this life to know whether yours or mine, our friends or our foes, are exactly the right. I shall need, too, the favor of that being in whose hands we are, who led our forefathers, as Israel of old. Truth is great and will prevail if left to herself. Rogueries, absurdities and untruths were perpetrated upon the teachings of Jesus by a large band of dupes and importers led by Paul, the first great corrupter of the teaching of Jesus. The appointment of a woman to office is an innovation for which the public is not prepared, nor I. Our cause is just. Our union is perfect. With hearts fortified, we most solemnly, before God and the world, declare that we will, in defiance of every hazard, with unabating firmness and perseverance, employ for the preservation of our liberties, being with one mind resolved to die freemen rather than to live slaves. I had rather ask an enlargement of power from the nation, where it is found necessary, than to assume it by a construction which would make our powers boundless. The question whether the judges are invested with exclusive authority to decide on the constitutionality of a law has been heretofore a subject of consideration with me in the exercise of official duties. Certainly there is not a word in the Constitution which has given that power to them more than to the executive or legislative branches. But the Chief Justice says, there must be an ultimate arbiter somewhere. True, there must, but does that prove it is either party? The ultimate arbiter is the people of the Union, assembled by their deputies in convention, at the call of Congress or of 2/3 of the states. Let them decide to which they mean to give an authority claimed by 2 of their organs. And it has been the peculiar wisdom and felicity of our Constitution, to have provided this peaceable appeal, where that of other nations is at once to force. But, you may ask, if the 2 departments, i.e., federal and state, should claim each the same subject of power, where is the common umpire to decide ultimately between them? In cases of little importance or urgency, the prudence of both parties will keep them aloof from the questionable ground, but if it can neither be avoided nor compromised, a convention of the states must be called to ascribe the doubtful power to that department which they may think best. The law of self-preservation is higher than written law. The general, federal, government will tend to monarchy, which will fortify itself from day to day, instead of working its own cures. And botany I rank with the most valuable sciences, whether we consider its subjects as furnishing the principal subsistence of life to man and beast, delicious varieties for our tables, refreshments from our orchards, the adornments of our flower borders, shade and perfume of our groves, materials for our buildings, or medicaments for our bodies. When earth is rich it bids defiance to droughts, yields in abundance and of the best quality. The general desire of men to live by their heads rather than their hands, and the strong allurements of great cities to those who have any turn for dissipation, threaten to make them here, as in Europe, the sinks of voluntary misery. The monopoly of a single bank is certainly an evil. The multiplication of them was intended to cure it, but it multiplied an influence of the same character with the first, and completed the supplanting the precious metals by a paper circulation. Between such parties the less we meddle the better. It is a cruel thought, that, when we feel ourselves standing on the firmest ground in every respect, the cursed arts of our secret enemies, combining with other causes, should effect, by depreciating our money, what the open arms of a powerful enemy could not. All the capital employed in paper speculation is barren and useless, producing, like that on a gaming table, no accession to itself, and is withdrawn from commerce and agriculture where it would have produced addition to the common mass it nourishes in our citizens' habits of vice and idleness instead of industry and morality. It has furnished effectual means of corrupting such a portion of the legislature as turns the balance between the honest voters whichever way it is directed. Private fortunes, in the present state of our circulation, are at the mercy of those self-created money-lenders, and are prostrated by the floods of nominal money with which their avarice deluges us. Scenes are now to take place as will open the eyes of credulity and of insanity itself, to the dangers of a paper medium abandoned to the discretion of avarice and of swindlers. It is a disputed question whether the circulation of paper, rather than of specie, gold and silver coin, is a good or an evil. I believe it to be one of those cases where mercantile clamor will bear down reason, until it is corrected by ruin. Specie, gold and silver coin, is the most perfect medium because it will preserve its own level, because, having intrinsic and universal value, it can never die in our hands, and it is the surest resource of reliance in time of war. Experience has proved to us that $1 of silver disappears for every dollar of paper emitted. No other depositories of power, but the people themselves, have ever yet been found, which did not end in converting to their own profit the earnings of those committed to their charge. There is an artificial aristocracy founded on wealth and birth, without either virtue or talents. The artificial aristocracy is a mischievous ingredient in government, and provision should be made to prevent its ascendancy. The people, especially when moderately instructed, are the only safe, because the only honest, depositaries of the public rights, and should therefore be introduced into the administration of them in every function to which they are sufficient. They will err sometimes and accidentally, but never designedly, and with a systematic and persevering purpose of overthrowing the free principles of the government. No government can continue good, but under the control of the people. Democrats consider the people as the safest depository of power in the last resort. They cherish them, therefore, and wish to leave in them all the powers to the exercise of which they are competent. The mass of the citizens is the safest depositary of their own rights. From the nature of things, every society must at all times possess within itself the sovereign powers of legislation. It is a happy circumstance in human affairs that evils which are not cured in one way will cure themselves in some other. All power is inherent in the people. It is unfortunate that the efforts of mankind to recover the freedom of which they have been so long deprived, will be accompanied with violence, with errors, and even with crimes. But while we weep over the means, we must pray for the end. Lay down true principles and adhere to them inflexibly. Do not be frightened into their surrender by the alarms of the timid, or the croakings of wealth against the ascendancy of the people. Those characters wherein fear predominates over hope may apprehend too much from instances of irregularity. They may conclude too hastily that nature has formed man insusceptible of any other government than that of force, a conclusion not founded in truth nor experience. It is rare that the public sentiment decides immorally or unwisely, and the individual who differs from it ought to distrust and examine well his own opinion. In every government on earth is some trace of human weakness, some germ of corruption and degeneracy, which cunning will discover, and wickedness insensibly open, cultivate and improve. The human character, we believe, requires in general constant and immediate control to prevent its being biased from right by the seductions of self-love. Principle will, in most cases, open the way for us to correct conclusion. When we come to the moral principles on which the government is to be administered, we come to what is proper for all conditions of society. Liberty, truth, probity, honor, are declared to be the four cardinal principles of society. I believe that morality, compassion, generosity, are innate elements of the human constitution, that there exists a right independent of force. Our part is to pursue with steadiness what is right, turning neither to right nor left for the intrigues or popular delusions of the day, assured that the public approbation will in the end be with us. Men are disposed to live honestly, if the means of doing so are open to them. Nature has implanted in our breasts a love of others, a sense of duty to them, a moral instinct, in short, which prompts us irresistibly to feel and to succor their distresses. I believe that justice is instinct and innate, that the moral sense is as much a part of our constitution as that of feeling, seeing, or hearing, as a wise creator must have seen to be necessary in an animal destined to live in society. The true fountains of evidence are the head and heart of every rational and honest man. It is their nature has written her moral laws, and where every man may read them for himself. I may err in my measures, but never shall deflect from the intention to fortify the public liberty by every possible means, and to put it out of the power of the few to riot on the labors of the many. The equal rights of man and the happiness of every individual are now acknowledged to be the only legitimate objects of government. No one has a right to obstruct another exercising his faculties innocently for the relief of sensibilities made a part of his nature. Laws abridging the natural right of the citizen should be restrained by rigorous constructions within their narrowest limits. All natural rights may be abridged or modified in their exercise by law. Circumstances sometimes require that rights the most unquestionable should be advanced with delicacy. The idea is quite unfounded that on entering into society we give up any natural rights. I shall see with sincere satisfaction the progress of those sentiments which tend to restore to man all his natural rights, convinced he has no natural right in opposition to his social duties. The right to use a thing comprehends a right to the means necessary to its use, and without which it would be useless. Questions of natural right are triable by their conformity with the moral sense and reason of man. The principles on which we engaged, of which the charter of our independence is the record, were sanctioned by the laws of our being, and we but obeyed them in pursuing undeviatingly the course they called for. It issued finally in that inestimable state of freedom which alone can ensure to man the enjoyment of his equal rights. To unequal privileges among members of the same society the spirit of our nation is, with one accord, adverse. Lake George is without comparison the most beautiful water I ever saw, formed by a contour of mountains into a basin, finely interspersed with islands, its water limpid as crystal, and the mountain sides covered with rich groves. down to the water edge, here and there precipices of rock to checker the scene and save it from monotony. Of distinction by birth or badge, Americans had no more idea than they had of the mode of existence in the moon or planets. They had heard only that there were such, and knew that they must be wrong. An equal application of law to every condition of man is fundamental. I sincerely pray that all the members of the human family may, in the time prescribed by the Father of us all, find themselves securely established in the enjoyment of life, liberty, and happiness. The giver of life gave it for happiness and not for wretchedness. That liberty is pure, which is to go to all, and not to the few or the rich alone. If God has made it a law in the nature of man to pursue his own happiness, he has left him free in the choice of place as well as mode, and we may safely call on the whole body of English jurists to produce the map on which nature has traced for each individual the geographical line which she forbids him to cross in pursuit of happiness. Some other natural rights have not yet entered into any declaration of rights. But every difference of opinion is not a difference of principle. We have been called by different names brethren of the same principle. We are all Republicans, we are all Federalists. Almighty God hath created the mind free. All attempts to influence it by temporal punishments or burthens are a departure from the plan of the holy author of our religion. No man shall be compelled to frequent or support religious worship or ministry, or shall otherwise suffer on account of his religious opinions or belief, but all men shall be free to profess and by argument to maintain their opinions in matters of religion. I know but one code of morality for men, whether acting singly or collectively. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty, to throw off such government, and to provide new guards for their future security. I hold it that a little rebellion, now and then, is a good thing, and as necessary in the political world as storms are in the physical. Unsuccessful rebellions, indeed, generally establish the encroachments on the rights of the people, which have produced them. An observation of this truth should render honest Republican governors so mild in their punishment of rebellions, as not to discourage them too much. It is medicine necessary for the sound health of government. We shall divert through our own country a branch of commerce which the European states have thought worthy of the most important struggles and sacrifices, and in the event of peace on terms which have been contemplated by some powers, we shall form to the American Union a barrier against the dangerous extension of the British province of Canada, and add to the empire of liberty an extensive and fertile country, thereby converting dangerous enemies into valuable friends. The art of life is the art of avoiding pain, and he is the best pilot, who steers clearest of the rocks and shoals with which it is beset. But this momentous question, like a fire bell in the night, awakened and filled me with terror. Any woodsman can tell you that in a broken and sundered nest, one can hardly find more than a precious few whole eggs. So it is with the family. Public employment contributes neither to advantage nor happiness. It is but honorable exile from one's family and affairs. You have not been mistaken in supposing my views and feeling to be in favor of the abolition of war. Of my dispose, I try to maintain peace until its condition shall be made less tolerable than that of war itself. The world has had proofs, and more, perhaps, than it has approved. I hope it is practicable, by improving the mind and morals of society, to lessen the dispose, I tie into war, but of its abolition I despair. That peace, safety, and concord may be the portion of our native land, and be long enjoyed by our fellow citizens, is the most ardent wish of my heart, and if I can be instrumental in procuring or preserving them, I shall think I have not lived in vain. Peace with all nations, and the right which that gives us with respect to all nations, are our object. I considered 4 of these bills, of the revised Code of Virginia, as forming a system by which every fiber would be eradicated of antient or future aristocracy, and a foundation laid for a government truly republican. Experience having long taught me the reasonableness of mutual sacrifices of opinion among those who are to act together for any common object, and the expediency of doing what good we can, when we cannot do all we would wish. He who is permitted by law to have no property of his own, can with difficulty conceive that property is founded in anything but force. A truth now and then projecting into the ocean of newspaper lies serves like headlands to correct our course. Indeed, my skepticism as to everything I see in a newspaper makes me indifferent whether I ever see one. As for what is not true, you will always find abundance in the newspapers. From 40 years' experience of the wretched guesswork of the newspapers of what is not done in open daylight, and of their falsehood even as to that, I rarely think them worth reading, and almost never worth notice. It is so difficult to draw a clear line of separation between the abuse and the wholesome use of the press, that as yet we have found it better to trust the public judgment, rather than the magistrate, with the discrimination between truth and falsehood. And hitherto the public judgment has performed that office with wonderful correctness. Newspapers serve as chimneys to carry off noxious vapors and smoke. We lay it down as a fundamental, that laws, to be just, must give a reciprocation of right, that, without this, they are mere arbitrary rules of conduct, founded in force, and not in conscience. The judiciary of the United States is the subtle corps of sappers and miners constantly working underground to undermine the foundations of our confederated fabric. They are construing our Constitution from a coordination of a general and special government to a general and supreme one alone. One single object will merit the endless gratitude of the society, that of restraining the judges from usurping legislation. The Constitution on which our Union rests, shall be administered by me, as President, according to the safe and honest meaning contemplated by the plain understanding of the people of the United States at the time of its adoption, a meaning to be found in the explanations of those who advocated, not those who opposed it, and who opposed it merely lest the construction should be applied which they denounced as possible. The true key for the construction of everything doubtful in a law is the intention of the lawmakers. This is most safely gathered from the words, but may be sought also in extraneous circumstances provided they do not contradict the express words of the law. The Federal Convention is really an assembly of demigods. The example of changing a constitution by assembling the wise men of the state, instead of assembling armies, will be worth as much to the world as the former examples we had give them. The Constitution, too, which was the result of our deliberation, is unquestionably the wisest ever yet presented to men. With earnest prayers to all my friends to cherish mutual goodwill, to promote harmony in conciliation, and above all things to let the love of our country soar above all minor passions, I tender you the assurance of my affectionate esteem and respect. The power of making war often prevents it. The power of making war often prevents it, and in our case would give efficacy to our desire of peace. Although our prospect is peace, our policy and purpose are to provide for defense by all those means to which our resources are competent. The people are in truth the only legitimate proprietors of the soil and government. Natural rights are the objects for the protection of which society is formed and municipal laws established. But the fact being once established, that the press is impotent when it abandons itself to falsehood, I leave to others to restore it to its strength, by recalling it within the pale of truth. Within that, it is a noble institution, equally the friend of science and of civil liberty. Enemies in war, in peace friends. A spirit of justice and friendly accommodation is our duty and our interest to cultivate with all nations. We wish the happiness and prosperity of every nation. I hope we shall prove how much happier for man the Quaker policy is, and that the life of the feeder is better than that of the fighter. And it is some consolation that the desolation by these maniacs of one part of the earth is the means of improving it in other parts. Let the latter be our office, and let us milk the cow, while the Russian holds her by the horns, and the Turk by the tail. It seems that the cannibals of Europe are going to eat one another again. A war between Russia and Turkey is like the battle of the kite and snake, whichever destroys the other, leaves a destroyer the less for the world. Still we did not expect to be without rubs and difficulties, and we have had them. First the detention of Western posts, then the coalition of Pilnitz, outlawing our commerce with France, and the British enforcement of the outlawry. In your day French depredations, in mine English, and the Berlin and Milan decrees, now the English orders of council, and the piracies they authorize. When these shall be over, it will the impressment of our seamen, or something else, and so we have gone on, and so we shall go on, puzzled and prospering beyond example in the history of man. We are firmly convinced, and we act on that conviction, that with nations as with individuals our interests soundly calculated will ever be found inseparable from our moral duties, and history bears witness to the fact that a just nation is trusted on its word when recourse is had to armaments and wars to bridle others. Still less, let it be proposed that our properties within our own territories shall be taxed or regulated by any power on earth but our own. The God who gave us life gave us liberty at the same time. The hand of force may destroy, but cannot disjoin them. It must be observed that our revenues are raised almost wholly on imported goods. Taxes should be proportioned to what may be annually spared by the individual. It has also been a great solace to me, to believe that you are engaged in vindicating to posterity the course we have pursued for preserving to them, in all their purity, the blessings of self-government, which we had assisted to in acquiring for them. If ever the earth has beheld a system of administration conducted with a single and steadfast eye to the general interest and happiness of those committed to it, one which, protected by truth, can never know reproach, it is that to which our lives have been devoted. The germ of dissolution of our federal government is in the constitution of the federal judiciary, an irresponsible body, for impeachment is scarcely a scarecrow, working like gravity by night and by day, gaining a little today and a little tomorrow, and advancing its noiseless step like a thief, over the field of jurisdiction, until all shall be usurped from the states, and the government of all be consolidated into one. The natural aristocracy I consider as the most precious gift of nature for the instruction, the trusts, and government of society. And indeed it would have been inconsistent in creation to have formed man for the social state, and not to have provided virtue and wisdom enough to manage the concerns of the society. May we not even say that that form of government is the best which provides the most, for a pure selection of these natural aristoi into the offices of government? War is not the best engine for us to resort to. Nature has given us one in our commerce, which if properly managed, will be a better instrument for obliging the interested nations of Europe to treat us with justice. It is a wise rule and should be fundamental in a government disposed to cherish its credit, and at the same time to restrain the use of it within the limits of its faculties, never to borrow $1 without laying a tax in the same instant for paying the interest annually, and the principal within a given term, and to consider that tax as pledged to the creditors on the public faith. We established however some, although not all its, self-government, important principles. The constitutions of most of our states assert, that all power is inherent in the people, that they may exercise it by themselves, in all cases to which they think themselves competent, as in electing their functionaries executive and legislative, and deciding by a jury of themselves, in all judiciary cases in which any fact is involved, or they may act by representatives, freely and equally chosen, that it is their right and duty to be at all times armed. I join cordially in admiring and revering the Constitution of the United States, the result of the collected wisdom of our country. That wisdom has committed to us the important task of proving by example that a government, if organized in all its parts on the representative principle unadulterated by the infusion of spurious elements, if founded, not in the fierce follies of man, but on his reason, on his sense of right, on the predominance of the social over his dissocial passions, may be so free as to restrain him in no moral right, and so firm as to protect him from every moral wrong. The moral sense is as much a part of our Constitution as that of feeling, seeing, or hearing. I shall rejoin myself to my native country, with new attachments, and with exaggerated esteem for its advantages, for though there is less wealth there is more freedom, more ease, and less misery. With nations as with individuals, our interests soundly calculated will ever be found inseparable from our moral duties. Independence can be trusted nowhere but with the people in mass. They are inherently independent of all but moral law. Responsibility is a tremendous engine in a free government. Law is often the tyrant's will, and always so when it violates the right of an individual. When, in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. I discharge every person under punishment or prosecution under the sedition law, because I considered, and now consider, that law to be a nullity as absolute and palpable as if Congress had ordered us to fall down and worship a golden image. The elective franchise, if guarded as the ark of our safety, will peaceably dissipate all combinations to subvert a constitution, dictated by the wisdom, and resting on the will of the people. Every male citizen of the Commonwealth, liable to taxes or to militia duty in any county, shall have a right to vote for representatives for that county to the legislature. A share in the sovereignty of the state, which is exercised by the citizens at large, in voting at elections is one of the most important rights of the subject, and in a republic ought to stand foremost in the estimation of the law. Your own reason is the only oracle given to you by God. The concentrating of powers in the same hands is precisely the definition of despotic government. It will be no alleviation that these powers will be exercised by a plurality of hands, and not by a single one. The failure of one thing is repaired by the success of another. I place economy among the first most important republican virtues, public debt as the greatest of the dangers to be feared. My heart trembles when I reflect that God is just. Are we to have a censor whose imprimatur shall say what books may be sold, and what we may buy? And who is thus to dogmatize religious opinions for our citizens? Whose foot is to be the measure to which ours are all to be cut or stretched? Is a priest to be our inquisitor, or shall a layman, simple as ourselves, set up his reason as the rule of what we are to read, and what we must believe? Where strictness of grammar does not weaken expression, it should be attended to. But where, by small grammatical negligences, the energy of an idea is condensed, or a word stands for a sentence, I hold grammatical rigor in contempt. One war, such as that of our revolution, is enough for one life. The evils which of necessity encompass the life of man are sufficiently numerous. Why should we add to them by voluntarily distressing and destroying one another? Peace, brothers, is better than war. In a long and bloody war, we lose many friends, and gain nothing. Let us then live in peace and friendship together, doing to each other all the good we can. We love and we value peace, we know its blessings from experience. We abhor the follies of war, and are not untried in its distresses and calamities. I do not believe war the most certain means of enforcing principles. Those peaceable coercions which are in the power of every nation, if undertaken in concert and in time of peace, are more likely to produce the desired effect. Believing that the happiness of mankind is best promoted by the useful pursuits of peace, that on these alone a stable prosperity can be founded, that the evils of war are great in their endurance, and have a long reckoning for ages to come, I have used my best endeavors to keep our country uncommitted in the troubles which afflict Europe, and which assail us on every side. I value peace, and I should unwillingly see any event take place which would render war a necessary resource. War has been avoided from a due sense of the miseries, and the demoralization it produces, and of the superior blessings of a state of peace and friendship with all mankind. I love peace, and am anxious that we should give the world still another useful lesson, by showing to them other modes of punishing injuries than by war, which is as much a punishment to the punisher as to the sufferer. Men of energy of character must have enemies, because there are two sides to every question, and taking one with decision, and acting on it with effect, those who take the other will of course be hostile in proportion as they feel that effect. The division into Whig and Tory is founded in the nature of men, the weakly and nerveless, the rich and the corrupt, seeing more safety and accessibility in a strong executive, the healthy, firm, and virtuous, feeling confidence in their physical and moral resources, and willing to part with only so much power as is necessary for their good government, and, therefore, to retain the rest in the hands of the many. The division will substantially be into Whig and Tory. It is surely time for men to think for themselves, and to throw off the authority of names so artificially magnified. I have learned to be less confident in the conclusions of human reason, and give more credit to the honesty of contrary opinions. Truth between candid minds can never do harm. Truth is the proper and sufficient antagonist to error, and has nothing to fear from the conflict, unless, by human interposition, disarmed of her natural weapons. Free argument and debate, errors ceasing to be dangerous when it is permitted freely to contradict them. If we suffer ourselves to be frightened from our post by mere lying, surely the enemy will use that weapon. For what one so cheap to those of whose system of politics morality makes no part? Reason and free inquiry are the only effectual agents against error. They are the natural enemies of error, and of error only. If free inquiry be restrained now, the present corruptions will be protected, and new ones encouraged. Error indeed has often prevailed by the assistance of power or force. Truth is the proper and sufficient antagonist to error. The Gothic idea that we were to look backwards instead of forwards for the improvement of the human mind, and to recur to the annals of our ancestors for what is most perfect in government, in religion and in learning, is worthy of those bigots in religion and government by whom it has been recommended, and whose purposes it would answer. But it is not an idea which this country will endure. Every man has a commission to admonish, exhort, convince another of error. Nothing but good can result from an exchange of information and opinions between those whose circumstances and morals admit no doubt of the integrity of their views. A government held together by the bands of reason only, requires much compromise of opinion. With the same honest views, the most honest men often form different conclusions. He alone who walks strict and upright, and who, in matters of opinion, will be contented that others should be as free as himself and acquiesce when his opinion is freely overruled, will attain his object in the end. I see the necessity of sacrificing our opinions sometimes to the opinions of others for the sake of harmony. We ought not to schismatize on either men or measures. Principles alone can justify that. The opinions of men are not the object of civil government, nor under its jurisdiction. Where thought is free in its range, we need never fear to hazard what is good in itself. I am not myself apt to be alarmed at innovations recommended by reason. That dread belongs to those whose interests or prejudices shrink from the advance of truth and science. If virtuous, the government need not fear the fair operation of attack and defense. Nature has given to man no other means of sifting the truth, either in religion, law, or politics. I hold it certain that to open the doors of truth and to fortify the habit of testing everything by reason are the most effectual manacles we can rivet on the hands of our successors to prevent their manacling the people with their own consent. Every man's reason is his own rightful umpire. This principle, with that of acquiescence in the will of the majority, will preserve us free and prosperous as long as they are sacredly observed. Ignorance and bigotry, like other insanities, are incapable of self-government. I have so much confidence in the good sense of man, and his qualifications for self-government, that I am never afraid of the issue where reason is left free to exert her force. Everyone must act according to the dictates of his own reason. Truth will do well enough if left to shift for herself. She seldom has received much aid from the power of great men to whom she is rarely known and seldom welcome. She has no need of force to procure entrance into the minds of men. Truth and reason are eternal. They have prevailed. And they will eternally prevail. However, in times and places they may be overborne for a while by violence, military, civil, or ecclesiastical. A noiseless course, not meddling with the affairs of others, unattractive of notice, is a mark that society is going on in happiness. If we can prevent the government from wasting the labors of the people under the pretense of taking care of them, they must become happy. We exist, and are quoted, as standing proofs that a government, so modeled as to rest continually on the will of the whole society, is a practicable government. Anarchy is necessarily consequent to inefficiency. To constrain the brute force of the people, the European governments deem it necessary to keep them down by hard labor, poverty and ignorance, and to take from them, as from bees, so much of their earnings, as that unremitting labor shall be necessary to obtain a sufficient surplus to sustain a scanty and miserable life. The right of self-government does not comprehend the government of others. The provisions we have made, for our government, are such as please ourselves. They answer the substantial purposes of government and of justice, and other purposes than these should not be answered. Every people may establish what form of government they please, and change it as they please, the will of the nation being the only thing essential. Every society has a right to fix the fundamental principles of its association, and to say to all individuals, that if they contemplate pursuits beyond the limits of these principles and involving dangers which the society chooses to avoid, they must go somewhere else for their exercise, that we want no citizens, and still less ephemeral and pseudo-citizens, on such terms. We may exclude them from our territory, as we do persons infected with disease. The excellence of every government is its adaptation to the state of those to be governed by it. It is a problem, not clear in my mind, that a society without government, as among our Indians, is not the best. But I believe it to be inconsistent with any great degree of population. It will be said that great societies cannot exist without government. The only orthodox object of the institution of government is to secure the greatest degree of happiness possible to the general mass of those associated under it. The first object of human association is the full improvement of their condition. Now I will avow that I then believed and now believe that those general principles of Christianity are as eternal and immutable as the existence and attributes of God, and that those principles of liberty are as unalterable as human nature and our terrestrial, mundane system. It may be regarded as certain that not a foot of land will ever be taken from the Indians without their own consent. Planting is one of my great amusements, and even of those things which can only be for posterity, for a septuagenary has no right to count on anything but annuals. I don't want them to kill no hog. I want a man to go to that chair, on his own 2 feet. It looked like the Lord just worked for white folks 'cause ever sens I was nothin' but a little boy I been on my own haulin' water to the fiel on that ol water cart wid all them dime buckets and that dipper just hittin' an old Dorothy just trottin' and me up there hittin' her with that rope. Easter was when they nailed him to the cross. And he never said a mumbling word. What justice would there be to take this life? Justice, gentlemen? Why, I would just as soon put a hog in the electric chair as this. This institution will be based on the illimitable freedom of the human mind. For here we are not afraid to follow truth wherever it may lead, not tolerate error as long as reason is left free to combat it. If the obstacles of bigotry and priestcraft can be surmounted, we may hope that common sense will suffice to do everything else. Neither believe nor reject anything because any other person, or description of persons have rejected or believed it. Your own reason is the only oracle given you by heaven. Man was destined for society. His morality, therefore, was to be formed to this object. He was endowed with a sense of right and wrong merely relative to this. This sense is as much a part of his nature, as the sense of hearing, seeing, feeling. It is the true foundation of morality. The moral sense, or conscience, is as much a part of man as his leg or arm. It is given to all human beings in a stronger or weaker degree, as force of members is given them in a greater or less degree. It may be strengthened by exercise, as may any particular limb of the body. Though you cannot see, when you take one step, what will be the next, yet follow truth, justice, and plain dealing, and never fear their leading you out of any difficult situation, in the easiest manner possible. Never suppose that in any possible situation or under any circumstances that it is best for you to do a dishonorable thing however slightly so it may appear to you. Encourage all your virtuous dispositions, and exercise them whenever an opportunity arises, being assured that they will gain strength by exercise, and that exercise will make them habitual. Such is the moral construction of the world that no national crime passes unpunished in the long run. Were present oppressors to reflect on the same truth, they would spare to their own countries the penalties on their present wrongs which will be inflicted on them in future times. The seeds of hatred and revenge which they sow with a large hand will not fail to produce their fruits in time. Like their brother robbers on the highway, they suppose the escape of the moment a final escape and deem infamy in future risk countervailed by present gain. The cement of this union is in the heart-blood of every American. I do not believe there is on earth a government established on so immovable a basis. Its only merit was in being the first publication which carried the claim of our rights their whole length, and asserted that there was no rightful link of connection between us and England but that of being under the same king. The last hope of human liberty in this world rests on us. We ought, for so dear a stake, to sacrifice every attachment, every enmity. This ball of liberty, I believe most piously, is now so well in motion that it will roll round the globe. At least the enlightened part of it, for light liberty go together. Being myself a warm zealot for the attainment enjoyment by all mankind of as much liberty as each may exercise without injury to the equal liberty of his fellow citizens, I have lamented that in France the endeavors to obtain this should have been attended with the effusion of so much blood. The liberty of the whole earth was depending on the issue of the contest, and was ever such a prize won with so little innocent blood? I sincerely wish you may find it convenient to come here. The pleasure of the trip will be less than you expect, but the utility greater. It will make you adore your own country, its soil, its climate, its equality, liberty, laws, people, manners. My God! How little do my countrymen know! I have but one system of ethics for men and for nations, to be grateful, to be faithful to all engagements under all circumstances, to be open and generous, promoting in the long run even the interests of both. I learn with great concern that, one portion of our frontier so interesting, so important, and so exposed, should be so entirely unprovided with common firearms. I did not suppose any part of the United States so destitute of what is considered as among the first necessaries of a farmhouse. May our Declaration of Independence be to the world, what I believe it will be, to some parts sooner, to others later, but finally to all, the signal of arousing men to burst the chains under which monkish ignorance and superstition had persuaded them to bind themselves, and to assume the blessings and security of self-government. All eyes are opened, or opening, to the rights of man. A government regulating itself by what is wise and just for the many, uninfluenced by the local and selfish views of the few who direct their affairs, has not been seen, perhaps, on earth. Or if it existed for a moment at the birth of ours, it would not be easy to fix the term of its continuance. Still, I believe it does exist here in a greater degree than anywhere else, and for its growth and continuance, I offer sincere prayers. A first attempt to recover the right of self-government may fail, so may a second, a third, etc. But as a younger and more instructed race comes on, the sentiment becomes more and more intuitive, and a fourth, a fifth, or some subsequent one of the ever-renewed attempts will ultimately succeed. To attain all this, however, rivers of blood must yet flow, and years of desolation pass over, yet the object is worth rivers of blood and years of desolation. For what inheritance so valuable can man leave to his posterity? A single good government becomes a blessing to the whole earth, its welcome to the oppressed restraining within certain limits the measure of their oppressions. But should even this be counteracted by violence on the right of expatriation, the other branch of our example then presents itself for imitation, to rise on their rulers and do as we have done. Time indeed changes manners and notions, and so far we must expect institutions to bend to them. But time produces also corruption of principles, and against this it is the duty of good citizens to be ever on the watch, and if the gangrene is to prevail at last, let the day be kept off as long as possible. The people of every country are the only safe guardians of their own rights, and are the only instruments which can be used for their destruction. And certainly they would never consent to be so used were they not deceived. To avoid this they should be instructed to a certain degree. I am entirely persuaded that the agitations of the public mind advance its powers, and that at every vibration between the points of liberty and despotism, something will be gained for the former. As men become better informed, their rulers must respect them the more. It behooves our citizens to be on their guard, to be firm in their principles, and full of confidence in themselves. We are able to preserve our self-government if we will but think so. The man who loves his country on its own account, and not merely for its trappings of interest or power, can never be divorced for it, can never refuse to come forward when he finds that she is engaged in dangers which he has the means of warding off. I acknowledge that such a debt, of service to my fellow citizens, exists, that a tour of duty in whatever line he can be most useful to his country, is due from every individual. It is not easy perhaps to say of what length exactly that tour should be, but we may safely say of what length it should not be. Not of our whole life, for instance, for that would be to be born a slave not even of a very large portion of it. I am convinced man has no natural right in opposition to his social duties. Every man is under the natural duty of contributing to the necessities of the society, and this is all the laws should enforce on him. It is time enough, for the rightful purposes of civil government, for its officers to interfere, in the propagation of religious teachings, when principles break out into overt acts against peace and good order. Our particular principles of religion are a subject of accountability to God alone. The Christian religion, when divested of the rags in which they, the clergy, have enveloped it, and brought to the original purity and simplicity of its benevolent institutor, is a religion of all others most friendly to liberty, science, and the freest expansion of the human mind. Our citizens may be deceived for a while, and have been deceived, but as long as the presses can be protected, we may trust to them for light. This formidable censor of the public functionaries, the press, by arraigning them at the tribunal of public opinion, produces reform peaceably, which must otherwise be done by revolution. It is also the best instrument for enlightening the mind of man and improving him as a rational, moral, and social being. Considering the great importance to the public liberty of the freedom of the press, and the difficulty of submitting it to very precise rules, the laws have thought it less mischievous to give greater scope to its freedom than to the restraint of it. The art of printing secures us against the retrogradation of reason and information. The merchants will manage commerce the better, the more they are left free to manage for themselves. Private enterprise manages so much better all the concerns to which it is equal. By nature's law, every man has a right to seize and retake by force his own property taken from him by another, by force of fraud. Nor is this natural right among the first which is taken into the hands of regular government after it is instituted. It was long retained by our ancestors. It was a part of their common law, laid down in their books, recognized by all the authorities, and regulated as to circumstances of practice. Our wish is that there be maintained that state of property, equal or unequal, which results to every man from his own industry or that of his fathers. A right to property is founded in our natural wants, in the means with which we are endowed to satisfy these wants, and the right to what we acquire by those means without violating the similar rights of other sensible beings. If a book were very innocent, and one which might be confided to the reason of any man, not likely to be much read if let alone, but if persecuted, it will be generally read. Every man in the United States will think it a duty to buy a copy, in vindication of his right to buy and to read what he pleases. The legislative powers of government reach actions only and not opinions. If the question, before justices of the peace, relate to any point of public liberty, or if it be one of those in which the judges may be suspected of bias, the jury undertake to decide both law and fact. The habeas corpus secures every man here, alien or citizen, against everything which is not law, whatever shape it may assume. Indeed, we need not look back half a century to times which many now living remember well, and see the wonderful advances in the sciences and arts which have been made within that period. Some of these have rendered the elements themselves subservient to the purposes of man, have harnessed them to the yoke of his labors and effected the great blessings of moderating his own, of accomplishing what was beyond his feeble force, and extending the comforts of life to a much enlarged circle, to those who had before known its necessaries only. But a short time elapsed after the death of the great reformer of the Jewish religion, before his principles were departed from by those who professed to be his special servants, and perverted into an engine for enslaving mankind, and aggrandizing their oppressors in church and state. I can never join Calvin in addressing his God. He was indeed an atheist, which I can never be, or rather his religion was demonism. If ever man worshipped a false god, he did. I concur with you strictly in your opinion of the comparative merits of atheism and demonism, and really see nothing but the latter in the being worshipped by many who think themselves Christians. What is it men cannot be made to believe? Gouverneur Morris had often told me that General Washington believed no more of that system, Christianity, than did he himself. Every one must act according to the dictates of his own reason, and mine tells me that civil powers alone have been given to the President of the United States, and no authority to direct the religious exercises of his constituents. I have ever judged of the religion of others by their lives. But this does not satisfy the priesthood. They must have a positive, a declared assent to all of their interested absurdities. My opinion is that there would never have been an infidel, if there had never been a priest. Civil officials have no business meddling in private religious affairs. Certainly, no power to prescribe any religious exercise, or to assume authority in religious discipline, has been delegated to the general government. It is our duty to pay especial attention to the principles of government which shall be inculcated therein, at the university, and to provide that none shall be inculcated which are incompatible with those on which the constitutions of this state, and of the United States were genuinely based, in the common opinion, and for this purpose it may be necessary to point out specially where these principles are to be found legitimately developed. Students of reading, writing, and common arithmetic, Grecian, Greek, Roman, English and American history, should be rendered worthy to receive, and able to guard the sacred deposit of the rights and liberties of their fellow citizens. The objects of this primary education would be to form the statesmen, legislators and judges, on whom public prosperity and individual happiness are so much to depend. To instruct the mass of our citizens in these, their rights, interests and duties, as men and citizens. This brings us to the point at which are to commence the higher branches of education. to develop the reasoning faculties of our youth, enlarge their minds, cultivate their morals, and instill into them the precepts of virtue and order. There are two subjects, indeed, which I shall claim a right to further as long as I breathe: the public education, and the subdivision of counties into wards. I consider the continuance of Republican government as absolutely hanging on these two hooks. The basis of our governments being the opinion of the people, the very first object should be to keep that right. And were it left to me to decide whether we should have a government without newspapers or newspapers without a government, I should not hesitate a moment to prefer the latter. But I should mean that every man should receive those papers and be capable of reading them. People generally have more feeling for canals and roads than education. However, I hope we can advance them with equal pace. All the states but our own are sensible that knowledge is power. Education is here placed among the articles of public care, not that it would be proposed to take its ordinary branches out of the hands of private enterprise, which manages so much better all the concerns to which it is equal, but a public institution can alone supply those sciences which, though rarely called for, are yet necessary to complete the circle, all the parts of which contribute to the improvement of the country, and some of them to its preservation. I have been long sensible that while I was endeavoring to render our country the greatest of all services, that of regenerating the public education, and placing our rising generation on the level of our sister states, which they have proudly held heretofore, I was discharging the odious function of a physician pouring medicine down the throat of a patient insensible of needing it. The truth is that the want of common education with us is not from our poverty, but from the want of an orderly system. More money is now paid for the education of a part than would be paid for that of the whole if systematically arranged. He has waged cruel war against human nature itself, violating its most sacred rights of life and liberty in the persons of a distant people who never offended him, carrying them into slavery in another hemisphere, or to incur miserable death in their transportation thither. This practical warfare, the opprobrium of infidel powers, is the warfare of the Christian King of Great Britain, determined to keep open a market where men should be bought-sold. He has prostituted his negative for suppressing every legislative attempt to prohibit or to restrain this execrable commerce. The abolition of domestic slavery is the great object of desire in those colonies, where it was unhappily introduced in their infant state. We have the wolf by the ears, and we can neither hold him, nor safely let him go. Justice is in one scale, and self-preservation in the other. But whatever be their degree of talent, it is no measure of their rights. Because Sir Isaac Newton was superior to others in understanding, he was not therefore lord of the person or property of others. On this subject they are gaining daily in the opinions of nations, and hopeful advances are making towards their re-establishment on an equal footing with the other colors of the human family. The love of justice and the love of country plead equally the cause of these people, and it is a moral reproach to us that they should have pleaded it so long in vain. It be urged that the wild and uncultivated tree, hitherto yielding sour and bitter fruit only, can never be made to yield better. Yet we know that the grafting art implants a new tree on the savage stock, producing what is most estimable in kind and degree. Education, in like manner, engrafts a new man on the native stock, and improves what in his nature was vicious and perverse into qualities of virtue and social worth. Freedom, the firstborn of science. You have heard of the new chemical nomenclature endeavored to be introduced by Lavoisier, Fourcroy, c. Other chemists of this country, of equal note, reject it, and prove in my opinion that it is premature, insufficient and false. These latter are joined by the British chemists, and upon the whole, I think the new nomenclature will be rejected, after doing more harm than good. There are some good publications in it, which must be translated into the ordinary chemical language before they will be useful. The contradictory experiments of chemists leave us at liberty to conclude what we please. My conclusion is, that art has not yet invented sufficient aids to enable such subtle bodies, air, light, sea, to make a well-defined impression on organs as blunt as ours, that it is laudable to encourage investigation but to hold back conclusion. The attempt of Lavoisier to reform chemical nomenclature is premature. One single experiment may destroy the whole filiation of his terms, and his string of sulfates, sulfites, and sulfurs may have served no end than to have retarded the progress of science by a jargon, from the confusion of which time will be requisite to extricate us. Speaking one day to Monsieur de Buffon, on the present ardor of chemical inquiry, he affected to consider chemistry but as cookery, and to place the toils of the laboratory on the footing with those of the kitchen. I think it, on the contrary, among the most useful of sciences, and big with future discoveries for the utility and safety of the human race. I have wished to see chemistry applied to domestic objects, to malting, for instance, brewing, making cider, to fermentation and distillation generally, to the making of bread, butter, cheese, soap, to the incubation of eggs, c. I do not know whether you are fond of chemical reading. There are some things in this science worth reading. Chemistry is yet, indeed, a mere embryon. Its principles are contested, experiments seem contradictory, their subjects are so minute as to escape our senses, and their result too fallacious to satisfy the mind. It is probably an age too soon to propose the establishment of a system. The future inhabitants of, both, the Atlantic and Mississippi states will be our sons. We think we see their happiness in their union, and we wish it. Events may prove otherwise, and if they see their interest in separating, why should we take sides? God bless them both, and keep them in union if it be for their good, but separate them if it be better. The order of nature is, that individual happiness shall be inseparable from the practice of virtue. When habit has strengthened our sense of duties, they leave us no time for other things, but when young we neglect them, and this gives us time for anything. Yet the hour of emancipation is advancing. This enterprise is for the young, for those who can follow it up, and bear it through to its consummation. It shall have all my prayers, and these are the only weapons of an old man. An individual, thinking himself injured, makes more noise than a state. The mobs of the great cities add just so much to the support of pure government as swords do to the strength of the human body. It is the manners and spirit of a people which preserve a republic in vigor. A degeneracy in these is a canker which soon eats to the heart of its laws and constitution. Let us, then, fellow citizens, unite with one heart and one mind. Let us restore to social intercourse that harmony and affection without which liberty and even life itself are but dreary things. And let us reflect that having banished from our land that religious intolerance under which mankind so long bled, we have yet gained little if we countenance a political intolerance as despotic, as wicked, and capable of a bitter and bloody persecutions. The mass of mankind has not been born with saddles on their backs, nor a favored few booted and spurred, ready to ride them legitimately, by the grace of God. Single acts of tyranny may be ascribed to the accidental opinion of the day, but a series of oppressions, begun at a distinguished period, and pursued unalterably through every change of ministers, administrators, too plainly proves a deliberate, systematic plan of reducing us to slavery. The people are the ultimate guardians of their own liberty. It is my principle that the will of the majority should always prevail. This is the fourth. Inspirational quotes on honesty, simplicity, secret, universe, modesty, peace. Honesty is the first chapter in the Book of Wisdom. Of the various executive abilities, no one excited more anxious concern than that of placing the interests of our fellow citizens in the hands of honest men, with understanding sufficient for their stations. No duty is at the same time more difficult to fulfill. The knowledge of character possessed by a single individual is of necessity limited. To seek out the best through the whole Union, we must resort to the information which from the best of men, acting disinterestedly and with the purest motives, is sometimes incorrect. Every honest man will suppose honest acts to flow from honest principles, and the rogues may rail without intermission. All authority belongs to the people. Tranquility is the old man's milk. Traveling makes men wiser, but less happy. Even in Europe a change has sensibly taken place in the mind of man. Science has liberated the ideas of those who read and reflect, and the American example has kindled feelings of right in the people. An insurrection has consequently begun of science, talents and courage against rank and birth, which have fallen into contempt. It has failed in its first effort, because the mobs of the cities, the instrument used for its accomplishment, debased by ignorance, poverty and vice, could not be restrained to rational action. But the world will soon recover from the panic of this first catastrophe. I like to see the people awake and alert. We must meet our duty and convince the world that we are just friends and brave enemies. Establish the eternal truth that acquiescence under insult is not the way to escape war.